This is The Reaper, Book 2, The Phoenix Chronicles, written by R.J. Patterson, narrated by Dwight Kuhlman. Chapter 1. San Juan Island, Washington. Doug Mitchell ran his hands across the smooth tattoo that spanned his collarbone. The artwork was intricate, though marred by scars. He fingered the 5 wounds as he moved from left to right, recalling each encounter with near-perfect clarity. The gunpowder that hung in the air, the level of humidity oppressing his body, the terrain he fought on, they were all distinct and unforgettable, mostly because each scar almost meant the end of his life. There'd been many other close-quarters combat situations where he'd escaped unscathed, but to Mitchell there was nothing like seeing the light in a man's eyes go out when he thought he was going to kill you first. He glanced down at the image of the Grim Reaper on his forearm, more body artwork that he added to his collection years ago. During training, he never imagined any other nickname would usurp the one he'd been given during his first day. Dig Dug, a wordplay on the 80s arcade game. That all changed when his unit pinned down one night in Oman, and he killed 12 of the 13 insurgents surrounding them. He would have taken the last one, too, if the man hadn't fled into the night. Not long after that, Dig Dug gave way to the Grim Reaper, before being shortened to Reaper. And every time Mitchell stared at his tattoo, he smiled. Not because he was proud of his killing prowess, but because he was simply alive. Across the street in the brick bungalow was his latest target, Archie Langston. The retired Army Ranger was staring down a full frontal assault from a unit of 4 boys ranging in ages from 3 to 10. His wife, Amy, thumbed through a magazine and smiled, occasionally paying attention to the mayhem swirling at her feet. The roughhousing had been going on 15 minutes, and Reaper wondered when Langston might grow tired of the game. But his stamina didn't appear to be waning. Reaper put down his binoculars and turned on the radio. The news anchor on the radio introduced a story about a new drug that had overtaken opioid in the U.S. as the most deadly drug. The street name was Heaven's Dust, which was apparently how it made users feel before hell came calling. Reaper turned off the radio and shook his head, unsure why anyone would put such toxins into their body. There are always consequences. Reaper gripped the steering wheel as he considered how he would deliver Langston's consequences. Running him over in the street was a quick and easy favorite of Reaper's, until the whole world decided to get doorbell cameras. Reaper considered using his silencer and killing Langston with 2 shots, one to the head and the other to the center mass, when he put the garbage out on the street, put the body in the trash can, and disappear into the night. But Reaper thought about the possibility of Langston's boys finding their dad's body in a bloody heap. It wasn't the kind of thing Reaper was supposed to think about, but he did. With a son of his own, he'd considered how traumatic it would be if Charlie found him that way. Reaper decided it was best if the boys didn't find their father at all. Someone else would do it, and they could just mourn the man they thought he was, a patriot, a soldier, a nobleman. But that was all a big lie. Langston was a traitor. Reaper put his car in drive, pausing to glance inside the happy home one last time. Part of him was jealous that he didn't have that kind of relationship with Charlie. However, Reaper realized that he was afforded no such luxury. His moral compass had been askew for years, and he knew he couldn't pretend otherwise. With a bitter ex-wife to fill Charlie's head with stories of his father's ineptitude and selfishness, Reaper resigned himself to the fact that the images of loving homes he saw in the movies and through the windows of Targets were nothing more than romanticized notions. Real life was grim. Reaper drove to the volunteer fire department and parked behind a shed. He jimmied open the lock and surveyed the small building before deciding where he would position himself to surprise Langston. For an hour, Reaper considered all the scenarios and how he might react to each one. Langston's instinct as an Army Ranger would make hand-to-hand combat more challenging, but Reaper was certain he'd thought of everything. Once he was satisfied that there wasn't anything that could surprise him, he sent the text message to Langston's phone and then turned on the lights in the building. All he had to do now was wait. 10 minutes later, Reaper heard a vehicle skid to a stop, followed by a door slamming. He peeked out of the window and saw Langston hustling toward the door, his coat and helmet tucked under his arm. Reaper eased into position and took a deep breath. Langston entered the firehouse and shouted into the darkness. "Hello? Is anyone else here?" Reaper wasted no time in placing Langston in a chokehold. The Army Ranger bucked for a few seconds before attempting to ram his attacker against the wall. Reaper had anticipated the move and already had his back just inches from it. Instead of creating an opening for Langston to break the grip, Reaper was able to tighten his hold. Langston grabbed onto Reaper's forearms and pulled downward, but he didn't budge. A few seconds later, Langston collapsed to the floor. Reaper hoisted his target onto his shoulders and carried him down to the shore behind the firehouse. The moon glistened on the calm waters of Sportsman's Lake, one of the largest on the island. Seconds later, the peaceful reflection vanished as Reaper held Langston's head down in the water. The ranger regained consciousness, thrashing around for a few moments before the life went out of him. With his face still down in the water, Reaper drew back and stood over his victim. "Poor bastard never knew what hit him," Reaper said. He bent over and prepared to shove Langston's body away from shore when he rolled over, gasping for air. He grabbed Reaper's shirt and flung him into the water. Langston used the momentum of his throw to get on top of Reaper and force his head beneath the water. Reaper looked up and saw the rage in Langston's face, but his attempt to overpower Reaper was short-lived. Reaper grabbed 2 fistfuls of sand and flung them at Langston, but he didn't flinch, maintaining his grip. With time running short, Reaper groped in the water and found a rock buried halfway in the sand. He dug it out before mustering all the strength he had left to bash it against Langston's head. The blow knocked out Langston as he fell on his side into the shallow water. Reaper rolled Langston onto his stomach, holding his face in the water for several minutes. When he was convinced Langston was dead, Reaper felt for a pulse to ensure he didn't make the same mistake twice. When he didn't detect any signs of life, Reaper used his foot to push Langston out into the middle of the lake. Reaper spit in the direction of the body. "Traitor," he said, before turning back and walking toward the building. Reaper turned off all the lights in the firehouse and then returned to his car. He pulled his moleskin notebook out of the console and leafed to the last page. With a pen, he drew a line through Archie Langston's name and stared at the one below it. 2 more traders to go. Chapter 2. Bogota, Colombia. Brady Hawk eased his van into a natural blind on the ridge facing north. From his position, he could see down the road about 2 kilometers away, giving him a perfect view of the sprawling Vargas mansion. Torches flickered above a 3-meter stone wall, forming an imposing perimeter. Outside the gate, men dressed in suits patrolled the area and checked the identity of each guest as they arrived. One of those guests was his wife, Alex. Hawk scanned the area as he noticed the car she had rode off in for the party at the Vargas mansion. She'd been the +1 for Bruce McNally, U.S. oil executive who'd been caught recently evading taxes. However, the CIA offered McNally the opportunity to pay a small fine if he agreed to take an agent to the Vargas family's annual Battle of Boyaca Day Ball. McNally didn't refuse the offer. The brake lights on McNally's Aston Martin DB11 Volante lit up as the car came to a stop. Hawk watched McNally hand over some papers before the guard returned them, smiled, and waved McNally inside. The glitz of the evening made Hawk jealous for a moment. Never mind that someone else was getting to escort Alex to such a swanky soiree. Hawk's mind drifted as he imagined what it would be like to hobnob with a crowd of self-important people, whether it be celebrities, politicians, or white-collar criminals. The thought was fleeting, and he shrugged it off. Alex and I would be bored in 15 minutes tops. Hawk listened to Alex's conversation with McNally via the transmitter in her diamond earrings that Dr. Z had designed for the operation.
"I don't understand why you need me to do this,"
McNally said.
"If I were you, I wouldn't be complaining,"
Alex said.
"Otherwise, you'd be in an orange jumpsuit behind bars right now." "I could also get killed for this,"
he said.
"The Vargas family isn't very forgiving." "Most cartel families aren't, but lucky for you, I'm not here for them." "Then what are you?" "The less you know, the better,"
Alex said.
"Now, can you introduce me to some people before we'll be parting ways?" "If you make a scene and they find out I brought you to this gala, they're going to have my head." "Nobody's going to kill you,"
Alex said.
"Just act cool and enjoy yourself tonight. After 10 minutes of mingling, your work is done. Capiche?" "What about a ride home?" "I've got that taken care of."
Hawk smiled as he listened to Alex handle the oil executive. He was terrified, though not so much that he wasn't willing to assist the CIA in order to avoid jail time. But Alex's cool demeanor seemed to calm his fears for the time being.
"If you freak out and blow this, we'll both end up dead,"
she said.
"And I don't think you want that to happen." "Of course not,"
McNally said.
"I can stick to the script." "There's no script,"
Alex snapped.
"You introduce me, act normal, and enjoy yourself with all your money-laundering, drug-selling criminal friends."
Hawk watched through his binoculars as Alex eased her long legs out of the Aston Martin and stood. She wore a low-cut red sequin dress and a pair of black high heels. Before they had left for the operation, Hawk suggested they could be late. He let out a low whistle.
"Would you stop that?"
Alex said in a hushed tone.
Even through these M22s, you still look hot." "Stop it," she said. "I'm turning red."
Hawk watched as she disappeared through the front doors of the mansion. He checked the time on the new wristwatch Dr. Z had given him before returning to the van. Hawk settled in to listen to Alex work her magic. When Magnum director Morgan May suggested Hawk and Alex team up for this operation, he was more than enthusiastic about it. But when he found out he would be providing support, he wasn't sure he liked the idea as much. Listening helplessly from afar as his wife strode into the house of infamous cartel leader Hector Vargas didn't seem like the best idea. However, since the mission had nothing to do with taking down a notorious global criminal, Hawk warmed to the idea again. But the approach to the mission still bothered him. The mark was Patrick Brownfield, the U.S. ambassador to Colombia. The mission was simple: get Brownfield drunk and get him to reveal who he was working with to eliminate a half-dozen DEA agents working undercover to stop huge cartel shipments. Brownfield's reputation as a philandering sot would make the mission easy, according to May when she briefed the Magnum team. But Hawk had been in the field long enough to know that nothing ever went according to plan. While Alex did all the heavy lifting, Hawk's task was to provide support by capturing the conversation on an audio file. He was also supposed to follow them back to Brownfield's penthouse suite and pick her up once they got all the information out of him that they needed.
"He's got a champagne glass in each hand," Alex said over the comms. "You think he's found a last-minute date?"
Hawk asked. There was a slight pause before she answered.
"Nope. Disaster averted. He just drained one glass and is now working on the second one." "I love it when our reports don't have any surprises." "Roger that," she said. "Flirtatious drunk status confirmed."
"Well, that shouldn't be too difficult for you now," Hawk said.
"If he can't stand up in an hour, that's going to be a problem, too." "Pace is drinking for him," he said. "Wish me luck."
Hawk adjusted the volume on his earphones, straining to hear bits and pieces of conversations in Spanish over the band and lead singer belting out a festive tune. Fireworks lit up the dusky sky above the Vargas estate, distant booms rattling the windows of the van. After a half hour of enduring inane small talk from other partygoers, Alex met Ambassador Brownfield.
"Come with me, Mr. Ambassador,"
she said.
"I'd love to get to know you better."
Hawk shifted in his seat, anticipating the ensuing conversation more than he had in previous operations.
"Would you like another drink?"
Brownfield asked Alex.
"Why, of course,"
she said. Moments later, he heard the clinking of glasses, followed by the obligatory cheers, and just as she began the conversation, Hawk jumped when he heard loud pounding on the side of the van door. He removed his headphones and palmed his weapon off the desk in front of him. He tucked the gun into the back of his pants and then grabbed his binoculars. Hawk climbed back into the front seat and exited through the driver's side door.
"Buenas noches, amigos,"
Hawk said as he walked around the side of the van.
"¿Qué es esto?"
one of the men said.
"Sorry, that's the extent of my Spanish,"
Hawk said, selling his lie by speaking with his thick Texas accent.
"I don't know anymore. Oh." "You are not authorized to be out here,"
one of the men said. Hawk shrugged.
I must have missed the spot where I pick up my permission slip, but I'm sure whoever owns this property won't mind an avid bird watcher from Texas peeping on the winged residents of this here mountainside. I don't speak redneck, one of the men said. I don't understand what you're saying.
Hawk held up his binoculars and raised his voice a few decibels. I'm watching birds, he said, with a wide grin as he flapped his arms. One of the men pulled out a gun and trained it on Hawk.
Who sent you?
Hawk raised his hands in the air and drew back from the man, who had a tattoo across his forehead.
Whoa there, hombre. I don't know what you're doing with that thing, but you shouldn't be pointing that at me. Now, if you want to shoot some birds, might I recommend something with a wider pellet pattern? Shut up, you fool, growled the other guard, who had a mustache accented by a pink mole on his right cheek. The only way onto this property is by a road that is guarded both day and night. If you drove here, you came up a narrow ridge and you knew what you were doing. I've got something right.
Hawk froze as both Moleface and Tattoo trained their guns on the Magnum agent's chest.
Look, I just wanted to show you this birding app that I use that has a pin dropped for this location and suggests using this trail. Whatever it is you think I'm doing up here, I can promise you that you're wrong. I'm never wrong, Moleface said. There's a first time for everything, Hawk said, and it'd be a great honor for me to show you how wrong you are.
Moleface sneered, while Tattoo cocked his head to one side and squinted while studying Hawk.
Open the van,
Moleface said.
Look, you guys aren't federales, are you?
Hawk asked.
Because I've got a Spix macaw in there that I'm pretty sure will fetch me more than enough to cover my mortgage next year, several years, really, and it might be illegal to export from its natural habitat. Now, I'm prepared to make a deal with you. Let's throw him in the canyon, Tattoo said in Spanish. Not before he opens the door, Moleface said, and then turned to Hawk. Show it to us. I want to see the special bird.
As Hawk turned around, he felt his gun pushing against the back of his shirt, surely forming a visible and distinct imprint.
Don't move another millimeter,
Tattoo said. Hawk raised his hands slowly.
I said, not another millimeter.
Tattoo barked again as he snatched Hawk's gun and pocketed it.
Okay, so sue me, Hawk said. I use a handgun to hunt these birds, too. But that doesn't mean what I told you about using a shotgun earlier wasn't right. It gives you more leeway for mistakes. Shut up, Moleface said, before backhanding Hawk. You're lucky I haven't already ripped your vocal cords out of your throat with my bare hands, Tattoo said.
Hawk turned around and brought his wrists together, holding them out for the men.
Fine, arrest me. I'm sure we can work something out so that I don't have to spend any time in jail.
Hawk's wristwatch whirred, releasing a wispy gas into the air.
What is that?
Tattoo asked.
What?
Hawk asked, feigning ignorance.
This watch? It helps you know what hora it is. Entiendes? Let me see that,
Moleface said, as he grabbed Hawk's wrist. However, instead of investigating it like Hawk had hoped, the man twisted Hawk's arm and pinned him against the side of the van.
How about we take a look inside now? Moleface said, in a hushed tone near Hawk's ear. But before Hawk could oblige, he felt his hand released and heard Moleface collapse onto the ground. Hawk turned around and found Tattoo crumpled in a heap as well. After inspecting his watch, Hawk smiled. "Thanks, Dr. Z," Hawk said aloud as he surveyed the two men lying motionless on the ground. The Magnum Director of Research and Development had outfitted a wristwatch for Hawk that contained a designer gas. It would knock out anyone but Hawk in a matter of seconds, and it was the first time he'd tested it in the field. To be on the safe side, Hawk shot both men and tossed them into the canyon. He spent the next hour listening to Alex weave her web around Ambassador Brownfield before he realized she was ushering him toward his car. Hawk drove back down the dirt path he'd used to reach his perch and waited for them to reach the highway. Another 10 minutes passed before he heard an unfamiliar voice coming from Alex's comms. "Señorita," a man said, "would you please come with me?" "Where are you taking me?" she asked. "Señor Vargas would like to speak with you," he said. "I'd rather not," she said. "This isn't an invitation. You can decline. You're in Señor Vargas's home, and he wants to speak to you. Don't be rude and cause a scene." Hawk swallowed hard and could feel his heart thumping in his chest. Alex was going to speak with Hector Vargas. If the cartel's men had already figured out who she was, Hawk knew he'd never see her again. He wanted to say something to her, but he was afraid they might hear him, endangering her further. Yet it didn't matter. Hawk didn't have time to do anything about it anyway. He closed his eyes and said a little prayer under his breath. Chapter 3. Washington, D.C. Morgan May tucked her blonde tendrils behind her ears as she perused the drink menu at Speakeasy, one of her uncle's favorite bars. As much as she loathed the suggestions that she was only where she was because of Uncle J.D., she knew they were entirely false. He had undeniably opened doors for her, but she strode right through them and made the most of each chance she got. She vowed that she would forge her own path, which was part of her reason for rebranding the Phoenix Foundation as Magnum and moving the entire organization across the country. But she couldn't completely divorce herself from her uncle's exquisite tastes in food and liquor. "So have you decided what you'll be drinking tonight?" the waiter asked Morgan. "What's your best bourbon?" she asked. "Best or most expensive? Are they the same?" He smiled and shook his head. "I learned a long time ago in this business that those two don't often correlate. The bigger the marketing budget, the pricier the liquor." "Then I'll take your best," she said. He winked and then pointed at her. "Good choice." Morgan scanned the room, a habit she developed hanging out with her uncle, and one she wasn't likely to give up soon. Working in intelligence required her to be on her toes at all times. She checked her watch and scowled. The woman she was meeting was already 10 minutes late, annoying Morgan. "I wonder if she's even going to show." While irksome, Morgan relished the thought for a moment, which meant she might be able to have more than just one drink. Morgan continued to study the room. At one table in the corner, an older man and a younger woman were smiling and laughing loudly at times. "A rich man having an affair,"
At an adjacent table, a young man dressed in a suit and tie looked uncomfortable as the woman across from him talked incessantly. Morgan would have put money on the man being a Capitol Hill staffer and the woman being a Georgetown grad student who was probably a journalist fishing for a scoop.
"Don't say a word, buddy."
She played her game for a few more minutes before a frumpy woman in a navy skirt and white blouse walked briskly toward Morgan's table.
"Miss May?"
the woman said, arching her eyebrows.
"Are you Kate Jolly?"
Morgan asked. Kate nodded, took one final glance around the room, and then slid into the booth seat across from the table from Morgan. She leaned forward and spoke in a hushed tone.
"I know you're nervous about someone important here who might see you, but you need to relax. You're drawing more attention to yourself than you realize simply by acting cautiously." "Easy for you to say,"
Kate snapped.
"Everyone knows who you are already, and you don't pose a threat." "Not yet, anyway," Morgan said. "But how about you help me change that? What do you say?"
The woman closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She kissed the rosary beads draped around her neck. After muttering something unintelligible to Morgan, the woman looked skyward and repeated a quick prayer. When she finished, she locked eyes with Morgan.
"Miss May, are you familiar with an organization called the Alliance?"
Kate asked. Morgan nodded.
"We wouldn't be here if I wasn't. You do remember that this was the topic of conversation, right?" Of course,
Kate said hurriedly.
"Where's my mind? I know you do. What I really want to know is if you're familiar with Admiral Miller."
Morgan froze and tried not to act too surprised. Admiral Miller had been dead for a few months, making Morgan wonder for a fleeting moment if Kate had lost her mind.
"What about him?" "So you do know who I'm talking about?"
Kate asked.
"Of course. But what's that got to do with the Alliance? Because I'm pretty sure he hasn't been in Washington for ages." "I know, which is why this information I've gathered is all the more confounding." "What do you know?"
Kate kissed her rosary beads again before scanning the room.
"I'm really not comfortable talking about this right now. I just wanted to see if you were interested." "Well, of course I'm interested," Morgan said. "I'm here, aren't I?"
Kate looked down and studied her fingernails, picking at them in silence as she avoided eye contact. After a long pause, Morgan spoke.
"I think the real question is this. Why are you here, Kate? What compelled you to reach out to me?" "I knew your uncle," Kate said. "I even went to his funeral." "You mean the staged one?"
Kate offered a thin smile.
"That's the one. When I saw him after that, he told me that if there was anyone in Washington that I could trust, it was him. So I was hoping that I could trust you since you're his niece." "Well, that's some serious lack of judgment, Kate."
Her eyes widened as she drew back without saying a word.
"Trusting my uncle, that is," Morgan said with a wry smile. "I hold anyone suspect who trusts that man."
Kate sighed and placed her hand over her chest.
"I thought you were serious for a moment." "Well, I am very serious about finding out what you know, as well as not wasting any more time. So please tell me what you know."
Kate pursed her lips as she glanced around the room. Then she turned her attention back to Morgan.
"It's not that simple." What do you want, Kate? Is it money?
Kate nodded.
I'm in a bit of a jam, and I need some cash, or else I might lose my house. Name your price,
Morgan said.
250,000.
Morgan didn't blink.
Sounds reasonable, if your information is good. And if it's not, well, you'd have a hard time selling it for $10, let alone 250,000.
Kate scribbled down an address and a time on a scrap of paper and slid it across the table to Morgan.
Meet me here tomorrow at that time,
she said, tapping the note.
And I'll give you everything I have on what Admiral Miller was doing. Bring me a cashier's check, and it'll all be yours. So this was just a preliminary meeting? Morgan asked. I have to get back to L.A., and I was under the impression that you would be sharing everything with me tonight. I have other suitors, Kate said. I put out some feelers to see if anyone would be willing to pay for this intel, and I found out that it's quite valuable. If I show up tomorrow morning, I expect you to be there with all this intel, Morgan said. Based on how everyone is responding, maybe I should have asked for more, Kate said with a grin. Who else have you spoken with? Nobody directly, just on some dark web chat rooms.
Morgan cocked her head and squinted.
You know how to get on dark web chat rooms? Don't look so surprised. It's not rocket science. It's also dangerous, especially if you're trying to shop around information like that. I'm careful, Miss May. Don't you worry about me.
Morgan clasped her hands together and rested them on the table.
In that case, I guess we'll make the exchange tomorrow.
Kate smiled.
I'm looking forward to it. Just don't forget that check.
She stood and nodded at Morgan before scurrying away. Morgan finished her drink and reviewed the conversation in her head. Kate Jolly was fishing for a buyer, but if she threw too many lines in the water, Morgan knew Admiral Miller's assistant was likely to reel in a catch that she couldn't hold in her boat. For a fleeting moment, Morgan considered following the woman home, but decided against it. Morgan pulled out her cell phone and dialed Mia's number.
I need you to do me a favor, Morgan said. Sure, Mia said. What do you need? A full workup on a woman named Kate Jolly, who worked for Admiral Miller before he died. She probably goes by Catherine on her official government documents, but I want everything you can get. I'm sure that won't be a problem, Mia said. I'll call you when I have something.
Morgan thanked her before hanging up and finishing her drink.
The Alliance's days are numbered, and I can't wait to let them know that.
Chapter 4. Bowman, North Dakota. Reaper cupped his hands around the bill of his mesh cap, creating a more pronounced arc, a picture of a bald eagle in mid-flight across the face of an American flag seemed to make him almost forgettable in the small farming community. Add a pair of sunglasses while bobtailing a semi-truck, and Reaper was just another dime a dozen in southern North Dakota's endless farmlands. He climbed out of his rig and sauntered into Grazer's Burgers and Brew. The restaurant shared space with the town's self-proclaimed convention center, which wasn't more than a large open room for important city meetings. There weren't any chairs set up in the space, but Reaper estimated no more than 300 people could shoehorn into the stark auditorium. Meanwhile, Grazer's Burgers was a cozy restaurant with no more than a half-dozen tables for patrons and a bar, where two men sat side by side nursing their beers. The woman behind the counter was furiously chomping on her gum while fiddling with her messy bun held together by a pencil. She gave Reaper a coy smile, and he returned one in kind. After he ordered, he sat down at the other end of the bar, 3 chairs apart from the two men, thinking his message of "stay the hell away from me" would come across loud and clear. But apparently he was in a foreign country. "Just passing through?" one of the men asked as he turned and looked at Reaper. Reaper nodded subtly. "You come by this way often?" the other man asked. Reaper shook his head, refusing to utter a sound. "You always this friendly?" asked the first man. Reaper sighed. "Just waiting on my burger." "Well, it's the best one in all of Bowman," the first man said. "Ain't that right, Olivia?" "No denying it, Hal," she said, "especially since we're the only burger joint in town." "What about Wendy's?" the other man asked. "Come on, Joe," Olivia said. "That's a pizza parlor with burgers on the menu. Don't be so easily fooled." When Olivia turned her back, Joe put his hand up to his mouth and leaned in Reaper's direction. "The pizza here is terrible, so my advice to you would be don't ever get it. Wendy's is way better." "I wasn't aware that Wendy's served pizza." "No, Wendy's, with an I," Hal said. "It's a bit confusing to people from out of town, but nobody here would mistake that restaurant that has that girl with red hair as their mascot." "Thanks for the tip," Reaper said. A bell rang from the back, signaling that Reaper's burger was finished. Olivia stuffed it into a plain brown paper bag, along with some condiments and napkins. In less than 10 seconds of the food being in the sack, a grease spot appeared near the bottom. Reaper closed his eyes and sighed, already aware of how the best burger in Bowman, North Dakota, was going to treat his digestive system later that evening. "Where are you headed tonight?" Hal asked. "Sioux City," Reaper said. "That's quite a long haul," Joe said. "Make sure you get something to stay awake." Reaper nodded. "I'm listening to some books on tape." It was a lie, but Reaper didn't want to be such a jerk that the town drunks, and probably gossips, would find him memorable enough to report to local law enforcement after Chester Guidry went missing in a few hours. "What book?" Hal asked. "I'm looking for some more to add to my library." Reaper drew a blank. He hadn't cracked open a book in years. The only reading material he had was contained on his phone, and that was mostly just news. "Come on, Mitchell, you can do it." As Reaper racked his brain, the only book he could think of was the last one he'd read to Charlie the last night before he deployed as a married man. "Harry Potter," Reaper muttered without breaking stride. "Isn't that a kid's book?" Hal asked. "Yeah, my grandkids read that one," Joe added. "The little orphan is a wizard of some sort and trying to kill some monster." "Sounds about right," Hal said. "Good evening, gentlemen," Reaper said as he exited through the front door. He climbed into the cab of his semi-truck and headed toward Chester Guidry's house. Guidry was also Special Forces and had left the military a few years ago, retiring in a small town where he worked on a ranch. His house suggested that he was making a healthy salary, the Victorian-style home towering over the surrounding farmland. His 10-acre property was surrounded by trees, enough to give Guidry and his family some nominal privacy. But Reaper had no problem finding a field of view, enabling him to see nearly the entire front of the house. Behind him, the sun was dipping fast beneath the horizon, chilling the air. Reaper glanced back at his semi-truck, parked a mile away and tucked behind a row of trees along a dirt road. He doubted anyone could see the vehicle, much less remember it. Since he'd been in town, Reaper had counted at least 4 other drivers bobtailing and didn't suspect that any of them would be memorable to anybody. Reaper peered through his scope and lined up a shot. But Guidry wouldn't stand still. Reaper's target danced from his left to right and then twirled around in a circle. What the hell is he doing? Then Reaper saw it, or rather, saw him. A little boy who couldn't have been more than 5 years old, chasing Guidry around. His blond, curly hair appeared to glow in the evening sunlight. Reaper was far enough away that he couldn't hear the laughter, but he could see Guidry and his son clear enough to know they were having fun. Reaper cursed under his breath before lowering his weapon. He couldn't kill Guidry in front of his son, even though the mission would be much simpler. Reaper had to get creative and draw Guidry away from the house with a plausible story. Reaper dialed Guidry's cell phone. "Mr. Guidry?" Reaper asked after the man answered. "Yes?" "My name's Tom Stiller. I'm fairly new in town, and Hal told me you might be able to help me fix my riding lawnmower." "Well, I'll be happy to do that for you, Tom. Just bring it by my shop in the morning." "Yeah, the thing is, I've got a lawn care service business that I've started, and my first job is in the morning," Reaper said. "And if I show up without a lawnmower, my business is going to be dead on arrival. Nobody in town will want to hire me." Guidry sighed. "What seems to be the problem?" "I can't get the engine to turn over." "That's probably just a spark plug issue." "Then you could fix that for me?" "I don't see why not," Guidry said. "I've got a few spark plugs around my garage I could give you. If you want to bring it by my house, I could get you on your way in a matter of minutes." "Perfect. What's the address?" Reaper took down the information. "I'll be there in about 10 minutes. "Excellent. I'll open the gate for you." Reaper ended the call and then hustled down the road back toward Guidry's house. Despite being an Army Ranger, Guidry had apparently integrated into civilian life. Reaper thought how his training would have made him suspicious of everything, especially a phone call out of the blue. But Guidry didn't seem to give the request a second thought. Guidry whistled as he walked down the dirt driveway toward the road. He unlocked the gate and stared along the vacant highway. Reaper took in the whole scene from behind one of the trees lining the property. He waited until Guidry looked like he was about to give up waiting before stepping out into the open. "Whoa," Guidry said, his eyes widening. "Who are you?" "Tom Stiller," Reaper said before raising his weapon. Before Guidry could protest, Reaper hit the man with 2 shots, felling him. Reaper scanned the area again. There were no cars on the road and not a soul in sight. Reaper removed the chip from Guidry's phone and then tossed the phone into a nearby field. Then Reaper hoisted the dead body over his shoulder and hustled down the road back to his rig in the darkness. He wrapped Guidry in a tarp and dragged him into the back of the cab. Reaper would find a place to dispose of the body and the stolen semi-truck at some point during his drive across the country. Reaper pulled out his notebook and crossed off Guidry's name. He looked at the final name on the list and the location before tossing the pad back onto the dashboard. "Well, this ought to be fun." Reaper said aloud before firing up the engine.
A lot of fun.
Chapter 5. Bogota, Colombia. Alex forced a smile as she approached Hector Vargas. Dressed in a suit, he adjusted his tie and then offered his hand as she drew nearer. He smiled broadly and nodded.
I've been looking forward to meeting this vision of beauty since the moment you graced my house, Vargas said.
Alex took his hand and gave it a firm shake.
You have a lovely place here, sir. Please, call me Hector. And you are? Alicia Coleman, Alex said. But I'm guessing you already knew that.
Vargas shrugged.
Maybe, maybe not. That's not important. However, what is important to me is learning why you're not returning home with your escort.
Alex placed her index finger on Vargas's chest and tapped it several times before leaving her hand there.
Hector, you strike me as a person who understands that variety is the spice of life. Would that be an accurate assessment of you? I do like my women spicy. And there you go, she said, drawing back with a wry grin. You answered the question yourself. I'm afraid I don't understand. You like your women spicy, as in there's more than one woman for you? I just so happen to like my men spicy. Maybe Ambassador Brownfield isn't the kind of spice you're looking for tonight, Vargas said.
Alex cocked her head to one side and winked.
I'll be here for a few more weeks. Mr. McNally knows how to contact me. Ciao.
Without lingering, Alex spun on her heels and headed back toward the door. She took 2 steps before she felt a firm hand grip her right bicep.
Miss Coleman,
Vargas said, spinning her around to face him.
Did I dismiss you? Does a lady need to be dismissed?
She said, arching her eyebrows.
Perhaps you haven't heard, but in the 21st century, women don't have to wait to be dismissed.
Alex drew her arm back, realizing that her bold handling of the cartel boss was likely to make her more desirable.
Don't talk to Senor Vargas that way,
one of the guards said in a clipped manner.
You will not disrespect him like that. Jorge, calm down, my friend, Vargas said. Our guest is a little fiery, but we don't need to threaten her. She's here to have a good time.
Jorge took a couple of steps back, heeding Vargas's instructions.
I'm leaving now,
Alex said.
You know where to find me, if I'm not too spicy for you.
This time, no one stopped Alex as she walked away. She returned to Ambassador Brownfield, who was standing there with his arm out to escort her.
I've never seen anyone treat him like that and not get fed to the crocodiles in the river,
Brownfield said. Alex took his arm and smiled.
If he's not careful, I'll feed him to the crocodiles. Sassy, Brownfield said. I think we're going to have a lot of fun tonight.
She cocked her head to one side.
Oh, you don't know the half of what I have planned for our time together. I can't wait.
They walked together to his car, and he opened the door for her.
"The perfect gentleman."
"Perhaps not perfect, but close enough," he said with a wink. Alex eased inside and waited for him to shut the door. Once he did, he made his way around the front of the vehicle. Alex took the opportunity to give Hawk a quick update.
"You following all this?"
she asked over the comms.
"Yes, though helplessly." "When are you going to learn that I can take care of myself? Now, follow the dark Jaguar about to exit the gate," she said.
"Roger that," Hawk said. Brownfield opened the door and slid into the driver's seat. He ignited the engine with the push of a button before glancing over at Alex. He revved the engine several times and grinned. She took a deep breath and placed her hand on his, which was resting on the gear stick.
"I think it might be better if I drove,"
she said.
"Don't worry,"
Brownfield said, his words starting to become more slurred.
"I have immunity here. I can't go to jail for drunk driving."
She scowled.
"It's not jail that I'm worried about. It's surviving the trip home. I've been up here so many times. I can drive these winding roads with my eyes closed. I'd rather not be in the passenger seat for such a demonstration. Now, I don't want to issue an ultimatum, but I will if you won't let me drive."
"Sounds like you just gave me an ultimatum," Brownfield said.
"But whatever, be my guest. Just get us home and the real fun will begin."
They both got out and exchanged places. Once in the driver's seat, Alex asked Brownfield to type in the address of his home in the GPS, and away they went. Alex drove for a mile and noticed the van pulled off the road and started tailing them. She wasn't too worried about Brownfield pulling any stunts on her that he shouldn't. He was succumbing to his 5th or 6th glass of champagne in the hour and a half he was there. It made him easy to subdue, but made the impending interrogation much less promising. Brownfield made a few crude remarks and laughed at them, blissfully unaware that Alex wasn't amused by anything he said. After 20 minutes of driving down the winding road, which included one short stop to let Brownfield empty the contents of his stomach, they arrived at his penthouse. Brownfield staggered inside and waved at the security guard sitting behind the desk in the lobby.
"Buenas noches, Matthew,"
Brownfield said as he saluted awkwardly.
"Mi nombre es Mateo,"
the guard said as he glared at the ambassador.
"How many times do I have to tell you that? You say Mateo, I say Matato,"
Brownfield said, before erupting in laughter at his own joke.
"Pardon me, amigos, es borracho, yo sé," the guard said with a faint smile. "It happens all the time. All Americans drunks." Alex shook her head. "Just the ones employed by the government." He nodded knowingly and then nodded down the hall toward the elevators. "Don't let him get away."
She hustled after him, slipping into the elevator as the doors had already started closing. Brownfield propped himself up with the handrail slouching against the far wall.
"You're quite the charmer," Alex said. "You almost left your beautiful escort behind."
Brownfield chuckled and shook his head.
"Mateo, Matato. How about we call the whole thing off?"
Alex remained silent as the ambassador amused himself. A ding signaled they'd reached the penthouse suite, and Brownfield pushed himself forward toward the door. He stumbled into the hallway and swiped an access card in front of a security panel. A click released the lock, and Brownfield pushed his way inside with Alex right behind him. She stopped and used her foot to keep the door from latching shut. Brownfield unloosened his tie before collapsing onto the couch, while Alex checked out the surroundings. There were colorful pieces of abstract art scattered on the stark white walls, all specially lit. The furnishings were built with a mix of stainless steel and dark wood, modern by any standards, yet uniquely Latin American. She noticed the sliding glass doors leading to the balcony overlooking the city. Stepping to the window, she peered out across the twinkling lights of Bogota.
"Nice place you have here, Mr. Ambassador,"
Alex said.
"Please, it's Patrick,"
Brownfield said, as he rolled his eyes.
"Can we just be normal tonight? I'm tired of all the formality in this job." "Of course, Pat,"
Alex said as she eased next to him on the couch. He smiled, perking up as he stood.
"Would you like a drink?" "I think we've had enough for tonight,"
Alex said.
"Why don't we just talk for a bit?"
Brownfield scowled.
"I hate talking. I'm more of an action kind of guy, if you know what I mean." "That's what I hear,"
she said.
"But I'd like to get to know you before we take anything further."
He sat back down, the grin now spreading across his face.
"I can be patient." "Good,"
she said.
"Because we're going to be here a while."
"That's right," said Hawk as he entered the room.
"My wife likes to get to know the people she's about to interrogate." "Interrogate?"
Brownfield asked.
"Who are you, and how did you get in here?"
Hawk brandished his weapon.
"Let's just say, if you call Mateo by his name and tip him handsomely, you'll be surprised at what kind of perks you'll get." "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa,"
Brownfield said as he sobered up quickly.
"What's going on here? Who are you people?"
Alex jammed her foot into Brownfield's stomach.
"We'll be the ones asking the questions, and if you answer them correctly, you might just find this whole situation quite painless." "What do you want?"
he asked, his eyes widening.
"You're a little too cozy with Hector Vargas,"
Hawk said.
"especially for a U.S. ambassador. Tell me what kind of relationship you have with him."
Brownfield twiddled his thumbs as he glanced around the room, refusing to make eye contact.
"He's never been charged with anything, just suspected of running drugs. He's a successful businessman in his own right and a respected member of the community. As an ambassador, I need allies, people who can help me navigate the political waters of Colombia, and in that regard, Hector Vargas has been invaluable to me." "You make him sound so harmless,"
Alex said, as she released her foot and sat down in a chair across from him.
"He is. I mean, it's his men who do all the dirty work, I suppose,"
Brownfield said.
"Men like you?"
Hawk asked.
"What are you talking about?" "Don't be coy with me. You know exactly what I'm talking about."
Brownfield shook his head and looked up at his captors.
"I swear I don't know. I get invited to his shindigs on occasion, but I'm not in contact with him that much. He sees me as much of an ally as I see him, but I've never done any favors for him, I promise."
Alex narrowed her eyes.
Then how do you explain how a handful of undercover DEA agents who are trying to dismantle Vargas's cartel all ended up dead in the past few weeks?
Well, this is the first I've heard of this,
Brownfield said.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Ignorance isn't a defense in court,
Alex said.
This isn't court,
Brownfield snapped.
I swear that I have no idea what you're talking about.
Alex nodded toward Hawk.
Perhaps you need some stronger persuasion to talk.
Brownfield shifted in his chair.
I swear to you on my dead mother's grave, I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's easy to pretend like you know nothing,
Hawk said.
Especially when the people mean nothing to you. But Daniel Ortega, Javier Gomez, Marcelo Martinez, they all had families. They were all Americans. You signed their death warrants when you revealed that they were part of the DEA.
I've never done such a thing,
Brownfield said as he rose and stamped his foot.
I'm here because I love my country, not because I want to betray it.
Then prove it,
Alex said.
How? What do you want me to say? I never did this.
Hawk templed his fingers as he paced behind Brownfield.
How can we believe you?
Take my phone,
Brownfield said, offering it to Hawk.
Search my apartment. Search my office. I'm innocent. I have nothing to hide.
That's a lie,
Hawk said as he held out his phone. An image of Brownfield with a younger woman in a scantily clad outfit appeared on the screen.
That was just one time,
Brownfield said.
She was just one time,
Hawk corrected.
What would your wife and your kids think of your philandering ways?
Look, I'm not perfect,
Brownfield said.
My wife decided to stay behind in New Jersey to be closer to her family. But a man gets lonely sometimes, and...
So, you're saying that she'd be okay with this?
Hawk asked.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just offering you an explanation.
It's a shitty one,
Hawk said.
I've got a dozen pictures just like this one. You have a problem, and it's one I'm going to bring to the president's attention if you don't tell us what we want to know.
I'll tell you anything,
Brownfield said.
Just, please, don't tell my wife.
Who did you leak the names of those DE agents to?
Alex asked.
I don't even recognize them, I swear. How could I tell anyone without knowing who they were first?
Alex gestured with a head nod for Alex to join her in the kitchen. They both strode over and talked in hushed tones.
Either he's a damn good liar, or he's telling the truth,
Alex said.
I agree,
Hawk said.
We need to change our line of questioning. I'll let you take the lead.
They both returned to the living room and sat down.
So,
Hawk began,
Ambassador Brownfield, if we're to believe you, you need to answer a few questions for us, starting with this. Who might have access to the information about what DEA agents are in the country?
Nobody,
Brownfield said.
That information is strictly confidential.
Are you saying you're the only one who knows who these people are?
Alex asked.
I'm saying I don't even know who they are.
Hawk shook his head.
I don't believe you.
I'm not lying.
Alex furrowed her brow.
Is it possible someone else could have obtained this information without your knowledge?
Brownfield shrugged.
I guess so. Our embassy isn't Fort Knox.
So, if you had to guess who might have access and who might be motivated to find out, who would that be?
Alex asked. Well, I guess there's a few people I could think of.
We need their names,
Alex said, as she placed a pen and a notepad on the coffee table in front of Brownfield.
We'll wait.
He sighed and then picked up the pen and began to write. Chapter 6. Washington, D.C. Morgan May entered Lincoln's Waffle Shop and sat down at the counter. She glanced around the eatery for Kate Jolly, but she was nowhere to be found.
I know you,
said the man behind the counter, pointing at Morgan.
You've been here before, haven't you?
Morgan cocked her head to one side and pursed her lips, half embarrassed and half impressed. It had been 10 years since she last darkened the doors of Lincoln's, but it had been with her uncle, who was a frequent customer.
Reggie, that's quite a memory you have,
she said.
My memory? What about yours? I can't remember your name, just your face, but you...
Morgan shrugged.
Don't think too highly of me. Your name's on your shirt.
Reggie pointed at her and chuckled.
Now you're just playing with me.
Don't worry,
she said with a wink.
I'm a big tipper.
In that case, what can I get going for you, Miss?
Let's just go with Miss Congeniality.
Reggie smiled.
All right, Miss Congeniality. Lay it on me.
Morgan relayed her order to Reggie. He didn't write it down, but delivered a piping hot plate covered with waffles, over easy eggs, and crispy bacon, served with a steaming cup of coffee. She thanked him for the meal and then glanced around the restaurant again. Still no sign of Kate. Morgan ate slowly, hoping that she would be able to discuss more general details with Kate once she arrived. But by the time Morgan was done sopping up all the syrup that had dripped off the side of her waffle and onto her plate, Kate was nowhere to be seen. When Morgan finished, she pulled out the piece of paper Kate had given her and checked it against the address printed on the menu. The addresses matched. Morgan was in the right place. She looked at her watch. It was 7:58 a.m., and the meeting time was clearly 7:30 a.m.
Where is she?
Morgan waited another 10 minutes before calling Kate. Maybe she'd developed a case of cold feet, or decided turning over the information wasn't worth even the big check that was tucked away in Morgan's purse. Whatever the reason, something seemed off to Morgan. Mia's workup on Kate delivered news of a checkered past. She had worked for several generals at the Pentagon, including at least one affair. The latter wasn't public, but it was noted in a file the FBI kept on her. It was also the reason why General Lastingers never advanced any higher up the ranks, even though he was never notified of the reason. He was labeled a security threat because of the infidelity with Kate, derailing a promising career. But if there was anything Morgan learned about her informant, it's that she was a go-getter, an opportunist to the nth degree. When she saw a chance, she took it, undaunted by the potential consequences if she happened to fail. The way Kate got her first assignment working at the Pentagon was when she was driving the beverage cart at a golf course frequented by military generals. She told one of the generals that she would buy all his drinks for an entire round if he'd get her an interview at the Pentagon. He told her that he admired her moxie and set it up. 2 weeks later, she was working as an administrative assistant. But on this morning, the tenacious woman who had engineered a situation where she could earn a substantial check, one that already had her name on it, was missing. Morgan thanked Reggie and promised to return the next time she was in Washington, leaving her connection to the restaurant a mystery. She'd wanted to talk further about it with him, but there were other things on her mind. When she returned to her car, she pulled out the document Mia had prepared and looked up Kate's current address. She drove to the apartment just 10 minutes away and knocked on Kate's door. No one responded.
"Kate, are you in there? It's Morgan."
Still no reply. Morgan considered breaking in, but didn't want to be tied to an investigation in case foul play was involved. She decided to call Metro PD and request a welfare check. After making the call, Morgan remained in the lobby until the police arrived. A pair of officers went upstairs to Kate's apartment. She waited a couple of minutes before following them. Morgan peered around the corner as the 2 officers used the master key the building superintendent had given them. A few moments later, she heard one of the officers curse and call the other one over. Morgan hustled down the hall toward the open door. She poked her head inside.
"Is everything all right?"
she asked. One of the men shook his head. "Did you know Miss Jolly?" Morgan nodded.
"Yeah, I was familiar with her. Is something wrong?"
"Ma'am, I'm going to need you to step back," the other officer said. "This is now a crime scene."
"A crime scene? What happened?"
"Not sure at this point," the other officer said. "But someone from Miss Jolly's work called in a welfare check, and we responded. We found her dead in the tub."
"Is foul play suspected?"
Morgan asked.
"Man, you're a nosy neighbor," the other officer said. "We literally just found out a minute ago. We don't know. Now please, run along. We don't want to attract a lot of attention with this."
Morgan glanced around the living room. Sofa cushions were scattered haphazardly on the floor. Every drawer in the china cabinet was left open. Sneaking a peek into the adjacent kitchen, Morgan found more of the same. There was no denying someone had come looking for something, but Morgan had no idea if they'd found anything.
"Of course," Morgan said. "Mum's the word."
She hustled downstairs and made a beeline for the security office. She knocked on the door and asked the portly man seated behind a computer if he could let her look at the tapes from the night before. The man ran his tongue over his teeth.
"Not that I can let you do that without a warrant, but I was just archiving those an hour ago, and it's the strangest thing. The entire feed seemed to cut out last night for about 2 hours. Never had that happen before."
"Well, that's odd," Morgan said. "What could cause something like that?"
"It'd have to be deliberate, and only somebody with a high level of expertise would be able to remotely scrub 2 hours of footage. But they did it, by George."
"Thanks for your time,"
Morgan said. She didn't need to see the tape anymore. She knew the Alliance was responsible for Kate's death. But now Morgan had no idea what incriminating evidence Kate had collected, and she might never know. As Morgan returned to her car, she called Mia and updated her.
"So what do you want to do now?"
Mia asked.
"Find out whatever you can,"
Morgan said.
"I'm not letting the Alliance get away with this."
Morgan put her hand in her pocket and pulled out the check with Kate's legal name typed on it.
"Catherine T. Jolly,"
Morgan said aloud as she shook her head.
$250,000. What a shame.
She shoved the check into her pocket and headed back to the hotel. She still had work to do in Washington. Chapter 7. Gordon, Nebraska. Reaper studied his new sunglasses, looking intently at them in his rearview mirror. Beneath it, a Christmas tree air freshener dangled, seeming to almost keep a rhythm with the twangy country music pumping through his truck's speakers. But this wasn't new country. It was the oldies, the greats, the Merle Haggards, the Conway Twitties, the Kenny Rogers. And Reaper hated it. He'd traded vehicles, in a manner of speaking. The semi-truck he'd driven through the Dakotas found a new home at the bottom of a reservoir in Iowa, Chester Guidry's body included. It'd be 2 weeks, maybe even months, before anyone found it. And by then, Reaper would be into the wind, as if he wasn't already. For his final target, Reaper wanted to do it in style. He wanted to blend in with the locals by looking the part, so much so that he stopped along the road and picked a wheat stalk to hang out of his mouth. But after 5 minutes of driving around the sleepy Nebraska town, he realized he stood out more than he blended in. If only I'd bought the truck with the steer horns on the front. Ace's ranch was located just south of town, which was the last known location for Travis Taylor, Reaper's target. According to the latest intel reports, Taylor had sought a job at Ace's ranch herding cattle across the open range. As Reaper perused the report, he noticed some striking similarities between himself and Taylor. Both patriots, both nomads, both craving direction after leaving the military. But their stories diverged when it came to why they were the way they were. Reaper wasn't ashamed to admit that he was bloodthirsty. He found an inordinate amount of pleasure in snuffing out another man's life. But not Taylor. He was a wandering soul for another reason, one entirely tragic, according to the dossier Reaper had read. Just weeks before Taylor returned home from his final tour in Afghanistan, his wife, Tracy, who'd given birth to a boy just a few months before, died in a fiery automobile accident. Both Tracy and little Zach were killed almost instantly, according to the coroner's report. That was little solace for Taylor, whose arrival back in the U.S. was met with tears and sorrow and grief. His parents, who lived in Dallas, took Taylor in to let him grieve. Military psych evaluations showed that Taylor didn't handle the situation all that well, as he suffered from PTSD and struggled to cope with the loss of his wife and son. So, he sought to escape from it all by choosing a nomadic lifestyle on the range. Reaper stared out at the vast open range and stroked his goatee. He saw the appeal in working outside with animals, and only nature to boss him around.
If I didn't like killing so much.
Reaper watched a couple of cowboys wrangle a stray calf. They tied a rope around its neck and let the horse do the dirty work of breaking the young cow's spirit. Within 10 minutes the calf was compliant, trotting to keep pace with the horse. Reaper put the truck in drive and headed toward the ranch offices to see if he could get a location on Taylor. While Reaper figured the folks at Ace's ranch would be suspect of a stranger poking around, he concocted a story that would likely generate more enthusiasm to help him. Taylor was the beneficiary of a large inheritance and needed to be found as soon as possible. Reaper thought the story was foolproof. All he needed was one person in the office willing to direct Reaper toward his final target. He parked outside the white cinder block office building and was about to get out when his personal cell phone rang. Reaper sighed as he glanced at the name on the caller ID. The X. She had a name, though it sent a surge of emotions through Reaper every time he heard it. Kayla transformed from a sweet wife to a vindictive ex the moment he was served divorce papers. He couldn't deny that there was part of him that still loved her, or at least who she used to be. But he also hated the new Kayla, the petty, spiteful woman who liked to bury him with guilt whenever they talked, especially when it came to Charlie. Reaper's phone continued to buzz. If he didn't answer, Kayla would keep calling until she got a response.
Better get this over with.
Yeah, Reaper answered as he received the call.
Where are you?
Kayla asked.
How many times do I have to? Never mind. I don't want to waste my precious time fighting with you today. I just wanted to remind you that it's Charlie's birthday in a couple of days.
I know. I haven't forgotten.
Well, that's something new, because you've forgotten the last 2 years.
Reaper sighed.
Kayla, I told you both times I had to go dark on a mission.
Yes, that was a real comforting message I could pass along to Charlie while he's sobbing over the fact that his dad forgot his birthday.
Well, I hope you told him the truth.
Do you think he cares about why you don't call him? He only cares that you didn't.
I'll call him, Reaper said.
Will you? I just want to know if I should prepare him for his annual day of disappointment.
If I said I'd call him, I will.
That's almost a guarantee that it won't happen.
I thought you didn't want to fight, Reaper said.
Whatever,
she said.
Just don't forget, okay?
She ended the call before Reaper could say another word. Not that there was anything else to say. Charlie's birthday was just another excuse for her to highlight all of his past failures, something she seemed to revel in doing. Reaper's excuses were legitimate, but Kayla would never see it that way, and she sure wasn't about to let Charlie see it that way either. Reaper climbed out of the truck and lumbered toward the door to the Ace's ranch office building. A woman barely visible behind several stacks of file folders smiled as he walked in.
May I help you?
She asked. Reaper surveyed the rest of the office before he responded. 2 men in the back worked their fingers rapidly on a desktop calculator from cubicles in the back, the constant clicking interrupted only by the whine of the machine's matrix printer. Another woman turned her computer screen in an attempt to hide the fact that she was playing solitaire. A man with a Stetson hat and a handlebar mustache was talking softly on the phone. and the walls were lined with USDA posters promoting beef, with images of sizzling steaks to diagrams explaining all the cuts of meat. Reaper looked at the woman. "I was wondering if you might be able to help me find Travis Taylor?" She cocked her head to one side.
"And what's is the nature of your inquiry, Mr.
"Kilgore, Ronald Kilgore, Esquire, from Montford and Associates in Omaha. Perhaps you've seen the commercials?" The woman nodded.
So I'm assuming this is discuss a legal matter with Mr. Taylor?"
"Recently, a relative of Mr. Taylor's passed away, and has left him a significant inheritance. But I need to speak with him and have been unable to do so in order to finish executing the will." Handlebar Mustache Man slammed his phone down and strode up to the front desk. "Well, I'm sorry you drove all this way, Mr. Big Shot Lawyer, because if you would have picked up the phone and called us, we could have saved you a lot of trouble and told you that Mr. Taylor has moved on."
"Moved on? How long ago was this?"
The man shrugged. "I don't know. It was a while back. Maybe 6 or 7 months."
"Do you know where he was going?"
The man shook his head. Mr. Taylor was a private man and didn't have many friends out on the range, so if he had future plans, he didn't share them with anyone.
"Did he leave a forwarding address?"
Reaper asked. Handlebar Mustache Man laughed. "I guess living in Nebraska doesn't mean you understand the life of a cowboy, does it?" Reaper furrowed his brow.
"I'm sorry. What does that mean?"
"City slickers," he muttered, just loud enough for Reaper to hear. "Just know that cowboys are modern-day nomads. Most of them have no idea where they're going to lay their heads down from night to night when they're driving cattle, much less having a forwarding address. To be honest, I doubt Mr. Taylor wants to be found." Reaper nodded and then slid a business card across the counter to the woman. "Well, if you do hear from him, please pass along my contact information. I'd hate for him to miss out on this small fortune." "Have a nice day, mister," the Handlebar Mustache Man said.
"Take care,"
the woman said, adding a friendly wave. Reaper turned and exited the building, putting his shoulder into the stubborn door to get it to open. He walked back to his truck before pausing and looking at the hive of activity going on at a nearby barn. Instead of leaving, he decided to see if any of the ranch hands would be more helpful. The first man Reaper encountered was a guy lugging a bale of hay toward a feeding trough. "Excuse me," Reaper said.
"I'm a little busy,"
the guy snapped. Reaper dug a $100 bill out of his pocket and held it up between his middle and index fingers.
"Penny for your thoughts?"
The man dropped the hail bay and propped his foot up on it.
"You've got my attention,"
he said as he snatched the money away.
"Do you know a Travis Taylor who worked here a few months back?"
Reaper asked.
"Yeah? Is he in some kind of trouble?"
What makes you think that?
You look like the kind of guy who'd be here for trouble.
Reaper shrugged.
I guess I'll take that as a compliment. But I'm actually here to make sure Mr. Taylor gets his inheritance.
Is he going to be a millionaire?
Well, I can't discuss any details. But let's just say he could own this ranch if he wanted to with what his uncle left him.
The man's eyes widened.
Well, in that case, I'd hate for him to miss out. He told me not to say anything, but he told me he was headed out west to some ranch in Oregon.
Do you remember the name of the ranch?
I think it was called Sheep's Head Ranch or something like that.
Reaper handed the man another $100 bill.
I appreciate the information. You've been most helpful.
Don't forget to tell him that Tony told you where he was,
the man said.
Maybe he'll send me a thank you gift.
Reaper chuckled.
Don't hold your breath.
Chapter 8. Bogota, Colombia. Hawk straightened his tie as he studied it in the hotel bathroom mirror. He picked a few pieces of lint off the lapel of his suit jacket and then smoothed out his shirt.
Honey, we need to get going,
Hawk called to Alex.
Just one more minute,
she said. Hawk walked into the bedroom and found her staring with sad puppy dog eyes at her phone.
What are you doing? We can't be late.
I know,
she said, glancing up at him.
But I miss John Daniel so much. Isn't he so cute?
Hawk sighed and nodded.
Yes, he's cute. But tell me, how many times have you watched that video he sent you from last night?
She shrugged.
I don't know. Just give me a ballpark figure.
Maybe 30 or 40.
He noticed tears welling up in her eyes.
Hey, come here,
he said, gesturing for her to give him a hug.
Nobody said this was going to be easy.
The dam in her eyes broke.
I know,
she said between sobs.
It's just that I didn't think it would be this hard. I miss him so much. I miss reading him bedtime stories. I miss tucking him in at night. I miss him telling me about his dreams at breakfast in the morning. I miss everything about that little guy.
I feel the same way,
Hawk said.
We'll see him soon enough.
I just don't know how much longer I can do this. I thought it would be easy, but now I'm not so sure.
He hugged her tighter and kissed the top of her head.
Let's just take it one assignment at a time. I know we told Morgan that we're both in, but that doesn't mean it has to be this way forever, okay?
She sniffled as she nodded.
Now, you might want to take another look at your mascara before we go,
he said.
But make it quick. Brownfield is expecting us at the agency at 9 a.m. sharp.
Hawk and Alex entered the U.S. Embassy on time and found Ambassador Brownfield waiting for them in the lobby. He offered a weak smile and his right hand. Hawk and Alex both shook it, pretending like nothing happened the night before.
I appreciate you coming down to the State Department to take a look at what we're doing,
Brownfield said, selling the ruse as convincingly as he could. After Brownfield had given up the names of several agents he claimed would have access to the undercover DEA agents, they agreed to conduct interviews as part of a State Department evaluation of the embassy. Brownfield could send in a handful of his upper-level employees, preventing the arousal of suspicion that something was amiss. Sandwiched between some of the office staff, Hawk and Alex interviewed the first two people on Brownfield's list. Neither one of them offered anything of substance, and didn't seem like much more than lackeys with an extra level of clearance. However, that wasn't the case with the third and final name Brownfield had written down, a man by the name of Leo Turner. Turner was a seasoned State Department employee who'd taken posts at several South American embassies during his 20 years of employment. Turner, who sported trendy dreadlocks and thick-rimmed glasses, smiled as he sat down across from Hawk and Alex.
"Buenos dias,"
Turner said, shaking their hands.
"Welcome to Colombia."
"Gracias," Alex said. "Thank you for taking time out of your schedule to meet with us."
"Of course,"
Turner said.
"What do you want to know?"
"Let's cut to the chase,"
Hawk said.
"We're trying to shore up some security weaknesses, and would like your input on what shortcomings you might have noticed during your time here."
"You think there's a mole in this office?"
Turner asked.
"Because I've been thinking the same thing for a while now."
Hawk leaned forward and nodded.
"Let's hear it."
Turner shrugged.
"I don't know how to say this, so I'll put it as delicately as possible. There are more people that have access to sensitive information in this office than should be allowed."
"Go on,"
Hawk said.
"There's one person in particular who has full access, yet is loose with the way he handles security protocol."
Alex nodded.
"And who is that?"
"Ambassador Brownfield."
Hawk furrowed his brow.
"How so?"
"It's no secret that he likes to drink a little too much. But he also has a girlfriend."
"A girlfriend?"
Alex asked.
"Isn't he married?"
Turner rolled his eyes.
"Like that matters when you're on an assignment like this one. His wife has only been to visit him once in the past 3 years, and the ambassador has only returned home a couple of times. And it's kind of known in this business that if your family isn't with you, this kind of stuff is going on."
"Go on," Alex said. Turner shrugged.
"I don't know what there's to go on about. Maria Sanchez is his girlfriend, and has been for quite some time. She's got ties to the Vargas cartel."
"Really?"
Hawk asked, his eyebrows shooting upward. Turner nodded.
"Yeah, that's why it surprised everyone here. We even warned him, and he dismissed it, like it wasn't a big deal and we were making too much of it."
"What kind of ties to the cartel does Sanchez have?"
Alex asked.
"She used to be one of Hector Vargas's side ladies, if you know what I mean."
Turner said.
"So it wouldn't surprise me if their breakup was manufactured so she could get the skinny on what was happening with the DEA from Brownfield."
"But you have no proof?"
Alex asked.
"Nothing definitive,"
Turner said.
"Just a hunch."
"A hunch?"
Hawk asked.
"There were some strange things happening around the time that the ambassador started seeing Sanchez."
Hawk scratched down a few notes on his pad.
"Such as?"
"Brownfield had his first meeting with Hector Vargas."
Hawk stroked his chin.
"And that's unusual?"
"Yeah,"
Turner said.
"We were all warned to stay away from Vargas and anyone affiliated with him when we arrived here. But the ambassador, who'd held tightly to that directive, abandoned it once Sanchez entered his life."
"Anything else?"
Alex asked. Turner listed a few other anomalies that he said wouldn't be much of a big deal in and of themselves, but together it created a compelling case against the relationship.
"Thank you for your service here, Mr. Turner,"
Hawk said.
"You can be dismissed."
Turner exited the room, leaving Hawk and Alex to discuss what they'd just heard.
"What do you think?"
Alex asked.
"Makes sense to me," Hawk said. "Lonely guy, takes up with a Vargas mistress. Suddenly, DEA agents go missing. I know correlation doesn't equal causation, but this seems like the kind of situation where if there's smoke, there's fire." "Agreed," Alex said. "Let's get him in here."
A few minutes later, Brownfield sat down and clasped his hands, placing them on the table.
"So, what did you find out? Anything actionable?"
As a matter of fact, there was,
Hawk said.
"Which person was it?"
asked Brownfield, who wore a thick scowl.
"You,"
Hawk said. Brownfield cocked his head to one side and drew back.
"What?"
"You heard me,"
Hawk said.
"You were the leak. Well, not you directly, but you're the source."
"What are you talking about? I'm a patriot. I would never."
"Maria Sanchez,"
Alex said.
"You failed to mention her last night."
"We're just friends,"
Brownfield said.
"With benefits,"
Hawk added.
"Look, I'm not proud of what I've done, but I've been here for quite a while, and—"
"You think a spy cares about your needs?"
Alex asked.
"She's simply going to leverage them to get what she wants. You of all people ought to know that. This stuff is elementary training before you assume any ambassadorship."
"Yeah, but I didn't think—"
"Exactly," Hawk said. "You didn't think. And that's why we have a problem."
"Just let me talk to her,"
Brownfield pleaded. Hawk shook his head and pushed his pad across the table to the ambassador.
"Name, number, address. Right now."
Brownfield buried his head in his hands.
"Does it have to go down like this?"
"It wouldn't if you were more forthright with us last night," Alex said. "But that ship has sailed, so now we're going to do it our way. Give us her info, and we'll be out of here."
Brownfield complied, a sour look on his face as he scratched out the information requested.
"We'll treat her fairly,"
Hawk said.
"But you better hope we're wrong about this one. President Young won't appreciate this type of betrayal."
Brownfield nodded and then hung his head. Hawk looked at Alex.
"Time to go."
Chapter 9. Washington, D.C. The advantage of being the niece of a well-connected and beloved former U.S. Senator was that Morgan May could always find someone willing to help. If Washington was a machine, favors greased the gears, and Morgan preferred to work in a well-oiled state. As soon as she left Kate Jolly's apartment building, Morgan called Adam Carson, one of her contacts at the FBI, to alert him that a former assistant to Admiral Miller at the Pentagon was savagely murdered last night. Carson sucked in a breath through his teeth.
"I don't know, Morgan. This reeks of a cover-up to me."
"And that's exactly why you need to check it out," she said. "You can't let them get away with this."
"Who's them?"
"My team thinks the Alliance is involved."
"The Alliance?"
Carson asked, his voice rising an octave.
"That's some dark web boogeyman conspiracy stuff right there. You'll lose all credibility in this town when you blame something on the Alliance."
My team has moved far beyond the speculative nature of the Alliance's mere existence," Morgan said. "We've got more than enough proof that shows this is a real organization, and if you don't get your ass down there, Metro PD will either bungle this whole thing or have someone sweep it under the rug."
Carson sighed.
"Fine, Morgan, but only for you. Now, what is it that I'm looking for?" "I'm not exactly sure," she said, "but she was going to give me some files she copied from Admiral Miller's computer, so maybe a thumb drive or computer. I don't know." "And you're sure she had this information?" "Well, I guess she could have hustled me, but I don't think she was the kind of person to do that. I had a $250,000 cashier's check for her in my pocket when I went to see her." "And you're sure she was murdered?" "I didn't see her body, but based on the first comments one of the responding officers made to me, I'm inclined to think it was. He called it a crime scene when he first mentioned it to me before backtracking. I think he realized he should have been more tight-lipped, which is exactly why I need you to take over before anything else is screwed up." Okay. I've already said I'll do it," Carson said. "I'll head over there and see if I can get a peek at the scene before access is restricted, but I'm not making any promises."
She thanked him and ended the call before returning to her hotel. Upon entering the lobby, she extended her stay by one more day after initially intending to leave after her conversation with Kate. But Morgan wanted to wait now and see what else turned up. If Carson could get her the information she wanted, she might be able to find out what someone was willing to kill Kate for. Morgan checked in with her office in Los Angeles, which was just coming in for the day. She was transferred to Mia to discuss the situation.
"She's dead?"
Mia asked, disbelief dripping from her voice.
"How could anyone find out what she was doing?" "That's what we need to find out," Morgan said. "This can't possibly be a coincidence. So either the Alliance was already on to her, or they learned something between the time I spoke with her and the time she was killed." "What if the cops suspect you?" Mia asked. "They won't. I've got a rock-solid alibi and enough connections to get even the suggestion of me murdering someone dismissed out of hand." "Good to know. Just let me know what you need me to do when you find out more."
Morgan was transferred to several other Magnum employees to get status reports before hanging up. She paced the floor, her fingers interlocked and resting on top of her head.
"Think, Morgan, think."
She sat down and for the third time in 2 days sifted through all the information Mia had compiled on Kate Jolly. Her smiling face in a photo appeared almost an apparition, a stark reminder of how connected the Alliance was, or at least that was Morgan's working theory. She had no idea how careful Kate had been. Perhaps she'd put out dozens of feelers in an attempt to get the best price, and maybe she'd found someone willing to pay her even more, but Kate ultimately was the only one who paid.
"What am I missing, Kate?"
Morgan asked aloud. 2 hours later, Morgan's phone rang, breaking her trance of mulling over the details around Kate's life. It was Agent Carson.
"Got any news for me?"
Morgan asked.
"Do I ever?"
Carson said.
"And you owe me one. Big time." "I'll be happy to repay the favor. Now, what'd you find?" "First of all, I had to pull some strings with the agency to even gain access to the crime scene," he said. "And when I got there, the coroner was packing up, along with the rest of the investigation unit. They were almost certain they were dealing with a suicide and didn't feel the need to collect any more evidence." "Was the scene taped off?" "Yes, but only out of procedure," Carson said. "I could tell they weren't going to look into this case any further. Everyone had already decided it was a routine suicide case, and that was that. But it's also why nobody cared that I poked around the apartment unwatched." "And what'd you find?" "I found a hollowed-out bottom of a desk drawer," Carson said. "And there were several keepsake items inside, one of which just so happened to be a flash drive. You're going to want to see what's on this device." "Can you bring it by?" Morgan asked. "I'm at the Marriott near the White House. I'll meet you in the lobby in a half an hour."
30 minutes later, Agent Carson showed up as promised. They shook hands as the flash drive subtly exchanged hands. After a brief conversation, she thanked him again, and he left. Morgan hustled back to her room and inserted the device into a port on her laptop computer and opened up a few of the files. There were a few vague references to all, which she assumed was shorthand for the Alliance. But everything else was coded more rigorously. She dialed Agent Carson's number and put the call on speaker.
"How the hell am I supposed to make heads or tails of this?"
"I figured that's what you do," he said.
"I'm not a cryptologist." "This whole file is virtually coded." "I didn't look at everything, but I figured you'd know what was on there since you were willing to fork over $250,000 just to look at it." Morgan sighed and closed her eyes. She massaged her temples with her hands. "Fine. We'll deal with it. But based on what you said, I thought I was about to get a treasure trove of intel." "Maybe it will be once you crack the code," Carson said. "Sorry it's not more helpful to you at the moment." "It's okay," she said. "You're right. I've got people for that."
Morgan thanked him a final time before ending the call. She then sent all the files on the flash drive to Mia.
"I can't make heads or tails of this," Morgan said. "What do you think?" "It's definitely coded information," Mia said. "Just give me some time. I'll figure this out for you." "Good," Morgan said. "I've decided to head back in the morning. No use sticking around here any longer than I have to. Just let me know the minute you find out something."
Morgan hung up and started packing for her flight the following afternoon. When she finished, she went to the lobby and handed her ticket to the valet, who brought her car around. She headed to get dinner at one of her favorite restaurants. As she drove along, she continued to ponder what the Alliance was up to, as well as how they were so connected. They murdered Kate Jolly with relative ease, and there was likely to be no investigation. In the minds of the investigators at the Metro PD, the case might as well have been closed already.
"I'm going to fight for you, Kate. Your killers will be brought to justice."
Morgan applied the brakes as she approached a traffic light that had turned red. In her rearview mirror, she noticed a motorcycle weaving in and out of traffic. When the light turned green, Morgan eased onto the accelerator and continued along her route to the airport. The motorcycle disappeared and her thoughts returned to Kate. Then a light flashed in her side mirror, jarring her for a moment. She jumped as she looked out the window and saw the motorcyclist in the lane next to her with his gun drawn. Morgan stomped on the brakes, sending the motorcycle flying past her. He fired a shot that ricocheted off the hood of her rental.
That'll be fun to explain.
She resorted to evasive maneuvers, staying a healthy distance behind him before whipping onto the beltway and opting for another route to the restaurant. After Morgan veered off the highway, she stopped at a traffic light at the bottom of the exit. She exhaled, her knuckles white from gripping the steering wheel so hard. She panted, trying to catch her breath as she could hear her heartbeat pounding in her ears. The Alliance had found Kate Jolly, and they'd found Morgan, too. Chapter 10. Dallas, Texas. Reaper parked at the curb across from Kayla's brick bungalow and turned off the engine. He didn't move for a few minutes, staring at the house bustling with activity. Balloons affixed to the mailbox signaled that it was the location for a birthday party. Charlie's birthday party. The front door swung open, and half a dozen boys poured out and congregated in the front yard. All of the boys looked big, kids on the verge of leaving their childhood behind. But not quite yet. They wore belts, all adorned with 2 flags hanging generously from their waists. Brandon, Kayla's buff boyfriend, strode outside clutching a football. The boys split into teams, with Brandon designating himself as the all-time quarterback. Reaper ignored Brandon, who was a former collegiate swimmer with a burgeoning investment business. Anyone willing to put up with Kayla's insanity lessened the load for Reaper. A likely enemy felt more like an ally to him. Besides, Reaper knew any such confrontation wouldn't last long.
It'd be 2 hits. I'd hit him, and then he'd hit the ground.
Instead, Reaper focused on Charlie. He was 10 years old now, a near spitting image of what Reaper looked like at that age. Strong and average height. The growth spurt would come, though Reaper wasn't sure Charlie would be 6'4" like his old man, tall by any measure. Reaper smiled as he watched Charlie grab a pass before hurdling a would-be tackler. Charlie hustled backward into the end zone and then spiked the ball. His celebration needed some work, but it didn't matter to him or any of the other kids playing. They all mimicked their favorite NFL player's touchdown dance, which were all embarrassingly bad. As the sun sank behind the pine trees scattered around the neighborhood, the boys retreated inside where the festivities continued. Reaper pulled out his binoculars and watched through the window. Charlie leaned over the table and blew out the candles. Everyone clapped before the boys started clamoring for cake and ice cream. Kayla tried to meet the unreasonable demands of the partygoers, who'd transformed into something akin to a pack of wolves circling its prey. Reaper was impressed that Kayla managed to deliver each dessert plate without dropping one. Reaper used his directional microphone, the same one he used to eavesdrop on targets, to listen in. Charlie was telling a story about he won a recent rock climbing competition at a local gym. After that, the boys retreated to the living room to play more games.
Now's my chance.
Reaper snatched the bag off the passenger seat and used the cover of darkness to deliver the gift. Kayla had sent Reaper a video of Charlie's victorious climb, where moments later he complained about his shoes being too tight. That prompted Reaper to buy what he hoped was a size larger, but left the receipt in the box just in case he was wrong. He set the gift on the front porch and had already turned back toward his car when the front door opened. Reaper swallowed hard and turned around. He wasn't sure how Charlie would react to him, which is why he didn't tell Kayla he was coming. With the way she tried to poison their son against his father, Reaper didn't want to ruin the party with a disastrous confrontation. Kayla stood in front of him, licking the ice cream spoon. She sported a pair of yoga pants and a tank top, showing off her fit figure. But she opened her mouth and he forgot all about how attractive she was.
"You have a lot of nerve showing up here today,"
Kayla said, her eyes narrowing.
"But then, this is you doing what you do best. You're only halfway here, thinking you can buy your way back into people's good graces."
"Kayla, I didn't want to disrupt the party. I just wanted to—"
"You just wanted to be relevant in his life today. Is that it? You show up, and now it becomes all about you?"
"Exactly," Reaper said. "It's why I just wanted to drop this off. I want Charlie to know I was thinking about him today, but I didn't want to spoil his time with his friends."
"You would have definitely done that if he'd seen you,"
she said in a hushed tone, before glancing over her shoulder and pulling the door shut.
"Do you have any idea how many nights I've put him to bed sobbing over the fact that you're not here? More than I care to recall."
Reaper shrugged.
"What do you want me to say, Kayla? I know you don't want me to be a part of his life. Your phone calls only to guilt me about my absence, but that's how my life is."
"It doesn't have to be that way,"
she said.
"It never had to be that way. But it's what you've chosen to do, and we've all suffered for it."
Reaper shook his head and looked down.
Classic Kayla.
She glared at him.
"What's that supposed to mean?"
"If I've seen you launch into lecture mode once, I've seen it 1,000 times. You pour more guilt on a guilt-ridden man, like adding gasoline to a fire."
"It's the only way I can get you to wake up."
"Like you'd know," he said with a chuckle. "You never tried any other way."
"You listen here."
Reaper put his hands in the air in a gesture of surrender.
"Kayla, I'm done. I didn't come by to fight. I just wanted to do something nice for Charlie. You can twist this up however you want and make it all about you, but I'm not going to fight you anymore. Tell Charlie I dropped the shoes by, or don't. Tell him I was a coward for not coming in, or tell him I'm worthless because I haven't been by to visit in over a year. Tell him whatever you want, because I know you will anyway. Have a good evening, and tell Brandon hello for me."
Reaper spun on his heels and walked away. Kayla squawked at him, but he ignored her and continued his march toward his car. He didn't stop hearing her voice until he shut the door. Reaper gripped the steering wheel and exhaled. He dealt with mixed feelings: pain for not getting to see Charlie and talk with him, and relief for not having to hear Kayla yapping anymore. Reaper glanced at his phone, which buzzed on the seat next to him. The banner across the top of the screen indicated he'd missed several calls.
"Yeah," Reaper said. "How are we coming along with the list?" a man asked. "Almost done. Just one more task and the assignment will be all wrapped up." "Get on it," the man said. "We don't have much time before someone figures out what's going on, and when they do, your job will become immeasurably more difficult." "Roger that," Reaper said.
He took one last glance at the house. Charlie was on the front steps saying goodbye to one of his guests. He smiled and waved as the boy trudged back to the car with his mother. Charlie looked good, maybe even genuinely happy. But Reaper took a deep breath and put it out of his mind. Travis Taylor was still out there. Chapter 11. Bogota, Colombia. Hawk and Alex pressed the button by the gate outside the home of Maria Sanchez and waited for her to answer. According to Brownfield, Sanchez had inherited her money and was a relative recluse. He also explained that the pair met one evening at a tapas bar by chance, sparking a secret affair that had lasted 18 months. However, it wasn't an exclusive relationship by any standard, which was how Brownfield liked it. But he appeared shocked that someone on his staff knew about the affair. The cast-iron gate was affixed to pilings on a stuccoed wall that soared 10 feet above the ground. Security cameras swept back and forth across the perimeter.
"I wonder what she's hiding in there,"
Alex asked in a hushed tone. Hawk waited another minute before pressing the call button again. Another half-minute passed before someone answered.
"I don't believe I have any visitors scheduled for today,"
a woman said.
"Maria Sanchez?"
Hawk asked.
"See?"
"My name is Don Jackson, and I'm here with my colleague, Shelley Smith," Hawk said. "We need to speak with you about a recent incident involving your current love interest, Ambassador Brownfield."
"I'm sorry. Who did you say you were with?"
Maria asked. "We're with the U.S. State Department."
"Then I'm afraid I have nothing to say to you. Good day."
The intercom clicked off, leaving Hawk alone with no other recourse but to threaten her. He pushed the button again.
"Miss Sanchez, I understand your reluctance to speak with us, but if you don't, I can only assume that you are conspiring with the ambassador, which will put you on our terrorist watch list, and I can assure you that having your name on such a list would be most unpleasant."
Maria didn't reply, but after a few seconds, the gate swung open. Hawk eased the vehicle up to the front steps and parked. Maria was standing on the landing to welcome them, though her expression suggested she wasn't happy to be doing so.
"Right this way,"
Maria said, gesturing inside her house. Hawk and Alex obliged, nodding at Maria as they entered the home. She invited them to have a seat in the parlor just off the entryway. Local art decorated the walls, while Colombian pottery and flowers were displayed on the coffee and end tables.
"What a lovely home you have here, Miss Sanchez,"
Alex said. Maria sighed and sat down.
"I know you're not here to inspect my house, so what is it you want from me?"
Hawk sat down and leaned forward in his seat.
"Miss Sanchez,
"Please, call me Maria,"
she said, as she pulled out a package of cigarettes hidden inside her ample bosom.
"And don't look so surprised. This is South America. Everyone smokes, even inside their own homes."
She reached for the ashtray and pulled it closer before lighting the cigarette.
"Maria,"
Hawk began again.
"I need to ask you a few questions regarding your relationship with Ambassador Brownfield."
"What is there to know?"
Maria asked.
"You want to know all the lurid details of what we do in private?"
"Not at all,"
Alex said.
"We have discovered some uncomfortable facts surrounding the ambassador, and we wanted to make sure that we weren't recklessly jumping to any conclusions."
Maria blew a plume of smoke out of the corner of her mouth before answering.
"I will cooperate." Can we record this conversation?
Hawk asked.
Of course,
Maria said.
I have nothing to hide. I am not involved in some conspiracy against the U.S. government.
Hawk tapped the record button on his device.
Miss Sanchez, are you suggesting that Ambassador Brownfield is involved in a conspiracy against the United States government?
You're here, aren't you?
She said with a shrug.
I've been uncomfortable being around him lately. He's been acting strangely. He's distracted and unable to focus, even when we're all alone.
But you don't have specifics that might prove his involvement in a nefarious plot?
Alex asked.
No, not really. Just a feeling.
Hawk sighed.
Well, that's probably all the questions we have for you right now.
Then there might be more?
Maria asked.
It's possible,
Hawk said as he held out his device.
I just need your thumbprint to verify that this was you on the recording. Please.
She glanced at the screen, hesitant to touch it.
It's like a cell phone,
Hawk explained.
It's not going to shock you. It's just our way of confirming your identity.
Fine,
she said, before depressing her thumb on the screen. Hawk's lie was smooth. The moment she touched the screen, her thumbprint was uploaded to an international database connected with the Magnum Group servers. He needed a few minutes to confirm a match and sought to stall by asking to use the restroom. Upon receiving directions to the bathroom, he found it and wasted as much time as possible. The status bar inched closer to the end. The percentage of IDs searched, climbing every few seconds or so. Eventually, Alex came to check on him.
Is everything okay in there, Dawn?
She asked after knocking on the door.
I'll be out in a minute,
he said. Hawk washed his hands and dried them off just before he heard a ping on his phone. The program found a match.
Would you look at that?
An old photo of Maria Sanchez appeared on his screen, but her name was entirely different. Maria Sanchez was actually Diana Lorado, born and raised in El Paso, Texas. She was arrested several times as a young adult for petty theft. Not long after a stint in jail for a few weeks, she moved to Los Angeles to pursue a career in acting. According to the file on her, she'd landed a few bit parts in a handful of films, but never anything substantial. However, the story got far more interesting when he noticed that the FBI had a file on her. The Bureau listed her deep ties to several Colombian cartels, including the Vargas family. She was suspected of being the one who helped deliver cash to the U.S., making more than a dozen flights in the last year alone.
Well, that explains why she didn't want to be on our terrorist watch list.
But she also had a curious notation in the file, one about her being apprehended and detained by Border Patrol. She remained in their custody for 6 months before quietly being released without any charges brought against her.
That's very curious.
Hawk shoved the phone in his pocket and returned to the parlor, where Sanchez was working on a new cigarette and making small talk with Alex.
Can I speak with you for a moment?
Hawk asked Alex.
Sure.
The pair stepped aside.
What is it?
Alex asked.
Her name is not Maria Sanchez. She's Diana Laredo, and the FBI has been watching her for quite a while now. She has stronger ties to the cartel than we believed. So what do you want to do? Well, there's still an outstanding warrant for her arrest on failure to pay a speeding ticket,
Hawk said.
Well, that's weak, but it might hold up.
Hawk nodded.
We won't be able to get her deported over it, but maybe something else will turn up as we investigate.
Roger that,
she said. As they walked back toward Maria, she offered a weak smile.
Is everything all right?
Hawk cocked his head to one side.
I'm afraid we're going to need more information from you.
Maria drew back and placed her right hand over her chest.
Didn't we just go over everything? Some new information has come to light, and we need to get a more comprehensive statement from you,
Alex said.
Well, I guess I can visit the embassy tomorrow and give a...
No, we need you to come with us right now,
Hawk said.
Right now?
She asked, her eyes bulging.
You mean as in this very instant?
Hawk nodded.
It won't take long, but this is imperative to proving your innocence.
Okay, just show me where to go.
Perhaps you don't understand,
Alex said.
You're to come with us.
The trio got into Hawk and Alex's rental and headed downtown to the U.S. Embassy.
Can you at least tell me what this is all about?
Maria asked.
Well, Diana,
Hawk said, studying her eyes as he dropped the truth on her.
Why don't you tell me why you don't go by your birth name anymore?
Maria's eyes fell as they passed through the gates.
Diana,
Hawk pressed.
Are you going to answer me?
No one has called me that in years,
she said.
And, to be honest, it feels good that you now know. But don't hold it against the ambassador. He doesn't know either. We'll handle the ambassador fairly,
Alex said.
But you have things you need to answer for back home. Like a parking ticket? Seriously?
Maria asked.
No, but it's serious, and you should handle it as such,
Hawk said. Maria paused before responding.
I will.
Glass sprayed throughout the car's cabin as a bullet pierced the window. 2 more bullets zipped inside, both hitting Maria. Hawk looked down at his hands on the steering wheel, which were splattered with blood.
Get down,
he yelled as he sank lower in the vehicle. Alex mimicked his precautionary response. He could barely see over the dashboard as he tried to keep moving along the road. Other cars honked at him as he swerved over the middle of the road several times. Alex reached for Maria's wrist and felt it for a pulse.
She's dead,
Hawk cursed under his breath. Their best lead was dead in the back seat as they drew fire from snipers on the surrounding buildings.
Go, go, go,
Alex said.
We need to get out of here.
Bullets pinged off the hood and sides of the car. The back windshield spidered into hundreds of tiny glass pieces. He could smell the rubber burning outside as he sped back toward the embassy. Chapter 12. Washington, D.C. Morgan tucked a napkin inside her blouse and stared at the plate of D-City Smokehouse ribs in front of her. She picked one up and licked her lips. Her uncle had claimed that D-City Smokehouse was his favorite barbecue restaurant, and he'd taken her there enough that she felt the same. California Senator Clive Orson was seated across the table from her and chuckled.
I like a woman who isn't afraid to eat with her hands.
If I'm to believe the tabloids, I think you just like women who have hands,"
she said, before sucking the bone dry. Owens shrugged and smiled.
Who believes the tabloids anymore?
"I don't,"
Morgan said.
"but they are entertaining, if nothing else."
I'll just say, don't believe everything you read, and that goes for the New York Times, too.
She grabbed another rib and dipped it in some sauce.
"Unless I'm the one who fed them the story."
I guess they're still good for something,
Orson said before he took a bite out of his sandwich.
"The list of things they're good for is dwindling by the day, but I'm not above using them to sway public opinion when necessary."
Your uncle was the master at that.
Morgan smiled.
"If there were two things he knew in this city, it was where to get good barbecue and how to convince journalists to plant stories."
Speaking of stories,
Orson said between bites,
what is it that you were so desperate to meet with me about?
"I wanted to pick your brain about the Alliance."
Orson sighed and shook his head.
Come on, Morgan. That is some fanciful boogeyman dreams. She scowled.
"Don't be so quick to dismiss it."
I'm the head of the Senate Intelligence Committee, for goodness sake. If there was something to be aware of it, I'd know it. And I can tell you that there isn't.
"Based on whose word? The New York Times?"
Orson put his rib down and eyed her carefully.
The Alliance is a figment of someone's imagination. It's just another way to accuse the deep state of being involved without any proof.
She took a long sip of her iced tea.
"What if I told you that we have proof?"
I'd say you were lying, because if you did have proof, I would have seen it by now.
"You think just because you're on that committee that you see everything there is to see?"
My security clearance is as high as it gets, Orson said. Why shouldn't I?
"Because your security clearance doesn't cover everything. They just want you to think it does."
Orson licked his fingers and eyed her cautiously.
What are you trying to say, Morgan?
"I'm saying that there's more than what you're being led to believe."
He huffed a laugh through his nose.
This is Washington. That's to be expected.
"But it's worse this time,"
she said.
"There's a group organized enough to subvert what our country is trying to do as it pertains to the safety of our citizens. If that isn't sounding alarm bells for you, I don't know what will."
For a moment, let's just say you're right. How can I help?
Morgan studied her rib for a few seconds before responding.
"I want to use your weight as someone on the Intelligence Committee to put pressure on the people trying to keep this from coming to light."
And what happens when they do what they always do? Refute, deny, redirect. Then what?
"You find out their pressure points, and then you push harder."
Orson took a long pull from his glass of water.
If what you're saying is true, I'm not sure any amount of political pressure is going to help me uncover the truth. These people, if they exist, have already proven they're able and willing to kill to protect their secret. And of course, that's only if everything you're suggesting is true.
"Stop placing caveats on my statements," Morgan said. "I know the Alliance is real, but I can't fight them on my own. I need allies who are serious about bringing them to justice. if only for the good of the country. I just need to know you're with me and willing to go the distance on this issue."
Orson stroked his chin as he stared off in the distance before returning his gaze to Morgan.
"If you can prove to me that your intel is legit and that this group actually exists, I'll do whatever I can to help." "That's all I wanted to hear," Morgan said, before polishing off the last rib on her plate. "Just be careful that you don't turn out like your uncle," Orson said. "Senator Blunt chased down every little possible conspiracy and wasted a lot of time doing so." "He also saved a lot of lives, both here and abroad," she said. "And if I waste some time chasing down these theories that turn out to be false, but find one that's right and save thousands of lives, what I'm doing is worth it."
She stood up and finished wiping her fingers with her napkin.
"Thanks for lunch, Senator Orson. I'll be in touch."
Morgan turned and walked out. A smile crept across her lips. Chapter 13. Bogota, Colombia. Hawk pulled into the U.S. Embassy parking lot before calling the Bogota police. He sat on the curb and waited for a homicide detective to show up. Alex volunteered to go inside and deliver the news to Ambassador Brownfield. When she returned a few minutes later, Hawk hadn't moved.
"How'd he take it?"
Hawk asked.
"As expected,"
she said.
"He showed no emotion. Maria, Diana, whatever her name was, she didn't mean anything to him. And now he's going to get off scot-free for his crimes."
Hawk drew in a deep breath and exhaled.
"If he's lucky. But if not, President Miller will make sure he pays for his sins. And I'm not talking about the marital ones." "He'll have to do it discreetly. If anything about this case becomes public, the media will be all over it. Reporters will try to use this to discredit the president."
The key word there is try. I think there's plenty of evidence we can use to turn around a potential hit job into a condemning story about a rogue ambassador.
Alex crossed her arms as the wind gusted.
"It'd have to be creative messaging."
"I'm sure Morgan can help with that."
A dark sedan roared up to their spot, the red light flashing on the dashboard.
"We'll have to worry about that another day,"
Hawk said.
"Looks like the cavalry is already here."
Hawk stood and put his hands on his hips as a slender man with a tightly cropped mustache climbed out of the sedan. He rolled up the sleeves of his white Oxford shirt as he approached.
"Are you from the Bogota Police Department?"
Hawk asked. The man nodded and offered his hand.
"Marcos Diaz, at your service. And you are?"
"Brady Hawk. And this is my colleague, Alex."
Diaz took Alex's hand and kissed the top of it.
"You Americans excel at exporting beauty."
"Just so you don't overstep your jurisdiction here," Hawk said. "My colleague here is also my wife."
"Pardon,"
Diaz said.
"I don't intend to offend anyone." "None taken,"
Alex said.
"But we sure could use your help with this one."
She nodded toward the car. Diana Laredo, the woman's birth name, was slumped over on the back seat, blood still pooling around her. Diaz grunted as he opened the door and looked at the body.
"I hate the cartel. One day they will catch me, but I swear I will never stop hunting these bastards. They're pure evil."
"Seen a few grisly murders in your day?"
Hawk asked. Diaz nodded.
It started with my wife and kids after my first investigation into the Cordero cartel. I arrested Mr. Cordero's son, which he didn't appreciate. He bought off the judge and the jury, earning freedom for him, but that wasn't enough for Mr. Cordero. No, he had to take away my family as retribution. I'm sorry to hear that, Alex said. A nice day at the park ended with my pregnant wife and our 4-year-old son getting gunned down in front of me.
Diaz continued.
I held her as she breathed her last. My son looked up at me and smiled and said he'd see me in heaven. If my son hadn't said that to me, I'm sure I would have shot Mr. Cordero in public by now.
So, this looks like the work of the cartel to you? Hawk asked. Diaz leaned over the body and inspected the wounds as well as the bullet holes.
Was this from a long-range sniper? As far as we know, Alex said. We never saw anyone, and the shooting stopped when we rounded the corner.
Diaz drew back from the vehicle and jotted down some notes on a pad he'd pulled from his back pocket.
Was this Vargas?
Hawk nodded.
Then someone tipped them off that you were suspicious of her,
Diaz said.
That confirms her guilt, then,
Alex said.
Not necessarily. The cartels are very well connected to local embassies. They also are very well adapted in the art of distraction. They will send you chasing. How do you say it in English? Wild geese.
A wild goose chase, Hawk said.
Exactly. That's what they'll do to you. But that's not to say that she isn't complicit in the crime. We just don't know how, but we're going to find out.
Hawk filled in Diaz as much as possible at what they were investigating. Hawk danced delicately around the fact that Ambassador Brownfield was in a relationship with Maria Sanchez, omitting the fact that she was an American citizen and her real identity was Diana Laredo. Diaz's cell phone rang. He paced near the car while he talked.
What do you think?
Hawk asked Alex.
Seems like we've got the right man for the job. But we need to move quickly. This is already blowing up on us. If we don't figure out the connection between her and those dead DEA agents, we're going home with nothing.
Diaz returned to the conversation.
There's a forensics team on the way over now. Hopefully, they'll be able to tell us more about the method, which might tip us off as to who was behind this.
There's no doubt in my mind, Hawk said. Vargas was behind this.
And what kind of information were you looking to get from Miss Sanchez?
Diaz asked.
We needed some kind of connection between her and whoever was killing those agents,
Alex said.
Their identities were well hidden, but we believe Miss Sanchez had an opportunity and a motive for passing along those names to hitmen.
Diaz lifted a cigarette from the pack in his hand and flicked his lighter. The tobacco crackled as he took his initial long drag.
What kind of opportunity would she have to obtain this information?
Alex looked at Hawk, who nodded subtly.
She was having an affair with the U.S. ambassador. Scandalous,
Diaz said with a wry grin.
You Americans and your obsession with politicians' affairs. It's expected in Colombia and everywhere else in South America. Here, if you're not having an affair, people start to wonder about you.
Hawk stood and walked over to the car to get a look at Sanchez one final time. Her silver cigarette case had slid out of its hiding spot. He studied it curiously for a moment.
"Do you have a pair of gloves in your car, Detective Diaz?"
"Please call me Marcos," Diaz said. "And I believe I do."
As he returned to his vehicle, Alex got up and sidled next to Hawk.
"What do you see?"
she asked.
"Do you remember her smoking?"
he asked.
"Yeah, what about it?"
"The cigarettes weren't very long," Hawk said. "But this case looks like it's made for much longer cigarettes."
"And?"
"Well, if you were going to hide something, sometimes the best place is right in front of your face."
"You think she felt like she had to hide something?"
Alex asked. "She certainly wasn't being forthright with us, and I doubt she trusted Vargas either." Alex nodded.
"And Vargas felt likewise, obviously."
"Here you go, amigo,"
Diaz said as he handed a pair of latex gloves to Hawk. He put them on and then went straight for the cigarette case.
"If you want to smoke, I have plenty,"
Diaz said. Hawk held up the case to Diaz.
"Does this look rather large for a cigarette case?"
Diaz shrugged.
"It might be on the larger side. What of it?"
Hawk turned over the case and studied the bottom. He pushed and pulled on it for a few seconds before it clicked. A portion underneath slid out, revealing a small compartment. Inside, he found a key.
"Where do you think this goes to?"
Hawk asked. Diaz smiled.
"I know where that key goes all too well. It's for a locker at the Bogota La Sabana train station. I used to shine shoes there as a kid. The superintendent gave me a locker so I could keep my supplies there without having to take them home and getting robbed every night. What do you think you'll find?"
Hawk shrugged. "Answers, I hope." They waited until the coroner arrived before leaving. Diaz volunteered to drive since he knew the fastest route. As they drove along, Diaz gave Hawk and Alex a history lesson on the city, as well as the country's top export next to oil, illegal drugs.
"We're only 5 minutes away,"
Diaz said.
"Sit tight."
As soon as the words came out of his mouth, a van pulled up next to them. The door slid open, and Diaz immediately noticed the gun barrel sticking out. He swerved toward the shoulder and slammed on the brakes. Several shots hit Diaz's car. When he came to a stop, everyone was eyeing the vehicle speeding away.
"What are you guys into?"
Diaz said.
"How do you say it in English? You've stirred up a hornet's nest."
Hawk watched the van disappear around the corner.
"It certainly appears that way."
Diaz winced in pain and grabbed his shoulder.
"Are you all right?"
Alex asked. Diaz shook his head.
"I've been hit."
Chapter 14. Eastern Oregon. Reaper looked in his rearview mirror as he hummed south along Highway 95 through eastern Oregon. It was only out of habit that he checked. The scenery hadn't changed in an hour, and the horizon gave no indication things would be different any time soon. Treeless plains dotted by sagebrush with mountains in the far distance on both sides of the road marked a drive that he thought should have been a cure for insomnia. But Reaper stayed awake by keeping his mind active, thinking about Charlie and how to catch Travis Taylor. However, Reaper dwelled more on his son, considering how he might get involved in the boy's life. So much time had passed, but Reaper didn't need to let more go by if he could help it. Then he formulated a plan on what he'd do after finishing his latest job.
This is my last assignment.
Reaper had plenty of money socked away, some of it stashed in offshore accounts so Kayla or the IRS wouldn't find out about it. He could buy a small home across town, find some honest work, maybe a repairman of some type. If he could do something with his hands aside from killing people, it'd be fine. He could have a normal life, maybe even a decent relationship with Charlie before it was too late. Of course, Reaper would have to deal with Kayla more, but it'd be worth the price to watch his son grow up. With that settled, he mulled over how he'd finish off Travis Taylor. In this kind of terrain, Reaper figured he didn't need to do much. A cowboy out on the open plain couldn't survive long without medical help. Then nature would finish him off and destroy the evidence by the time someone found his body. It'd be a fitting end for a traitor. A half-hour later, Reaper turned off Highway 95 and onto Sheepshead Ranch Road. His truck tires thumped as he drove over the cattle guard. Snow remained prevalent on the mountaintops, but patchy in the valley. He glanced in his rearview mirror again. Nothing but a contrail of thick dust.
So much for a discreet entry.
The road stretched for a couple of miles before reaching the Sheepshead Ranch headquarters. Aside from a small brick building, the compound was comprised of several aluminum structures that housed cattle, feed, and equipment. Reaper parked in front of the building and climbed out of his truck. Dust billowed up from around his boots the second his feet hit the ground. Reaper beat the dirt off the bottom of his jeans before striding toward the door.
"From dust we came, and to dust we shall return,"
said an elderly gentleman seated just outside the door, his chair leaning back on two legs and resting against the wall. Reaper looked at the man, whose complexion and look appeared to be of Native American descent. "Is this what you do? Just sit out here and dish out sage advice to every stranger who approaches the door?" The old man chuckled, and then leaned over to the side and spit a stream of tobacco onto the dirt.
"Sage advice,"
he said, as he slapped his knee.
"That's a good one."
"If that's not your end game, old-timer, why'd you say that?"
"I listen to the wind and repeat what it tells me."
Reaper stroked his chin and eyed the man cautiously.
"Is that supposed to mean something?"
The old man shrugged.
"You tell me."
Reaper shook his head and pulled on the handle to open the door.
"You can't run from your problems, friend."
Reaper stopped.
"Did the wind tell you to say that?"
The old man grinned.
"Nope. It was the fortune cookie I ate last night. But it's sage advice, isn't it, running man?"
Reaper sighed and entered the building without responding. Inside, he found two women. One worked over a piece of chewing gum while filing her nails, while the other was jotting down notes on a piece of paper while talking on the phone. The woman doing her nails didn't look up when she spoke.
"Are you the new salesman?"
"No, I'm here on a legal matter."
"A lawyer?"
she asked, as she made eye contact for the first time.
"Something like that,"
he said.
"Where are you from? Portland?"
"Lincoln, Nebraska." Her eyes widened as she put down her filing board.
"Welcome to Oregon. I don't think I've ever met anyone from Nebraska before."
"It's a lot like Oregon, just without the mountains."
"Sorry to hear that,"
she said, before giving him a coy wink.
So, Mr. Legal Man, how can I help you?
It's Ronald Kilgore, actually, Reaper said, offering his hand, which the woman shook. I'm looking for one of your ranch hands, a Mr. Travis Taylor.
What did Travis do? She asked in a sing-song voice. Did he get behind on his alimony?
He has children? Reaper asked. She pointed at him and smiled.
I was just testing you.
Well, did I pass?
With flying colors, Mr. Kilgore.
Please, call me Ron.
Okay, Ron. Now what's this legal matter concerning?
Well, it's actually confidential, but it's imperative that I reach him as soon as possible. She frowned.
Unfortunately, he moved on to greener pastures, so to speak. He took a job elsewhere, from what I understand.
Where'd he go?
That's actually confidential, too. He told me not to let anyone know where he was headed, but if you have a message, I can probably get it to him.
Reaper leaned forward on the counter and glanced over at the other woman in the back before locking eyes with Miss Immaculate Nails. I shouldn't say this, but he's come into quite a handsome sum of money due to an inheritance. I need his signature to execute the will. She eased toward him and talked in a whisper.
Your secret is safe with me.
He reached into his pocket and produced a business card. Here's my number. Have him give me a call after you contact him. But Reaper wasn't done. He pulled out a pen and was feigned as if he was about to write something down. When he did, he dropped it behind the counter. Oh, I'm sorry, he said. I'm such a klutz sometimes.
No problem,
the woman said, as she took her time in bending over to pick up the pen for Reaper. However, he wasn't interested in anything but getting his bug onto her office phone, and she gave him all the time he needed.
Here you go,
she said. Reaper thanked her and then walked out of the office. He nodded at the wisdom giver and smiled.
Peace be with you, my friend,
the old man said.
If only it was that easy.
Reaper climbed into the cab of his truck and turned on his listening device. The woman at the front desk wasted no time in calling Travis Taylor, and Reaper heard the whole conversation.
Travis, this is Jennifer. How have you been?
Good. And you?
Never better, though I miss seeing you in the office every day.
Why'd you call? Taylor asked, ignoring her flirtatious comment.
I just got a visit from a Nebraska lawyer. Apparently, you've come into quite a bit of money from an inheritance, and he needs your signature to execute the will.
Quite a bit of money, huh?
That's what he said.
Taylor grunted.
Tell him thanks, but no thanks. I'm not interested.
Shouldn't you at least come talk with him?
I can't just leave, Jenny. You know that. Besides, what would I do with that money anyway?
You could live somewhere else, couldn't you?
The range is my home now,
Taylor said.
But thanks for letting me know. But I don't want it, and don't need it.
Taylor hung up. Reaper punched the steering wheel, frustrated over yet another apparent dead end. Chapter 15. Los Angeles. Morgan drove to the gates of Paramount Studios' back entrance before venturing underground to the Magnum Group's parking lot. The guard at the gate glanced at her security card and smiled as he waved her inside. She descended 2 more levels before parking and entering the facility.
Morning, Director May.
a young man said as she walked in the door.
"I've got a few documents for you to sign."
"Just put them on my desk," she said. "I need to make the rounds."
Morgan loved to travel, but her office felt more like home. Everyone smiled as she passed them in the hallway, though Morgan wasn't sure if that was because she was the boss or they were genuinely happy to see her. She tried to cultivate a fun environment at the Magnum Group complex, which was a substantial challenge given the stress they were constantly under to deliver. Procuring safety wasn't an easy task in an age where danger could be launched, hacked, or initiated from thousands of miles away with a push of a button. Dr. Zachary Levinson, better known as Dr. Z, was standing in the hallway, leaning against the wall and fiddling with a device in his hands.
"Good morning, Dr. Z,"
Morgan said. He put his index finger to his lips but didn't look up.
"What are we doing here?"
she whispered. Dr. Z didn't answer as a slight grin spread across his lips. Morgan squinted, straining to see the screen, but she couldn't distinguish anything noteworthy. She was about to say something again when Dr. Z pumped his fist and twirled a full 360 degrees on the heels of his wingtips. He used his free hand to adjust his bow tie before looking at Morgan.
"Are you aware of the saying, 'If only I was a fly on the wall'?"
he asked. She nodded.
"Now you can be."
Morgan shrugged.
"We've had microscopic drones for years." "But not like this,"
Dr. Z said.
"This little guy can not only record everything in the room using fiber optic cameras that can capture everything around him three-dimensionally, but it can also tap into any local networks and download information stored on nearby hard drives. In fact, be careful, because there's one in your hair right now."
Morgan jumped back and rubbed her fingers through her hair. Dr. Z broke into a hearty laugh.
"I'm teasing you, Director, but that was quite the reaction."
She stopped and narrowed her eyes.
"Where is it?"
"On my shoulder,"
Dr. Z said, as he pointed to a small dot about half the size of a fly resting on his tweed sports coat.
"This little guy will make collecting intel a cinch as long as we can get it inside an office building. It will be the end of embedding assets and risking their lives."
"That wasn't funny,"
she said, pointing at him.
"But good work."
Dr. Z nodded and thanked her before scurrying down the hall. He took a few steps and leaped into the air before clicking his heels together.
"He sure is happy,"
said a man in a lab coat as he walked past Morgan.
"When have you ever seen Dr. Z upset about anything?"
"Come to the lab," he said, holding up a manila file folder without looking back. "Especially on Mondays."
"What have I created here?" she asked aloud. "This is like Animal House for nerds."
"But at least there's more to what we're doing than winning a petty Greek war," said Big Irv as he strode up to Morgan.
"Can you help me get this under control?"
she asked. Big Irv furrowed his brow. "Have you seen my wand?" She cocked her head to one side.
"Your wand?"
"Yeah, because I'd have to be a magician to get this place under control."
"Funny,"
she said, narrowing her eyes. He chuckled. "For the record, this place ranks as my favorite when it comes to work environments." Another man in a lab coat zipped by them in the hallway on a hoverboard. She stared in disbelief.
What the?
While you were gone, Dr. Z installed magnets in the floor, Big Irv said. Something about it is increasingly productive, as well as enabling him to test out some new innovations. You know how Dr. Z is.
Sometimes I'm not sure if it's me or everyone else in this place is certifiable.
Big Irv patted her on the back. Welcome back, Chief. Morgan continued her march down the hall toward the conference room. She stopped by her office to grab a few documents before entering the meeting, which was waiting on her to begin. After dropping her folders on the table with a thud, the talking ceased.
I see everyone took advantage of my absence to enjoy themselves, Morgan said.
Dr. Z chuckled.
We always enjoy ourselves here.
Thank you for that, Magneto.
He cocked his head and stared at her.
That's right, Morgan said. I heard about how you altered the floors in the hallway.
Dr. Z held his hands out.
It's in my contract.
Okay,
she said, as she stood and then started to pace.
Let's put that aside for a moment and get down to business. We've got trouble lurking with the Alliance, as well as with Hawk and Alex in Bogota. So what I want to know is if we're making any progress on those fronts.
Big Irv shook his head. I got a text from Hawk last night. They're still trying to sort out the situation with the ambassador. Nothing definitive to report yet.
And what about the files I gave you, Mia?
Morgan said, as she stared at the infamous hacker.
You find anything yet? Nothing yet, ma'am,
Mia said.
But we're still working on it.
Morgan groaned as she sat down.
We have to be diligent here. There are forces at play that don't want any of this information leaking out to the general public. If we can expose the Alliance, we might be able to out more than a few bad apples in Washington, resulting in a safer world. That can't be overstated. Does everyone understand the gravity of this situation?
Everyone nodded at the table.
Good,
Morgan said.
I expect status reports from all department heads before the end of the day. Now, let's get to it.
She dismissed the meeting, sending the team scurrying back to their posts to look more closely at the intelligence the Magnum Group had already gathered. By the end of the day, Morgan had sifted through pages of reports from her staff. Nothing appeared overly promising, but she could tell everyone was doing their due diligence. They just so happened to be facing formidable foes, undoubtedly former professionals who know when to zig before government-trained agents zagged. She sighed and shook her head, unsure of how long it would take to catch whoever was behind the DEA undercover murders, or who was pulling the strings for the Alliance. Both of those problems haunted Morgan whenever she laid her head down on her pillow. Unsecured portals posed a significant problem. So did a shadow organization unable to be checked.
What would Uncle J.D. do?
She asked aloud. It was a question she had asked herself plenty of times since taking the reins at the Magnum Group, but she rarely had an answer. She hesitated to call him, yet having reached a dead end, felt like she didn't have a choice.
Uncle J.D.?
She said as he answered the phone.
Morgan, honey, how are you?
He asked.
I'd be better if I could bend your ear for a few minutes and get some wisdom from you.
J.D. Blunt chuckled.
How is it that I've become much smarter since you were in college? Coincidence?
She said with a smirk.
Now, I don't want to waste any more of your time than I have to, Uncle. I know you're probably baiting a hook right now or reading a book, but I need some advice.
Sure, honey. What is it? Morgan explained the situation regarding the impasse her staff had reached with the Alliance. When I used to work for George Bush at the agency, do you know what he told me once? Morgan shook her head.
No? What'd he say?
He said, J.D., when you feel like you can't push anymore, dig deep and keep pushing.
And what exactly does that mean?
It means keep going. The answer will reveal itself eventually, but you can't give up. There's too much at stake to stop, so keep pushing. She sighed.
Okay. Thanks, Uncle J.D. Now, go catch a boatload of fish.
That's exactly what I intend to do. She ended the call and stared at the documents on her desk.
Keep pushing.
2 hours later, she glanced at her watch and realized it was already 8 p.m.
Miss May, I'll see you in the morning, her assistant said. Don't stay all night.
Morgan smiled and bade her a good evening before collecting her files and stuffing them into her briefcase. She exited the building and approached her car, which appeared to have a note stuffed into the side of the door.
What's that?
She asked, trying to determine what it was. She snatched it loose and read the note. Leave well enough alone.
What is this?
Morgan raced back into the office and scooted the security guard aside as she started typing on his keyboard.
What's this all about?
The guard asked.
Did you see anyone prowling around the parking deck this evening?
She asked.
No, just the people going home. Nothing out of the ordinary.
She found a camera that had her car in focus the whole time. Carefully scrubbing the video backward, she watched for someone to place the note in her car. However, that never happened.
Look at this,
Morgan said.
This note on my car just suddenly appears. How did that happen?
The guard leaned over her shoulder and studied the image again, this time slowed down 4 times the speed of the original. But the moment it happened, she couldn't see anything. His eyes widened as he looked at the monitor.
I don't know what to tell you, Director. That seems impossible.
That's exactly what I was thinking,
she said.
But I know it's not.
She reached in her purse and felt for her handgun. Then she tucked it into the back of her pants and returned to her car. The threat had just entered her own house, and she couldn't even see it. Chapter 16. Bogota, Colombia. Due to Diaz's wound, Hawk took over the driving duties. Diaz laid down in the back seat, while Alex put pressure on where the bullet entered his shoulder in an effort to stop the bleeding. He said a prayer in Spanish and shouted directions to Maderi, one of the city's top hospitals. It was farther away, but Diaz explained he wouldn't risk getting treatment for a gunshot wound anywhere else. He also shouted something about the Vargas family being on the board of the other hospital, and they might not let him leave. Hawk zipped through traffic, taking advantage of the red flashing light on the dashboard. But it also served as a homing beacon for the cartel. As he wove his way through creeping vehicles on the highway, he noticed a dark van following them. Based on the headlights, the van was a newer model than the one that had just attacked them, but it was tailing them nonetheless.
Detective,
Are there any other alternate routes?
Hawk asked.
I'm afraid we're being followed.
It won't matter,
Diaz said.
we're almost there, but you're going to need to leave as soon as possible.
Why? Alex asked.
Because whoever is behind us will storm the hospital and demand to see me,
Diaz said.
They'll flash a gun, and the people at the front desk will eagerly give them my room number. You can't be anywhere near me when that happens.
So, are we just dropping you off at the door?
Hawk asked.
Not a chance,
Diaz said.
They'll follow you, knowing where and how to find me, but it's you they want.
Us?
Hawk asked.
How do they even know who we are?
By now, every cartel from here to Cali knows who you are and what you look like,
Diaz said.
The best thing for you to do is get to the train station, clear out Sanchez's locker, and get the hell out of Colombia.
And let you have all this fun by yourself?
Hawk said with a wry grin.
Not a chance.
I can assure you that your investigation has a better chance of being completed if you're far away from Bogota than if you're inside this crazy city.
He winced as Alex pressed down on his shoulder, drawing a painful yelp from Diaz.
I think we should listen to him, Hawk. Think about little John Daniel.
Hawk sighed.
I'll think about it, but remember that we're keeping little John Daniel safe by risking our lives here. There's a big difference between risking your lives and being foolish,
Alex said over a loud groan from Diaz.
Fine,
Hawk said.
We'll do it the detective's way.
When you get to the hospital, ask for Miguel Montaña,
Diaz said.
He will help you get to the train station as discreetly as possible.
Alex,
Hawk said, glancing in the rearview mirror.
Is the detective going to be all right?
From what I can tell, the bullet still appears to be in his arm, but it doesn't seem like it's nicked any major arteries,
she said.
Good.
Hawk wheeled into the Maderi parking lot and drove up to the front door. He flagged down a nurse, and a team of doctors and nurses rushed outside to get Diaz inside for observation.
Detective Diaz,
one of the doctors said.
Why am I seeing you again so soon? In case you weren't aware, it's a hazard of the job.
Hawk tried to keep pace with the medical staff working on Diaz as they wheeled him down the hall.
Go,
Diaz said to Hawk,
and you better not stop until you catch those bastards.
Hawk squeezed Diaz's hand before stopping and turning to Alex.
Thanks to you, he'll be fine. Now, let's go find Miguel Montaña.
Hawk and Alex returned to the front desk and inquired about Montaña.
Is he aware that you are coming to see him?
The nurse at the front asked in Spanish. Hawk shook his head.
But tell him Detective Diaz sent us.
She eyed him cautiously before dialing a number.
Wait over there,
she said after hanging up. Hawk and Alex stepped into a small waiting room area. One man had a bandage wrapped around his head that was bleeding. A pregnant woman sat in the corner and practiced a type of Lamaze breathing. A little boy fought back tears as an older man shouted at him to stop crying. Hawk and Alex took a seat, but weren't there long before a man with a tightly cropped goatee appeared in the hallway. He looked at the receptionist, who then nodded at Hawk and Alex. They both stood.
Miguel Montaña?
Hawk asked.
See,
The man said.
Diaz sent you?
Hawk scanned the room again.
Can we talk somewhere more private?
Montaigne led them down a corridor and into a small office. Hawk and Alex introduced themselves and briefed Montaigne on what was happening.
So you need to get out of here?
Montaigne asked.
Yes, and without being seen,
Alex said. Montaigne handed them a pair of coveralls and 2 baseball caps.
Put these on over your clothes and wear these hats. Then follow me.
Montaigne poked his head out the door and darted back inside.
What is it?
Hawk asked.
The cartel is here. They followed you.
Can you get us out?
Alex asked.
Just keep your head down and follow my lead,
Montaigne said. He led them into the hallway and instructed them to grab a nearby gurney. The trio pushed it along the corridor and through swinging double doors. They careened into one of the cartel soldiers running in the opposite direction. Montaigne apologized, and the man waved him off before running past them. Upon exiting the hospital, they found themselves in a loading dock. Montaigne nodded at an ambulance nearby and directed them to pile in the back. Moments later, they roared out of the hospital parking lot with the siren blaring.
That was close,
Hawk said.
If those men had recognized you, they would have shot you on the spot,
Montaigne said.
It was far closer than you realized.
Montaigne sped toward the train station. Once there, he went around to a service entrance and told them to ditch their coveralls in a dumpster. He told them which train to take to get back to their hotel, handed them his backpack, and wished them good luck. Hawk and Alex thanked Montaigne before following his instructions.
Still got the key?
Alex asked. Hawk nodded and held it up.
We better hurry.
Working quickly, Hawk and Alex found Diana Laredo's secret locker. When they opened it, both their eyes widened. Contained inside were all the elements of a high-level operative, not a floozy trying to cozy up for the cartel. She had several types of currency, handguns, multiple passports under different aliases, and 2 burner phones.
Maybe we don't know who Diana Laredo really is,
Alex said.
Let's go before anyone sees us,
Hawk said.
We can sift through all this at the hotel.
They grabbed the passports, phones, and some of the money, stuffing it into the backpack Montaigne had given them. Then they bought a train ticket and headed back to their hotel. When they arrived at their hotel about an hour later, Hawk and Alex wasted no time in sorting through all the data. Alex hooked up the burner phones to her computer and extrapolated the data. Hawk researched the aliases in the U.S. intelligence database. After an hour, they had nothing. All of the text messages were written in code. Alex called the Magnum Group headquarters to see if she could get more information. She was transferred to Mia, who sounded chipper.
Mia, I've run into a roadblock, Alex said, and I'm hoping you can help me. I can do a lot of things, but hacking a grid will take some time,
Mia said.
Not a literal roadblock, but a figurative one,
Alex said.
Why didn't you say so in the first place? What kind of help do you need exactly? Can you give me the dates the DEA agents were found murdered?
Alex asked. Mia rattled off the information for Alex, who thanked her before hanging up.
What are you doing?
Hawk asked.
This code would take me weeks to crack, so I thought I'd see if I could create a key using the information we suspect she sent.
And if it doesn't work?
Oh, it's going to work, she said. At least, we'll find out soon enough. Whichever one I use to create a key, I can test it out on the others. If they all match up, we're good.
Alex started analyzing the names and found one that paired well with the date of the death as well as the number of letters in the dead agent's name.
I think I've got it,
Alex proclaimed triumphantly. Hawk hustled over to see what she'd put together.
Good work, honey. Now, what does this tell us?
Nothing we didn't necessarily already know, she said, but I think it's safe to say that Diana Laredo was far more than some cartel lackey, passing secrets on from the ambassador to the drug lords.
I think this proves that theory and settles it,
Hawk said.
However, we still don't know who else was involved, and I don't want to leave until we can prove that definitively.
Alex shook her head.
No, Hawk. We've got to get out of here. Think about John Daniel. We need to get back for him, even if only for a few days. Besides, Diana Laredo is dead, and we've got everything of hers we need to figure this mystery out.
Hawk sighed.
It would be good to see John Daniel.
Yes,
Alex said.
Very good. Now, let's get to the airport before the cartel puts a bigger target on our backs.
Chapter 17. Eastern Oregon. Reaper had spent the previous night digging into the life of Jenny Velasco. Miss Immaculate Nails, who sat behind the counter at Sheep's Head Ranch operational headquarters. She was a single mom, never married. Her son, who she had at age 16, was in school at a nearby community college playing football. But based off her social media posts, Miss Immaculate Nails was single, but not for a lack of trying. Seductive poses littered her timeline, as well as memes complaining about men on dates. Reaper peeked at the rearview mirror and the trail of dust behind him as he rumbled down the road leading to Sheep's Head Ranch. After about a quarter of a mile, he stopped and checked the reception on the bug he'd planted on Jenny's phone. The listening device was still operational and in range. Reaper adjusted the volume on his earbud. Jenny was droning on about the previous night's episode of The Bachelor with her office mate. While the conversation wasn't interesting, it helped Reaper figure out the best way to approach her. He glanced at the red rose on his passenger seat. He wondered if it was too much, but now that he knew she was a big fan of The Bachelor, it was the perfect touch. Downshifting into drive, he resumed his trek to the headquarters. When he parked, Wisdom Giver was in the same chair he'd been in the previous day and was whittling with a penknife. "I knew you'd be back," Wisdom Giver said with a smile. "To find yourself, you must travel every road twice." Reaper nodded and forced a smile. "Good to see you, too." He tugged on the door and resisted the urge to roll his eyes at the fortune cookie wisdom from the Native American. Jenny furrowed her brow and cocked her head to one side when she looked up and locked eyes with Reaper.
"Just can't stay away, can you, Ron?"
Reaper held his hands out and shrugged. "I promise, I'm not stalking you." Jenny clasped her hands together and smiled.
"I've never had a stalker before, but maybe I'd like it."
"Trust me when I say this, but you wouldn't."
"Is that coming from the voice of wisdom?"
she asked. Reaper nodded as he placed the rose on the counter. "Stalkers aren't in love with you as much as they're in love with the idea of you.
They don't really know you."
"Oh,"
she said, drawing back.
"that's deep. Have you been talking with Chief Running Man out there?"
"Well, I have been the target of some of his truth bombs, some that have directly hit home."
"And others have missed their mark, right?"
she asked with a smile. "If you're right more often than not, people start to believe you," he said. "Unless you're the weatherman, of course. Then nobody ever believes you because you're always wrong."
"Now that's a truth bomb."
Reaper smiled and nodded at the flower. "Go ahead," he said. "That's for you."
"It's been a long time since someone brought me flowers at work,"
she said, as she picked it up and drew it to her nose. She took a long whiff and grinned. "I hope it makes your day," Reaper said.
"Well, I think I know what'll make your day,"
she said. "And what's that?"
"I spoke with Travis Taylor yesterday,"
she said. "And?"
"Well, you can head back to Lincoln knowing that Travis isn't interested in the inheritance."
Reaper scowled. "Well, that's not how it works."
"What do you mean?" "He doesn't want it."
"Well, even if he doesn't want it, I have to get him to tell me that himself. It's the law."
"And if you can't find him, what happens to that money?"
"It remains in a fund, untouchable by anyone, until he decides to make everything official." Her eyes widened.
"Could he sign it over to someone?"
"If he gave you the power of attorney, sure, but that needs to be notarized. Just so happens that I'm also a notary." "Just take me to him and we'll make it happen." She chuckled and shook her head.
"Convincing Travis to donate an inherited fortune to me is probably easier than talking Mr. Gunther into giving me a raise."
Reaper scrunched his nose and nodded. "Just call him and let me talk to him."
I can't do that. I promised."
"Well, maybe you could just call him again, and I could watch," he said with a wink.
"But that'd kind of be the same thing as telling you his number."
Reaper leaned forward on the counter and talked in a hushed tone. "Miss Velasco, I'm a lawyer, and I can assure you that it's not the same thing." He reached into his pocket and glanced around the room before producing an envelope and placing it on the counter.
"What's that?"
she asked. "See for yourself," Reaper said. Jenny looked inside and her jaw dropped. She covered it with her free hand and then looked up at Reaper.
"How much is in here?"
"Spread out over 12 months, it's much larger than any raise Mr. Gunther will give you. That much you can be assured of."
"Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt if it's not illegal or anything."
"Absolutely not." Jenny started to dial a number when Reaper's phone rang.
"Do you need to get that?"
she asked. He glanced at the number displayed on his phone. "Nah, it's nobody important."
"That's not true. Everybody's important. Go ahead. Take your call. I'll wait."
Reaper stepped outside and tapped his screen, accepting the call. "Yeah?" he said. It was Kayla. She skipped the pleasantries. "So you had time to stop by and give Charlie a gift, but not send me a check for this month's alimony?" Reaper grunted. "You haven't received it yet?" "If I don't have to talk to you, I consider it a good day, so there's only one reason I would call you and ask about this." "Good to hear from you too, Kayla." "This isn't a game, Doug," she said with a growl.
You're abdicating not only your paternal duties, but also your court-mandated ones. Now, I suggest you authorize an automatic transfer right now, or I'll make a call to the court. I don't think you want them digging around in your finances again.
I'm sorry, he said.
Honest mistake. Maybe, but it proves that Charlie just isn't important to you, and I think it's high time we made the break official.
What are you talking about?
I'm going to hang up and call my lawyer to talk to him about officially cutting off any and all visitation rights.
Oh, come on, Kayla. That's just...
What? Ridiculous? Absurd? Over the top? What do you care anyway? For a tough guy, you are one big coward when it comes to owning up to your mistakes to your son. All you do is run and hide.
Fine. I'm sending the money now, Reaper said as he initiated the transfer through an app on his phone.
Even if I get the money today, don't think we're done talking about this, she said, because we will revisit this very soon.
Goodbye, Kayla. He ended the call and finished completing the transfer. He buried his head in his hands and groaned. Then he slammed his fist onto the steering wheel and let out a string of curse words. After he got out and headed back toward the office, Wisdom Giver stopped him and held up the piece of wood he'd been working on.
For you, my friend,
the old man said. Reaper took the whittled wood and inspected it. The Wisdom Giver had sculpted the head of a wolf, showing all of his teeth in what appeared to be a full-throated growl.
Interesting, Reaper said.
Thank you.
That's you, Wisdom Giver said.
Is this a good thing or a bad thing?
That's not for me to determine, Lone Wolf.
Reaper pocketed the carving and re-entered the office. Jenny smiled as he entered. He noticed that she'd reapplied her lipstick since he last saw her.
Everything all right?
She asked.
Just peachy, Reaper said.
Now, where were we? She fingered him to come closer. As he got nearer, she leaned across the counter and drew closer to him. He could smell her flowery perfume, something he hadn't noticed a few minutes earlier.
We were right here,
she said, holding out her phone. She dialed Travis Taylor's number so Reaper could see it. He copied the digits into his phone and waited for her conversation. It went similar to the day before, with the exception of her telling Taylor that even if he didn't want the money, he needed to make it official.
You can just give me the power of attorney if you like,
she said.
Just leave it alone, Jenny, Taylor said. If any lawyer worth his weight in salt needs to find me, he can do it on his own, understand? Just don't tell him anything. Of course not. Have a great day.
She hung up and looked at Reaper. Thanks, he said.
Please wait a while before you call him. I don't want him to suspect it's me.
I wouldn't dream of it, Reaper said, before winking at her and turning to leave.
Good luck,
she said. Reaper walked by the Wisdom Giver, who was already at work on another piece of wood.
Did you find what you were looking for?
The old man asked. Not really.
What you seek is closer than you think,
Wisdom Giver said, before staring off into the distance at a man driving a truck toward them. Reaper wasn't sure what to make of the old man's comment, but decided not to leave just yet. He drove down Sheepshead Ranch Road toward the highway before stopping and parking behind a small shed. He climbed out and entered the structure. The wood was rotting and the tin roof had rusted out years ago, but he could get a clear view of ranch headquarters through a missing slat. He pulled out his surveillance binoculars and watched. Reaper followed the man in the truck Wisdom Giver had glanced at. The man had worked busily around the headquarters until dusk. All the ranch hands and office workers vacated the premises as dusk fell, except for the man in the truck. Then, after nightfall, a truck rumbled across the hills toward the man. Reaper considered that maybe it was Travis Taylor and decided to take a closer look. Chapter 18. Los Angeles. Morgan May didn't wait for Dr. Z to get to his office before she was waiting outside with a cup of hot chocolate from Starbucks. She whirled it around, allowing the aroma to escape in the hallway. He skidded to a stop on his skateboard and cocked his head.
"What is it this time, Director?"
Dr. Z asked. She feigned surprise.
What do you mean? Can't I surprise my employees in the morning just because?
"You can," he said with a wide grin, "but you never have before, so this would be a first."
Fine,
she said, handing over the drink.
Busted.
Dr. Z snagged the drink from her and resumed skateboarding inside. When he neared his desk, he spun around and looked at Morgan, who was standing in the doorway.
"The last time you brought me a hot chocolate with peppermint," he said, inhaling the steam drifting upward through the small hole in the lid, "you wanted me to help you identify what you thought might be a UFO.
I promise this time it's far more serious."
Dr. Z removed the lid and took a big gulp.
"More serious than the time you thought you'd found the Loch Ness Monster on a satellite image?"
Would you have a seat and open the video I emailed you earlier this morning?
She asked. He sighed.
"For a cup of peppermint hot chocolate, I guess so."
Dr. Z collapsed into the chair behind his desk and started clicking on his computer keyboard. As he did, Morgan eased near him and peered at the screen over his shoulder.
"What exactly am I looking at?" he asked. "I need context before I analyze anything."
This is from our parking garage last night, she said, and I'm hoping this was an experiment you were running, or a prank. I'm fine with this being a prank.
He cast a sideways glance at her.
"My days of pulling office pranks are long gone."
You used to pull pranks in the office?
She asked with a faint smile.
"More often than I should have," he said. "But I learned my lesson a long time ago when trying to do what I thought was a light-hearted prank for a colleague's 50th birthday."
I take it that the prank didn't go over like you thought it would?
He shook his head.
"She chased me around the lab with a pair of scissors, and I'm pretty confident that had she caught me, she would have stabbed me to death."
What exactly did you do?
He shook his head.
"It was a long time ago, and I was foolish."
Well, why don't you use your years of wisdom to figure out what's going on in this video?
"Sure thing,"
he said, clicking his mouse. Seconds later, the video began to play, displaying her car in the parking garage.
"What is this?" he asked.
Just wait for it. You'll see soon enough.
A few seconds later, the note that she'd found on her car suddenly appeared in the video. Dr. Z gasped.
"What the—"
Right? That's why I showed this to you. I'm hoping you can give me some answers.
He glanced up at her wide-eyed.
I'm not sure I know what's going on here. That's virtually impossible.
Virtually impossible?
She repeated.
I'm wondering if it's physically impossible.
Well, there are some experimental cloaking devices that are circulating, but not that have been impossible to detect.
So that's what you think this is? Some experimental cloaking gizmo?
He shrugged. Maybe. I need to analyze this further and determine if the pixels are being manipulated. But at first glance, it just seems rather freaky.
I don't like freaky,
Morgan said.
I like tangible, explainable. I don't like being left in the dark.
Welcome to the dark side, Dr. Z said. Welcome to science.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
Frankly, you can't know everything, no matter how hard you try, and sometimes there are people on the other side of the globe.
You mean like China?
China, Japan, Russia, who knows, that have developed technology faster than we have, and it's entirely possible that they've figured out how to perfect cloaking.
So, you think this is using some type of cloaking device?
Dr. Z nodded. I can't think of any other plausible explanation. The note didn't just float there and stick by itself. That'd be some very cutting-edge stuff, if that's what really happened. But I wouldn't count on it.
So, what do you think this means?
Morgan asked. It means there's a traitor in our midst.
Any ideas on how to root them out?
Revert to our biometric system for entrance. Instead of just swiping our keycards tomorrow, have people use their thumbprint. That should solve the issue.
Unless the person is a traitor,
Morgan said. Well, that's a possibility, too. If they have access to the technology and to our offices, we need to develop a better way to sniff them out.
So basically, we have to try everything and see what sticks?
She asked. Dr. Z nodded and fiddled with his bow tie. Science is a process of elimination. We must remove every possibility and discover what's most likely. That's where the answer lies.
And then what?
I'm just the science guy. Once you find the traitor, what you do with him is up to you, not me.
Keep searching,
Morgan said.
When we find out who's responsible for all this, I want them to hang.
Dr. Z arched an eyebrow. Well, that's a bit archaic, don't you think?
I'm not playing around,
she said.
It's bad enough that national security at stake, but our own offices are under siege too. Those bad actors need to be flushed into the open and dealt with severely.
Well, you deal with them however you like, Dr. Z said. My job ends when I expose them for who they are, if I can.
Is there a possibility that you can't?
I can eliminate plenty, but I might not be able to reduce the options to one, and if that's the case, I advise you to tread lightly.
Just find out who's responsible for this, okay?
Morgan said. I'm on it, Dr. Z said. She exited his office and headed back to her own. The thought of there being a mole in the Magnum Group office sickened her. She glanced at her phone as it buzzed with a text message from Brady Hawk. Making a pit stop in D.C. before heading back. We need to see someone. Morgan wasn't happy about the update. She wanted her 2 top field agents back in the fold to discuss what was going on and figure out who was behind the conspiracy to murder DEA agents. Chapter 19. Washington, D.C.
Hawk requested permission to stop over in Washington before returning to Los Angeles in his fabled way. When Hawk followed a hunch, he lived by the mantra of, "It's better to ask for forgiveness than permission." His charm was like a soothing balm for irate directors, and he was certain that Morgan May was well versed on all of Hawk's antics, since she'd spoken to her uncle about recruiting him. The Magnum Group jet made its final approach into Washington. Alex glanced at Hawk as he pocketed his phone.
"Did you wait until just now to ask the director if we could do this?"
He gave her a sideways glance.
"How exactly do you define the word ask?" "You just told her, didn't you?"
Hawk nodded and grinned sheepishly.
"It's not that I didn't suspect this before right now, but it sure explains a lot about John Daniel and where he gets his conniving ways from,"
she said.
"You call this conniving, but I call it being careful,"
Hawk said.
"Have you already forgotten that there was a mole in the Magnum offices?" "Was a mole is the key phrase there," she said. "Not anymore." "How can you be so sure?" "This is the group we're entrusting with our lives. If there was someone intercepting all our communications and they wanted us dead, we would know by now."
"Perhaps they don't want us dead just yet," Hawk said. "Or maybe they have other plans for us. Have you ever considered that?"
"I've considered plenty of scenarios," Alex said. "And the one that frightens me the most is you going rogue and widowing me."
Hawk grabbed Alex's hand as she fought back the tears welling up in her eyes.
"Hey, honey, it's all right. We know that's a possibility every time we go on a mission. But you know I'm careful."
The dam holding back Alex's waterworks burst.
"I just don't know what I'd do without you,"
she said between sobs. Hawk put his arm around her. He wanted to tell her that she'd be fine and remind her of how many assassins she'd killed in the past. But he was seasoned enough as a husband to know he could mention that in a different moment, one where she wasn't heaving.
"That's why we're doing this together,"
Hawk said.
"You keep me in check while we're out in the field, and we'll both come back alive, okay?"
Alex delicately wiped the corner of her eyes with her fingers. She sniffled and took a deep breath, trying to get under control. Hawk squeezed her hand again, reassuring her that he'd be careful and everything would be fine. It was what he told himself when he was in some of his most difficult situations, especially when he was stuck somewhere with no foreseeable way out. It fueled his creativity and carried him when he was at his lowest points.
"I just need to see Alex one more time," he would think to himself.
Now, John Daniel was also in this mix, strengthening his determination even more. The tires barked as the jet touched down. They grabbed their bags and found an SUV waiting outside the private hangar. As they drove along, Hawk pondered what they'd learned about Ambassador Brownfield's mistress, Diana Laredo. There were a few things that bugged him about her situation, which couldn't have been coincidental.
"She had to be planted,"
Hawk said aloud.
"Who?"
Alex asked, making Hawk realize he just blurted out the sentence without any context.
"Oh, I'm sorry, I was thinking about Diana Laredo."
"Oh, I agree, but the real question is, by whom?" Alex said. "Based on the way the cartel went after her, it certainly seems like she has some ties there.
And they'd definitely have the ability to equip her with false identities, passports, and stacks of emergency cash."
Maybe Director Besserman will have more information for us,
Alex said. Hawk raised his index finger.
Before we see him, I got a message that Dan Timmons wants to see us ASAP. Dan Timmons? As in the director of the DEA? That Dan Timmons?
Hawk nodded.
Why didn't you tell me? I thought I'd surprise you,
he said with a faint smile. But for the record, I'm not exactly excited about it.
We're going there right now?
She asked. Headed to DEA headquarters in Springfield as we speak. When they arrived on the DEA campus, Hawk and Alex were stopped for a brief security check before a staffer ushered them upstairs to Timmons's office. Timmons sported a thick mustache and a healthy head of brown hair. Based on the bio Hawk had scanned, Timmons was in his early 50s and had a lengthy history of service in the military and in government positions. He'd earned several awards, including a Purple Heart after losing his pinky finger when it was shot off during a gun battle.
"Welcome to the DEA," Timmons said, cradling a coffee mug. "Please, come in and have a seat."
He led them to a small couch in the corner of the room and sat down in a plush armchair across from them.
"I appreciate you stopping by," Timmons said.
"Of course," Hawk said.
"I'm sure you've been concerned about what's happening with your agency."
"Very much so," Timmons said. "And thanks to you two, I can sleep a little better at night knowing that my agents won't be exposed like that anymore."
Alex smiled.
"We'll sleep better, too."
"I know you weren't in Bogota in any official capacity, wink wink," Timmons said, making the gesture as he said it. "So I wanted to unofficially honor the two of you as well with the DEA Medal of Valor."
Alex cocked her head to one side.
"The DEA has a Medal of Valor?"
"Not officially," Timmons said, nodding toward a pair of boxes displaying the medals on the coffee table in front of them. "Most of our agents who earn this are working undercover. Everything official has to be made public, but this is the way we honor our agents in-house."
"We were just doing our jobs, sir,"
Hawk said. "Yes, but it was a damn fine job," Timmons said. "The entire agency here is grateful for your service. I'm sure you heard about Ambassador Brownfield's resignation."
Hawk and Alex both shook their heads.
"News just came through this morning, which has me feeling even more confident that things are under control again," Timmons said. "I can't believe how reckless Brownfield was. But now I appreciate that this case is closed and we can move on. The designer drugs that those Colombian cartels were bringing into the country won't be so easy to get in now. And that's a good thing for all Americans. I mean, just last night, our agents intercepted a massive shipment from Colombia. It would have had a street value of $250 million and would have affected thousands of lives. But thanks to your work, that threat was squashed."
"Happy to help, sir, though I'm not sure I would consider the case closed just yet,"
Hawk said.
"Just a few loose ends and paperwork to tie up,"
Timmons said, arching his eyebrows before taking a sip of his coffee.
"Something like that,"
Hawk said.
"Well, I trust it'll be completed soon enough," Timmons said. "And I look forward to reading a full report when you're done."
"Thank you, sir,"
Hawk said. He and Alex both stood and shook hands with Timmons before collecting their medals and leaving. When they got in the car, Hawk looked at Alex.
"You should have received several of these things for what you had to endure at the Vargas mansion."
She laughed and waved dismissively at him.
"Can we just forget about these?"
Hawk smiled.
"How much do you think we can get for them if we sell them online?"
Upon arriving at Langley, Hawk and Alex met with CIA Director Robert Besserman. He was chewing on the ear sock of his glasses and studying a document when they walked in. "There you are," Besserman said as he looked up and stood. "I was looking forward to speaking with you today."
"I hope everything's okay,"
Hawk said. Besserman invited them to sit in the chairs across from his desk. "For the time being, but I think this case is far from over. It all depends on how far down the rabbit hole you want to go."
"We're always all in,"
Alex said. "I know, but I think you'll find this interesting," Besserman said as he handed them a file folder.
"What is this?"
Alex asked. "It's a dossier on Diana Laredo," Besserman said. "She's got quite the checkered past."
"Which explains why she'd be working with a Colombian cartel,"
Hawk said as he looked up from the page. "Maybe," Besserman said, "but there weren't any obvious ties we found between her and any of the cartels there."
"Perhaps she hooked up with one of them while she was in prison?"
Alex suggested. "As you'll see in that very thorough report, we looked into that and didn't find any link between the other inmates and the Colombia cartel."
"Well, that doesn't mean there isn't one,"
Alex said. "Of course, but there might be something else worth looking into," Besserman said. "At the bottom of page 5, you'll see a brief note about when she was arrested by Border Patrol agents and detained for 6 months. There's no record of what she was doing wrong or why they kept her that whole time. It's all very strange, and it might shed some light on why she was attempting to cozy up to former Ambassador Brownfield."
"We're already aware of this information,"
Hawk said. "But have you followed up on it?" Besserman asked.
"Do you think this was more than just about picking off key DEA agents to move drugs into the country?"
Hawk asked. "You know I don't believe in coincidences, Hawk. And at the same time that these agents started turning up dead, we started hearing chatter of terrorists moving more freely through the country, like they're organizing somehow."
"And that's unusual?"
"Very, unless either something major is about to happen or if they're congregating, and neither one of those scenarios bodes well for our country's security."
"Okay," Hawk said. "We'll keep digging."
"Start with the Border Patrol agent who arrested her," Besserman suggested. "He might be able to shed some light on what Laredo was doing on the border and why they kept her for so long without officially arresting her." Hawk and Alex thanked Besserman before returning to their car.
"What do you think?"
he asked. She shrugged.
"Down the rabbit hole we go."
Chapter 20. Eastern Oregon. Reaper watched the sun rise above the mountains and felt the chill in the air begin to fade. He parked on the shoulder of the 2-lane highway, just across from the latest lead he'd managed to track down. Due to a constant struggle to find Travis Taylor, Reaper wasn't hopeful that this one would be any different. But he had to keep trying. The sooner he found Taylor, the sooner Reaper could get on with his life and move closer to Charlie. The previous night's stakeout had proven fruitless. The truck Reaper had seen striking out across the plains at dusk was just another worker returning home from a long day on the range. But Reaper was determined not to leave until he felt satisfied his search had been thorough. And he wasn't. Not yet, anyway. When Reaper returned to his hotel room, he searched for anything he might be able to leverage to find out where Travis Taylor was. And just as Reaper was about to call it a night, he saw a name on the Sheepshead Ranch website that made him take a closer look. Performing a time machine search on the internet, A man named Cody Taylor was listed as one of the team members for the Sheepshead Ranch cattle drives across Oregon and into the Sierra Nevada range. According to Reaper's web research, Cody's name disappeared off the site about 6 months earlier. More digging by Reaper had revealed that Cody was Travis Taylor's nephew, the son of Travis Taylor's deceased brother. A chicken ventured into the highway, never crossing the center line before scampering back to safety in its coop along the side of Cody Taylor's house. An SUV whizzed past the house, settling the chickens to squawking. Cody stumbled out of the house, his hair a mess and nothing on but a pair of boxers and a white tank top. He scratched his head and squinted as the sun rose over the mountains.
"Quiet down, ladies," he said. "You wake me up on my day off again, and one of you will be dinner that evening."
After yawning and stretching, Cody returned inside. Reaper climbed out of his truck and walked across the street. He held a cup of coffee that he'd picked up at a nearby service station a few miles down the road. After a deep breath, Reaper rapped on the screen door of the house. Cody cursed loudly and talked to himself.
"First the chickens, and now this?"
He opened the door and eyed Reaper closely.
"What the hell, man? It's 7:30 and my day off."
"Sorry," Reaper said, offering the coffee. "Here's a peace offering, and I hope to make this intrusion into your day worth the trouble."
"What is it, man?"
Cody said, taking the cup.
"I don't deal anymore, if that's what you're hoping for."
"Not at all. I was hoping you could help me find your uncle."
"Which one?"
"Travis Taylor?" Cody huffed and shook his head.
"What'd he do this time? Because the last time he ran, it was because he refused to pay his taxes, or at least that's what he told us."
"Relax. I'm not with the IRS, and I'm not here to get him in trouble. To be honest, if he is having problems with paying his taxes, I think I might be able to help."
"What makes you think I care about helping him?"
Reaper shrugged. "I don't know. Usually that's what families do for each other."
"I'd love to help you, mister, but Uncle Travis has caused me more trouble than anybody on this planet, so pardon me if I pass on doing you a favor to help him."
"Fine," Reaper said, as he rubbed his hands together and looked around. "What'll it take to motivate you to help me? Think 10 G's will do it?"
"10 G's?"
Cody asked, arching his eyebrows.
"Make it 15, and you got yourself a deal."
Reaper dug an envelope out from his coat pocket and held it out. "All I've got is 12. Good enough?" Cody nodded as he snatched the money from Reaper's hand.
"What was your name again?"
"Ronald Kilgore. I'm a lawyer from Lincoln, Nebraska. Your uncle has come into quite a bit of wealth, and I need your assistance in locating him."
"That's it?"
Reaper nodded.
"Easy enough. He headed north a few months ago to work on an alpaca farm in central Washington. It's seasonal work, but that seems to suit him since he's always running from job to job, convinced the CIA is trying to kill him."
"What'd he do?"
"No idea," Cody said. "He won't talk about it. I think it's just a ploy to get sympathy for him instead of someone kicking his ass and telling him to settle down and be a man."
"You guys must be close," Reaper said, delivering the statement with dry wit. Cody set his jaw.
"I might trade all this money to punch him in the face, which is the only reason I want to be close to him ever again. He got me fired from the ranch, told my boss I was lazy and had been stealing supplies. I'm lucky I found someone in town who hired me. Otherwise, I'd have to turn into some nomadic fool just like him."
"Misery loves company, as they say,"
Would you punch him in the face for me, just once when you see him?"
Cody asked with a wry grin.
"Tell him it's from me."
Reaper sucked in a breath through his teeth. "You might want to consider changing your tune toward him after he gets this inheritance. Being the favorite nephew might pay big dividends for you."
"That ship sailed a long time ago, Ron."
"Sorry to hear that. Now, if you could kindly write down the name of the alpaca farm and any contact information you have for him, we can conclude this little transaction, and I'll let you get back to enjoying your day off."
"Sure thing, man. Just let me get some paper."
Cody returned a few moments later with a piece of paper ripped off an envelope containing the name and phone number of the farm where Travis Taylor had gone.
"I can't guarantee that he'll still be there, but it's high season for alpaca farms right now, so I doubt he's moved on yet."
"Thanks," Reaper said, "and good luck to you." He walked down the steps before stopping and turning around.
"Oh, and by the way, let's just keep this a little secret between us," Reaper said. "Besides, it'll make your motives for reaching out to him seem all the more altruistic if you don't tell him I'm coming." "Good suggestion," Cody said. "I'll keep this on the down low."
After thanking Cody, Reaper returned to his truck across the street. He buckled up and then looked at the address scrawled onto the sheet of paper. He smiled as he pushed the ignition button, firing up the engine.
"Ready or not, Travis Taylor, here I come."
Chapter 21. Los Angeles. When Hawk and Alex entered the Magnum Group offices, they were met with a standing ovation, while others jokingly bowing toward them. Hawk forced a smile and held up his hands in a gesture to get the adulation, real or contrived, to stop. Alex put her head down and covered her face with her hand. Meanwhile, Big Irv stood against the wall with his arms crossed. Hawk furrowed his brow as he stared at Big Irv.
"What's this? Are you refusing to bend the knee?"
"These knees bend for no one, especially for agents awarded made-up commendations," Big Irv said.
"Who let the cat out of the bag? Was it the director?"
Alex asked.
"In a manner of speaking,"
Big Irv said, as he cut a sideways glance to his right.
"She made me make a spot to display your medals, so turn them over."
He held out his hand and waited. Hawk and Alex dumped their DEA medals into his hand.
"How cute,"
Big Irv said snidely.
"The couple who spies together wins medals together."
"If it means anything to you, we both weren't excited about this," Hawk said.
Big Irv huffed a laugh through his nose.
"What? Getting the medals, or the flack that you knew was coming?"
"Both,"
Alex said. Big Irv broke into a broad smile.
"See you in the conference room in 5 minutes. We just uncovered some new information in the case."
"Better late than never,"
Hawk said. A few minutes later, the Magnum leadership team had gathered to discuss the latest developments in the DEA case. Morgan called the meeting to order and thanked Hawk and Alex publicly for their good work in Bogota.
"Normally, when the source of the leak is identified and subsequently killed, the case is over," she said. "But there's far more to this than what we initially thought. What at first seemed like nothing more than a well-placed cartel asset, other intelligence agencies are suggesting that this case is not what it seems." "Then why haven't they taken over?" Alex asked. "Good question," Morgan said,
as she paced behind her chair and templed her fingers.
The reality is, everyone is still wondering who is ultimately behind this and what the end game is. So in order to ensure that the loop is tight, the FBI, CIA, and DEA have all declared this matter closed. Dan Timmons seemed to act like that was the case, even as I suggested otherwise,
Hawk said.
We think there might be a leak at the DEA, which makes sense why he would say that to you at his offices,
Morgan said.
So, we'll need a final report from you and Alex to bring official closure to this case, but we're still going to pursue this.
Besserman suggested we look into the Border Patrol agent who arrested Diana Laredo,
Hawk said.
Do you want to do that first?
Well, that's not the priority at the moment,
Morgan said.
So, what turned up on the burner phone?
Alex asked. Mia smiled.
I thought you'd never ask.
Mia?
Take it away,
Morgan said.
When I started digging through the data on the phone, I found a lot of deleted numbers that were hidden,
Mia said.
It took a lot of work to unearth them, but I finally found one that matched up with the timing of the murder of a DEA agent here in Los Angeles.
And?
Hawk asked.
It took a lot of work, but we were able to triangulate the number with a phone used near the location of a former Special Ops agent,
Mia said.
Anything definitive?
Alex asked.
That's what you're for,
Morgan said with a smile.
I want you to check out Jackson Jarrett at the address listed on the screen, but be cautious. He's most definitely dangerous and could create a situation if you back him into a corner.
Is that it?
Hawk asked. Morgan smiled.
For now, but when you get back, we're all going to gather together and watch the hanging of your medals. That definitely will not happen,
Alex said. Morgan laughed.
Good luck.
Hawk rolled to a stop outside the home of Jackson Jarrett, the former Special Ops agent who murdered Van Norton, the DEA agent working at the Los Angeles port. According to the dossier Mia provided, Jarrett was an Army Ranger who had more than 4 dozen kills as a sniper during the war in Afghanistan. A third of those took place in close-quarter combat.
This guy is dangerous,
Hawk said, as he scanned the white stucco house in Echo Park.
Just be ready for anything.
Hawk pulled his tie taut and opened the door.
Ready?
Ready as I always am when I meet government assassins,
she said as she winked.
I married one, so I'm not prone to be too afraid.
Hawk chuckled and shook his head.
Always the comedian.
They strode up the steps and rang the doorbell. After a few moments, they heard footsteps shuffling toward the door. When it swung open, a man with disheveled, stringy hair greeted them.
Sorry, I'm not interested in becoming a Jehovah's Witness,
the man said.
Mr. Jarrett?
Hawk asked.
Yeah?
We're not here to give you Watchtower magazine,
Hawk said.
But we do need to ask you some questions.
Jarrett laughed.
Get in line. It's like everybody can't stop asking questions these days. I get online, I get asked questions. I call a phone number, I get directed to a survey after the call. People can't get enough of my opinion these days. It's not a generic one we're after, Alex said. We have some serious questions to ask you.
Jarrett tried to slam the door shut, but Hawk put his hand near the top, butt-resting it with his foot.
Talking usually involves seeing the person you're dealing with,
Hawk said with a faint smile.
Now, we can do this one of 2 ways. You can either answer our questions here,
Or join us for a little trip back to our offices where we'll detain you indefinitely until you talk. It's your choice.
Jarrett sighed and rolled his eyes.
What do you want?
Like she said, we just need you to answer a few of our questions,
Hawk said.
Whatever, man. What do you want to know?
Look at these pictures and tell us if any of these jog your memory, Alex said, before grabbing a handful of images. She fanned them out in her hand and began displaying them one by one.
What is this? Jarrett asked.
DEA agents, one of whom you were ordered to assassinate,
she said.
Ringing any bells yet?
I have no idea what you're talking about,
he said, staring blankly at the photos.
We know who you are,
Hawk said.
And we know what you've done. It's going to be a lot better for you if you just tell us the truth.
The truth? The truth about what?
Jarrett asked.
The truth about who ordered you to kill these people,
Alex said. Jarrett shook his head and shrugged.
Look, I have no idea what you're talking about.
She frowned and shook her head.
You sure you don't? You're just a former special ops assassin whose phone number was on the receiving end of a known state actor who was caught revealing the names of federal undercover agents? Still not jarring your memory here?
I work for the U.S. government, and I have immunity for anything I do, Jarrett said. So if you can identify my direct report and figure out what kind of scam he's running, knock yourself out. Otherwise, I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
We're not going anywhere,
Hawk said, as he brandished his gun.
Hey now,
Jarrett said, putting his hands in the air.
No need for that.
You're right,
Hawk said.
There shouldn't be, as long as you're talking and being upfront about who called you on this date.
Hawk pointed to a ledger that had Jarrett's phone number listed.
The person who called you has been arrested for ordering the assassination of several DEA agents. I shouldn't need to tell you that if you want to get out of this unscathed, you need to be forthright about everything you know.
Jarrett sighed.
Look, it's very simple. I get orders from approved U.S. military personnel once a month to take out high-value targets. The person in the photograph you referenced was one of those targets.
The person you killed was an undercover DEA agent,
Hawk said, as he narrowed his eyes.
He had a wife and 2 kids, and now he's gone, thanks to you. His kids will grow up without a father, and I can't tell you how that sickens me.
I was doing nothing wrong, Jarrett said. I routinely get these Black Ops assignments, probably the same as you. The photograph of the man you just showed me was one of those men.
The only problem is, he wasn't really a threat,
Hawk said.
In fact, he was just doing his job.
That's not what I was told,
Jarrett said, throwing his hands in the air.
Someone lied to you,
Alex said.
Who was it?
Nobody lied to me.
Bullshit,
Hawk said.
You deflect or avoid answering our questions, and I'm going to have to interrogate you by other means. I can promise you that you don't want that.
Whatever, man. I've been absolved of whatever it is you're accusing me of doing, Jarrett said.
You killed this man, Van Norton, a U.S. federal agent working undercover for the DEA,
Alex said. Jarrett took a deep breath and exhaled slowly.
Is there a point to this? The point is, you took an innocent man's life, and now there's no undoing it.
Hawk said. Jarrett shrugged.
That's the life of an operator. You learn to live with your mistakes. But this was not a mistake, Alex said. This was a targeted hit. Sorry, ma'am, but I don't make the orders. I just follow them.
Hawk glared at him.
Who's ultimately giving you these orders? Because the person who sent these to you was just a go-between. It's someone well above your pay grade in the U.S. military. That much you can be assured of, Jarrett said. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to get back to my morning cup of coffee.
Hawk and Alex nodded and turned back toward the street.
What do you think?
Hawk asked when they got to the car.
He's telling the truth, Alex said, and we don't have a legal leg to stand on when it comes to bringing him in. Legal being the key word there,
Hawk said. She smiled.
Good luck trying to get Morgan to go along with any of those schemes bouncing around in your head. I've got an idea,
Hawk said. His phone buzzed with a call from Morgan.
Any luck with Jarrett? He stonewalled us, Hawk said, and we really don't have any leverage on him. He's completely protected.
Morgan sighed.
Get back to the office. We need to figure out a new course of action.
Chapter 22. Los Angeles. Big Irv fingered the golden chain draped around his neck as he stared at the images on the screen. With eyes wide and mouth agape, he drew back at the sight of the note suddenly appearing on Morgan's car. He shook his head and stood, pushing the chair away with the back of his knees.
No way I'm getting involved in that, Big Irv said. I'm not down with ghost hunting.
You think that's a ghost?
Morgan asked, still seated and holding the computer mouse in her right hand.
I can show it to you again.
I think one time is all I need, Big Irv said with a shiver. I can guarantee you that I'll be having nightmares tonight about this.
Morgan rolled her eyes as she waved dismissively.
It's not like somebody jumped out from behind a car and shot me. It's just a note.
I wouldn't call that just a note. It seems more like an ominous warning to me.
I don't know many 6'4" men who weigh 240 pounds who would run and cower over something they think might be a ghost.
You know at least one, Big Irv said. How many other 6'4" men do you know?
I bet Hawk wouldn't be afraid of this.
Big Irv stroked his chin.
Hawk is certifiable. That dude is about the craziest agent I've ever crossed paths with, so using him as your gold standard for all 6'4" men is like saying every painter who isn't as good as Da Vinci isn't a real painter.
Or like saying that any saxophonist that isn't as good as John Coltrane isn't a real sax player?
She asked, as she offered a thin smile.
Now you're talking my language, Big Irv said. If you can create a jazz simile, I know you're getting my point.
My uncle loved John Coltrane. Did he ever show you his Coltrane Quartet vinyls?
If you ever want to entice me to do something for you, get me one of those records, Big Irv said. I'd follow Hawk through a minefield in a swamp of lava for Coltrane vinyls.
She drew in a deep breath and exhaled slowly.
Well, it looks like I know what I have to do to get you to help me figure out who our ghost is.
Big Irv groaned.
Wait a minute. there are still some stipulations to that statement.
No, you said, and I quote, I'd follow Hawk through a minefield in a swamp of lava for Coltrane vinyls.
He grinned sheepishly. Well, that was just hyperbole. Besides, I never said I'd chase a ghost for that.
This isn't a ghost, Big Irv. This is modern technology, the kind that Dr. Z has been tinkering with in his workshop. I want to know who's using it and who they're spying for.
Big Irv tilted his head back and closed his eyes. This goes against my better judgment.
You always were my favorite agent,
Morgan said, as she stood and then slapped him on the shoulder. Any ideas on how to flush him out? He asked.
You'll think of something.
Morgan closed the door behind her as she exited the room, leaving Big Irv alone with his thoughts. He sat down and replayed the video once more before jumping up out of his seat and backing away from the screen. That's not right, he said aloud, pointing at the monitor. That's just not right.
Big Irv tapped his pen on his desk, and he contemplated how he could out the mole. There was plenty of intel he could gin up, but would that be what the mole was interested in? That's the question he needed to answer, all while creating a viable way to do it. Hawk entered Big Irv's office and plopped down on the chair next to his desk. He closed the folder quickly and slid it underneath his keyboard.
Did you come down here to brag about your latest fake award?
Big Irv asked, a grin spreading across his lips.
If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were jealous,
Hawk said.
Me? Jealous?
Big Irv said, nodding toward the wall behind him.
Those up there are real. In case you've forgotten, I actually did save the president's life. You were there.
and I helped,
Hawk said.
I'd have one of those too, if I officially existed.
You always have an excuse, don't you?
Hawk crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, stretching out his feet.
An excuse for what? When the thousands of innocent lives are at stake, you can't think about how to explain your failure. Saving the world is a lot different than protecting one man.
Big Irv slipped his pen into his desk and then looked sharply at Hawk.
Not when the whole world is trying to kill him.
Touché,
Hawk said.
So, what are you hiding from me?
Why would I tell you what I'm hiding?
Because you need my help? I can see it in your eyes.
What you're seeing is fear,
Big Irv said.
I opened my big fat mouth, and Director May decided not to let me off the hook.
What is it?
Big Irv sighed.
Well, I can tell you this because I know it's not you. You and Alex weren't even in Los Angeles on the day in question.
Was there a cyber breach on our servers?
Hawk asked.
Not that I'm aware of, but I do have this creepy video to show you.
If this is one of those where it's all normal and serene before some crazy guy jumps out and shouts at you, it won't work on me. I can smell those things coming a mile away.
Come here,
Big Irv said.
This one ought to make the hairs on the back of your neck stand up, even for someone with as much ice water in his veins as you.
What am I looking for?
Hawk asked as Big Irv played the footage.
You'll know it when you see it.
After a few seconds, Hawk squinted at the screen.
Is this some kind of prank?
Nope.
Camera trick?
Nuh-uh. It's legit.
Then how the hell did that note just appear on Director May's car?
That's what I'm supposed to find out, Big Irv said. Or, more specifically, she wants me to find out who's behind this.
Seconds later, Big Irv's door flung open and Mia strolled in.
You guys having a party without me?
She asked, before leaning over Hawk's shoulder and staring at Big Irv's monitor.
Does anyone knock anymore? Big Irv asked with a growl. I swear, for an agency that's supposed to traffic in secrets, you guys are the worst.
He shut the door and turned off his computer.
You gotta tell her now,
Hawk said.
What is it?
Mia asked.
Do you need me to help you with an op? I'd love to go out in the field again, if possible. The director won't like that,
Hawk said.
I don't care, Big Irv said. She put me in charge, so I'm going to run this however I see fit.
So does that mean I'm in?
She asked.
You better ask what you're getting into first,
Hawk said.
Doesn't matter,
she said.
As long as it doesn't involve guns.
Big Irv shrugged.
I hope not, but as a matter of fact, I'd love your help, Mia.
Hawk stood and scratched the back of his head.
Better you than me.
Now, Hawk, if you'll excuse us, Big Irv said, we've got an op to plan.
As Hawk walked down the hall, his phone buzzed with a call from Morgan.
Ready to start working on that new plan of action?
He asked.
Yeah, but not here,
Morgan said.
I want to talk about this off-site.
What's this about?
He asked.
Your friend, Mallory at the CIA, found something intriguing, Morgan said. It's about the Border Patrol agent who arrested Diana Laredo. I think you're going to find it very disturbing, and maybe the link we're looking for to tell us who's behind all this.
Sounds promising.
Meet me in my office in a half an hour, she said. We're going to the Bullseye shooting range.
Chapter 23. Yakima, Washington. Reaper pulled off the 2-lane highway and followed the signs to Wind River Farms. The washboard dirt road rattled everything in his truck as it crept toward the front entrance. A large gate stood open, and several alpacas chewed grass as they stared at their visitor. Reaper got out and drew in a deep breath.
Smells better than a herd of cows.
He surveyed the rest of the property, which was mostly fenced-off pastures aside from a couple of barns. As Reaper strode toward the small office building, a man ambled through the front door and raised his hand in the air.
Hello, sir,
the man said before offering his hand.
Bob Lovelace.
Ronald Kilgore, Reaper said. Are you the owner of this fine farm? Lovelace nodded.
It's been in my family for 4 generations.
And you've always had alpacas? The man grunted and chuckled.
My great-grandfather would roll over in his grave if he knew we weren't growing apples on this land. We transitioned to raising alpacas about 5 years ago. There's a growing market for their wool, and it's a hell of a lot less stressful than trying to grow crops.
I can only imagine.
Now, I doubt you came all this way to hear a small-time alpaca rancher complain about the challenges of farming in the 21st century. So, how can I help you?
Reaper kicked at some rocks on the ground, dislodging them from the soil.
Well, I was wondering if you could point me in the direction of Travis Taylor?"
Lovelace put his hands on his hips and squinted as he looked at Reaper.
"What's the nature of your business, Mr. Kilgore?"
"It's somewhat of a private matter, but a legal one," Reaper said.
"A private legal matter, huh? Is he in some kind of trouble?"
"Like I said, it's private, so I'd rather not say," Reaper said, fully aware of how he was frustrating the rancher.
"Well, I'd rather not say where he is then,"
Lovelace said.
"People who come and work on ranches like ours don't always want to be found."
"Are you suggesting that you harbor fugitives out here? Because I could make a quick call to one of my friends at the Bureau and have them come out and—"
No, Lovelace said. "We run background checks on everyone who applies to work at Wind River. What I'm trying to say is that when I hire someone and they ask me to keep their whereabouts confidential, it's usually because trouble is looking for them and they'd rather avoid it."
Reaper nodded. "Fair enough. Now, is there a reason you think trouble would be looking for Travis Taylor?"
"Not based off his work ethic and his temperament. Always showed up on time and was thorough. I'd welcome him back any time."
"You know where I can find him?"
"Not a clue. We pay our employees through direct deposit, so there wasn't any need for a forwarding address. Not that he would have given me one anyway."
Reaper reached into his jacket pocket and handed a card to Lovelace. "On the off chance that you do happen to hear from him, let him know that he's got a small fortune of an inheritance waiting for him. All I need to do is get him to sign off so we can execute the will."
"I wouldn't hold my breath, mister,"
Lovelace said as he took the card.
"But if I do hear from him, I'll pass along that private message."
Lovelace winked at Reaper. "Sorry, Mr. Lovelace, but I have to be careful about divulging that information up front. I trust that you'll keep that between us and Mr. Taylor if you happen to hear from him again."
"Of course,"
Lovelace said.
"Your secret is safe with me."
Reaper trudged back to his vehicle and climbed inside. As he pushed the button to ignite the engine, his phone buzzed with a call from Kayla. He declined the call, sending it straight to voicemail.
"Not in the mood today, Kayla."
He left Wind River Ranch wondering where to go next without a clue of how to find the nomadic Travis Taylor. Chapter 24. Los Angeles. Hawk and Alex rode with Morgan out to Bullseye Shooting Range in the hills just beyond the city. With the top down on Morgan's red BMW M8 convertible, she smiled as they zipped down the interstate. She played a combination of 90s grunge rock and some modern country. Hawk thought it was an interesting combination, but he'd learned soon after meeting Morgan that she was a free spirit who couldn't be pigeonholed. Due to the wind during the drive, the conversation was relatively non-existent, but that changed after parking in the Bullseye lot.
"So, you want to tell us why we came all the way out here?"
Alex said, as they headed toward the entrance.
"I'm finding the office isn't the best place to discuss certain topics,"
Morgan said.
"Who do you suspect as the mole?"
Hawk asked. Morgan stopped and eyed Hawk.
"That's quite the leap from my response."
"I work in intelligence,"
he said.
"Did you honestly think I wouldn't put two and two together?"
"I work in intelligence too, but I hardly have a clue what's happening,"
she said.
"All I know is that there is someone in the Magnum office who is divulging our secrets, and I'm pissed about it."
"It's the nature of the business,"
Hawk said.
"Didn't your uncle warn you about such things?"
"He warned me about a lot of things, including adding you to the team," she said.
Alex laughed.
"You think that's funny?"
Hawk asked as he turned toward his wife.
"Well, yeah, don't you?" "Look, I didn't mean to start anything," Morgan said. "I'm just being honest. Uncle J.D. was a character, but we don't necessarily agree on everything. His assessments are to be taken under advisement, but they aren't the gospel truth."
Hawk cocked his head and looked at Alex.
"See?"
"I've worked with you a long time, honey,"
Alex said.
"I would issue a warning, too."
Hawk shrugged.
"Regardless, you can't argue with the results."
Alex nodded.
"They're marginally good."
"Now you're just trying to start a fight."
She smiled.
"I'm about to light you up on the range."
"You wish,"
Hawk said.
"Stop quibbling," Morgan said. "Neither one of you are going to come close to my shooting."
"I like this energy,"
Hawk said.
"This ought to be good."
"Only if you like losing,"
Alex said.
"Remind me again how many times I've had to bail you out."
"There was that time in Prague,"
Hawk said, furrowing his brow.
"but that's the only time that comes to mind."
"Think a little harder,"
Alex said.
"Your memory needs jogging."
Morgan chuckled.
"You'll forget about all that in just a few minutes. Instead, you'll be referring to the time I made you both look silly." "Bring it on,"
Alex said. Hawk opened the door and ushered the ladies inside first.
"You're awfully quiet,"
Morgan said, glancing at Hawk.
"I let my gun do all the talking,"
he said with a sneer.
"So that's why I can't hear it,"
Morgan said.
"Both of you are going down,"
Hawk said. Alex smiled.
"We'll see about that."
After paying for the session, Morgan led them down a long corridor to their shooting gallery.
"So, what's this really all about?"
Hawk asked.
"I didn't want to be anywhere near the office when I told you this," Morgan began. "As you probably know, based on your conversation with Big Irv, we're having some persistent issues with a mole, and I want to flush him out." "Well, that's understandable," Alex said. "Any idea who it might be?" Morgan shook her head as she loaded her weapon. After putting on a pair of muffs and safety glasses, she raised her weapon and fired several rounds at the target at the far wall.
"So, we're grasping at straws?"
Hawk asked.
"For the moment,"
Morgan said, as she pressed a button, bringing the target closer to her. All the shots were center mass, except for one headshot.
"Impressive,"
Hawk said.
"Think either of you can do better?"
Morgan asked.
"What's the wager?"
Alex asked. Morgan shrugged.
"Front row tickets to tonight's Dodgers game."
"Sounds good to me,"
Alex said. She raised her weapon and hit her target with every shot.
"You shouldn't have poked the bear,"
Hawk said, as Alex's target whirred toward them. The trio looked at Alex's target, littered with shots.
"That guy didn't stand a chance,"
Alex said.
"Honey, it's your move."
Hawk smiled as he swapped out the target with a fresh one and sent it out to the back of the gallery.
"So, how are we going to handle this?"
Hawk asked.
"The leak or the bigger issue we're facing?"
Morgan asked. Hawk scowled and lowered his weapon.
"What's bigger than the leak at the moment?"
"There's a new development in the case,"
she said. Hawk sighed and looked skyward.
Are you just trying to distract me?
No. Everything I'm telling you is based on cold, hard facts, Morgan said. I wish it wasn't that way, but it is.
So what's the situation?
He asked. Morgan put her hands on her hips.
This new information we've received is very strange.
Strange? How?
Hawk asked.
We learned yesterday that there was a special forces group in Afghanistan that only returned 3 soldiers from battle, Morgan said. In the past few weeks, 2 of them were murdered under mysterious circumstances.
How mysterious?
One man, Archie Langston, was found drowned in a lake in Washington, Morgan said. And in the other one, Chester Guidry, was shot in North Dakota in a strange turn of events.
And you think all of these men were targeted?
Alex asked.
That's the working hypothesis at the moment, Morgan said.
So, where's the other man?
Hawk asked.
Funny that you should ask,
Morgan said.
I just so happen to have that information for you.
Hawk cocked his head to one side.
And?
His name is Travis Taylor, and he's driving cattle in Montana at the moment.
Travis Taylor? That name doesn't mean anything to me,
Hawk said.
I didn't think it would, but there's more to it.
I hope so,
he said.
I'm trying to see the connection between this case and ours.
You know that Border Patrol agent you wanted to talk to?
Morgan asked.
Diego Torres? The one who arrested Diana Laredo?
Hawk asked.
That's the one,
she said.
What about him?
Morgan reloaded her weapon.
He died in a single-vehicle accident about a month ago. Think it wasn't such an accident?
Alex asked. Morgan shrugged.
Hard to say anything definitively there, but it sure is suspicious given the fact that the team he was working with at the border when he arrested Laredo consisted of Langston and Guidry and, wait for it, Travis Taylor.
So you think Taylor was behind all this?
Hawk asked. Morgan shrugged.
At this point, we don't know much more than what I just told you, but he's certainly the key to figuring this thing out, one way or another. He's either going to be targeted or was the one making sure some secrets related to Diana Laredo stay buried.
So what do you want us to do about this?
Hawk asked.
I want you to track down Travis Taylor, Morgan said. Find out what he knows, and find out if he thinks anyone would want him dead. If he's reluctant to talk, that might wake him up. Or figure out if you think he's the one doing all the killing. Either way, this investigation hinges on him.
Hawk sent the target back out. He put on his safety glasses and fired away. His shots formed the outline of a heart in the center of the target's chest.
Impressive,
Morgan said, as she peered at the target through her binoculars.
I'm not trying to impress anyone,
Hawk said.
I only care about the truth getting out.
Consider that mission accomplished, Morgan said. Well, that is, if you can get Travis Taylor to talk. Where is he?
Alex asked.
He's a prolific nomad, bouncing around from community to community, state to state, Morgan said. Currently, he's working on a small ranch in Montana.
How convenient,
Hawk said, as he grabbed his target.
Would you look at that?
Alex said.
I think you painted a heart on that poor sap.
Hawk chuckled.
He never had a chance. Might as well give the people at his funeral something to talk about.
"You're naughty," Morgan said. "Better be glad I like you."
What's not to like?
Hawk asked.
You know I'm the perfect agent.
"In your dreams," Alex said. "That designation would fall to me."
She drew her weapon and fired on her target, leaving it with an A on the chest. When she brought the target back, Hawk laughed.
"Poor Hester Prynne,"
he said.
"That's actually the man who imprisoned her," Alex said.
Morgan chuckled.
"Reverend Wilson, it is. Good to see competition is alive and well, even in a marriage." "Especially in a marriage," Alex said. "You think I'm going to let him claim a title unchallenged?"
Hawk unclipped his target and handed it to Alex.
"You know I love you."
"If you think I'm impressed by your shooting today, you're sorely mistaken,"
Alex said.
"Okay," Morgan said. "We need an independent authority to rule on this situation. But in the meantime, are you both okay with returning to Montana?"
"Of course," Alex said.
"Right?"
"Without a doubt,"
Hawk said.
"We'll track down Travis Taylor for you and find out what's really going on here."
"Good,"
Morgan said as she pressed a button that sent her target to the back wall. She drew her weapon and fired 6 shots, forming a smiley face around the heart.
"Impressive," Alex said. "I aim to please,"
Morgan said with a wink. Hawk used his binoculars to inspect the target area.
"Looks like you win, Director."
"Was there ever any doubt?"
she asked.
"Let's get back to the airport,"
Hawk said.
"Our boss is just trying to embarrass us."
Alex grinned.
"Good thing we discussed the importance of not embarrassing her before we left the office."
Hawk laughed.
"Yes, a very good thing."
Morgan scowled.
"I don't believe any of this." "Suit yourself," Alex said. "We don't tell any lies."
Hawk glanced at his watch.
"If we're going to get back to LAX tonight, we need to get a move on."
Morgan exhaled and shook her head.
"I know this is a cop-out. If we stayed here the whole time, we'd beat you,"
Alex said.
"Liars,"
Morgan said.
"I don't believe a word of what you're saying."
"Suit yourself,"
Hawk said.
"You're going to suffer for it later, one way or another."
"Just go catch Travis Taylor," Morgan said. "I'll be willing to overlook all of this if you can apprehend him."
Hawk pointed at Morgan.
"I'm not making any promises, but we'll do our best."
"Just find him," Morgan said.
Reaper glanced at his phone as it rang. He picked it up.
"Yeah?"
he answered.
"Change of plans,"
the man on the other line said.
"I need you to head to Montana."
"Did you get a lead on Travis Taylor?" Reaper asked.
"No, but Brady Hawk just did. Just get to the Bozeman airport before he does and follow him."
"Sounds like a plan," Reaper said before hanging up. He put on his sunglasses and drove straight toward the Seattle airport. He had a plane to catch. Chapter 25. Los Angeles. Hawk and Alex shuffled down the aisle of their plane later that afternoon as they boarded at LAX. The flight attendant in the aisle smiled at Hawk and nodded toward the overhead compartment.
"You need any help getting that up there?"
she asked. Alex rolled her eyes.
"I think he can manage."
Hawk grinned as he hoisted his bag overhead and jammed it into place.
"I've got it."
The two agents sat down in their seats. Hawk was smiling, while Alex seemed irked by the exchange.
"I can't wait to see John Daniel,"
she said.
"Me either,"
Hawk said.
"It's been far too long. Have your aunt and uncle said anything?"
"Nothing so far,"
she said.
"But what did you expect? He's a perfect angel."
Hawk laughed.
"That boy has you wrapped around his finger. We've got to do something about that before he gets much older."
"Are you jealous?"
"Maybe. What's it to you?"
Alex crossed her arms and exhaled.
"You'll see soon enough."
"I'm not sure I like this,"
Hawk said.
"Just give it some time. I'm sure you'll come around."
Hawk buckled his seatbelt and then settled in for the flight home. According to the flight details sent to his phone by the airline, they'd be in the air approximately 2.5 hours. It wasn't that long, all things considered, but Alex wasn't happy about it.
"We have to wait this long to see John Daniel?"
she asked, pointing at the arrival time.
"It could be worse,"
Hawk said.
"We could walk home."
"That's ridiculous, and you know it,"
she said.
"What?"
Hawk said, trying to lighten the load.
"I'm just trying to be encouraging. Did you find something I said that contradicts what we've learned so far?"
"Not really,"
Alex said.
"I just don't like it."
They settled into their seats and latched their belts. The ride from LAX to Bozeman was rather uneventful, save a few pockets of disturbance that rattled their peaceful trip. Neither of them said much. Hawk absorbed in a Tom Clancy novel, while Alex perused a history magazine.
"I guess it could be worse,"
Hawk said after finally putting down the book.
"Yeah,"
Alex said, nodding her head.
"We could be in prison."
"Thank God we're not,"
Hawk said.
"So, what do you want to talk about?"
"I want us to figure out a way to help John Daniel," Alex said. "It's obvious at this point that he's in dire need of some assistance."
"And what do you plan to do about it?"
Hawk asked.
"At this point, I'm not sure,"
she said with a shrug.
"I just want to get him under control."
Hawk grinned wryly.
"I've got just the plan for that."
"Care to fill me in?"
Alex asked.
"Wait until we're on the ground,"
he said.
"I'd hate for anyone to intercept our conversations while we're still in the air."
When the tires barked upon striking the tarmac in Bozeman, Hawk and Alex tried not to resist the urge to sprint toward the exit. They both wanted to see John Daniel after being away from him for a little over a week. Once they deplaned, they hustled through the long corridor toward baggage claim. They found their son asleep in his pajamas, cradled by Alex's uncle Victor, who'd driven over from Billings where he and his wife had been caring for John Daniel.
"Does this mean we can't talk to him?"
Hawk asked Victor.
"I wouldn't advise it,"
he said.
"Showing that kind of restraint might be the most difficult thing I've had to do in the past month,"
Hawk said, as he took John Daniel from Victor in a hushed tone.
"But I won't say a word."
"I wouldn't complain if you woke him up,"
Alex said, kissing John Daniel on the cheek. He remained collapsed in a heap in Hawk's arms.
"He's just too peaceful."
She sighed.
"I'll try to resist, too."
Victor led them toward their car, while Hawk lagged behind. He stopped and glanced over his shoulder.
"What is it?"
Alex asked.
"Oh, it's nothing,"
he said. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. Chapter 26. 45 degrees, 49 minutes, 52.3 seconds north, 112 degrees, 6 minutes, 16 seconds west. Travis Taylor leaned back on a boulder along the banks of the Jefferson River and watched the flames dance inside the campfire circle. He glanced skyward at the sea of stars stretching to the edge of the horizon and took a deep breath.
"Beautiful, isn't it?"
Cam Walton asked as he punched Taylor's arm and looked up.
"Makes you realize how insignificant we are in the universe,"
Taylor said.
"I don't know about that,"
Watson said, stroking his weathered face.
"I believe we're all significant in some way or another, but we do have a tendency to overstate our significance."
Taylor grunted and shook his head.
"I wish that was true for me. I can't get small enough in this great big world."
Walton pulled out his pipe and packed it with tobacco before igniting it.
"Tell me, Taylor, what are you running from?"
Taylor scowled.
"What do you mean?"
"I mean, you wouldn't be out here driving cattle if you were a normal, adjusted person,"
Walton said, before releasing a smoke ring from his mouth.
"This life is for drifters and runners, and you ain't like any drifter I've ever met, so the only logical conclusion I can make is that you're running from something."
"I'm neither one,"
Taylor said. Walton coughed, choking on the smoke. He patted his chest and gave Taylor a sideways glance.
"In that case, enlighten me. What's this third type of person who likes to ride horses for days on end and sleep on rocky ground while going to bed hungry? I mean, not many people willingly want to scrape the bottom of a cast iron skillet to try and get enough calories for the day."
Taylor shrugged.
"I will admit the hunger does get to me out here from time to time, but I'm neither a drifter nor a runner."
"Then what are you, my friend?"
"I'm an adventure seeker,"
Taylor said.
"I want to see as much of this beautiful planet before my time is up."
"I call bullshit,"
Walton said, before releasing another ring of smoke.
"There are far better ways to see the world than working for peanuts while chapping your ass for days on end. So you going to tell me which one you are? A drifter or a runner?"
"Maybe I'm just a horse lover, Walton. Is that too hard to accept?"
"You're not. It couldn't be any more obvious than if it was tattooed on your face."
Taylor picked up a stray twig and tossed it into the fire.
"What does it matter anyway?"
"Because I want to be prepared for you when you leave. A drifter will leave when it suits him, but a runner will leave when trouble comes calling. But more than anything, I don't appreciate being left high and dry."
"Well, Sage One, which one do you think I am?"
"I think you're a runner," Walton said. "Something happened to you that you just can't deal with, can you?"
Taylor shook his head.
"You really think you can gather all that from spending a few weeks with me out on an open range?"
"You didn't answer my question."
It felt more like a statement.
Walton puffed on his pipe and squinted.
"What are you running from?"
"If you don't stop asking me about this nonsense, the answer will be you,"
Taylor said, before he stood up and sauntered over to his sleeping bag.
"Suit yourself, but you can't outrun your past. It'll always catch up with you."
Taylor took his boots off and climbed inside his bag. He'd heard enough from the old man for one night, even if he was right. As the fire died down, Taylor laid still, his mind still mulling over his conversation with Walton. All that running Taylor had done couldn't help him undo the past. The betrayal by his own military was what smarted the most. He watched his brothers in arms die while the government refused to lift a finger. Most nights when Taylor was trying to go to sleep, he wished he was one of the ones who didn't make it out alive. Survivor's guilt was a heavy burden to bear. So was the guilt of revenge. Momentarily fulfilling yet wholly unsatisfying, Taylor's response to how he'd been treated left him anxious and worried. Some days he wanted to face what he'd done and welcome the consequences. Other days he contemplated taking the short route out and ending it all. But he couldn't bring himself to do either one. The shame would be worse than the guilt, and deep down, Taylor knew he could never end his own life. As twisted as it seemed, he held out hope for redemption, even if lifelong scorn and contempt was the likelier climax of his life. In the meantime, Taylor felt trapped, a prisoner of his own hell, one he helped design and cultivate with a litany of poor decisions. And there was no key. He needed someone to spring him as well as a full pardon, yet he knew deep down that would never happen. He closed his eyes and tried to go to sleep. He'd get on the treadmill in the morning and do it all over again. Chapter 27. Jefferson Island, Montana. Hawk tugged on Dusty's bridle, urging him out of the horse trailer behind the parking lot of the Gas and Go service station. While Hawk had ridden his horse plenty around the property on his ranch, he'd never taken Dusty to a location this far away. Whether it was the unfamiliar spot or the fact that he'd just ridden a couple of hours without a break, Dusty dug his heels in, resisting Hawk's gentle coaxing. An elderly man in a pickup truck slowed down and scowled as he looked at Hawk and Dusty.
"Need any help there, fella?"
the man asked. Hawk nodded.
"What gave it away?"
The old man laughed and climbed out of his truck.
"You looked like you were on the verge of getting a hernia, yanking that horse around like that."
Hawk smiled.
"So are you the local whisperer?"
"Judge for yourself,"
the man said as he offered his hand.
"Bronco Fortson."
"Jet Gray,"
Hawk said, using his favorite alias.
"With names like ours, we should have played football together instead of dragging horses around."
"Toughness is a state of mind,"
Hawk said.
"It's not bestowed upon someone with a strong name."
Bronco cocked his head and eyed Hawk.
"You been hanging out at the reservation?"
"Why do you ask that?"
"You're dishing out chieftain wisdom faster than an antelope can outrun a pack of hungry wolves."
"I'll defer to your analogy since it's probably something you've witnessed,"
Hawk said.
"Many times,"
Bronco said as he rubbed the horse's nose.
"Now, let's see if we can get—"
"Dusty,"
Hawk said.
"Dusty moving again. What do you say?"
Bronco cozied up next to Dusty's ear and stroked his nose. He spoke firmly yet gently to the animal for a few seconds. Before Hawk knew it, Dusty was trotting in a circle around Bronco. Hawk scratched his head.
"How did you do that?"
"Order my DVD course or stream it, like all the kids are doing these days," Bronco said. "Just search my name on the interwebs and you'll find me."
Bronco shuffled back to his truck and climbed inside.
"Good luck wherever you're going, son, because out here, you're gonna need it."
The truck rumbled away, leaving Hawk along with his horse. After closing up the trailer and locking his truck, Hawk put his leg into the left stirrup and hoisted himself onto Dusty's back. The horse whinnied and then raised back a bit before putting all 4 hooves on the ground. Hawk clicked his tongue and snapped the reins, urging Dusty forward. After putting up a brief resistance, he started toward the open gate. Hawk meandered along the Jefferson River until he saw the cattle drive ahead of him. He rode up next to one of the men and asked for Walton. A few minutes later, Hawk maneuvered his way next to the team leader.
"Hello, sir,"
Hawk said.
"I know I'm a late addition, but I have signed papers here from your boss."
Walton took the documents and scanned them as they rode along.
"Welcome to the team, Jet."
"Can you tell me who I'm going to be working with?"
Hawk asked. Walton rattled off the names of 4 of the men. He paused and looked at Travis Taylor.
"That's Taylor, but you might want to steer clear of him."
"Oh?"
Hawk said as he drew back.
"Got some baggage with him?"
"A covered wagon full of it. Tried to find out what he was running from last night, but it was like talking to a boulder."
Hawk shrugged.
"If you want to be left alone, this is the perfect job."
"False," Walton said. "If you want to be left alone, become a fire lookout in a national wilderness area. No one will bother you, much less see you for 3 months. So if Taylor's running, he ain't running as hard as he could."
"Maybe he wants to be found."
Walton narrowed his eyes.
"I know we just met, but you sure seem interested in him. Are you the one he's running from?"
Hawk shook his head.
"The only person I chase these days is under 4 feet tall and falls asleep when I read to him."
"Then you're ready to be a cattleman," Walton said with a chuckle. "Come with me."
Walton took Hawk to the front of the herd before drifting back and to the side. They shepherded the cows until they came to a meadow late in the afternoon. Walton pulled out a map and decided to camp near the river for the night. According to his estimates, they had a hard week ahead of them. Throughout the course of the day, Hawk managed to strike up conversations with everyone except for Taylor. While Hawk watched the man closely, Taylor never gave any indication that he was interested in talking. But, undeterred, Hawk settled down next to Taylor to eat dinner. Hawk sopped up the juice from his baked beans with a piece of bread and glanced over at the Special Ops soldier. Taylor wasn't active duty, but he wasn't a former soldier either. To endure the type of training and go through all the battle he did, the wealth of knowledge gleaned from those experiences wouldn't dull Taylor's skills, no matter how long it had been.
"Did you meet the old man?"
Taylor asked. Hawk nodded.
"Reminds me of a school teacher who suspects you're up to no good. Relentless questions and endless prodding."
"And 0 evidence,"
Taylor said, pointing his index finger at Hawk and then winking.
"That's the worst part. They never stop."
In an instant, Hawk discovered that Taylor wasn't as standoffish as Walton deemed him to be.
"This is your first time out here on the range?"
Taylor asked. Hawk nodded.
"What gave it away?"
"The hat,"
Taylor said, nodding toward Hawk's wide-brimmed hat.
"If it hadn't been for that, I would have thought you were an old pro."
Hawk laughed. His plan to initially present himself as a newbie instead of a special ops agent started perfectly.
"How about you? How long have you been doing this?"
"Off and on, maybe 5 or 6 years," Taylor said.
"What'd you do before this?"
Hawk asked. Taylor stared out across the range.
"A little bit of everything. I spent some time in the military, government jobs, private security, that kind of thing."
"What about you? What brings you out on the range?
Sometimes you need a break, you know?
Taylor nodded. Hawk looked down and bit his lip before continuing.
And I saw that Billy Crystal movie. You know the one. City Slickers. So that kind of inspired me to do this.
Taylor chuckled.
Inspiration can come in all shapes and sizes.
So, what do you like so much about being out here?
Hawk asked.
Same as what brought you out here,
Taylor said.
I needed a break, and I stay for the peace and quiet.
Well, maybe you can show me the ropes,
Hawk said.
I'd be happy to, Mitch.
Mitch? No, it's... Hawk said, before catching Taylor's City Slickers reference.
Boy, I crap bigger than you,
Taylor said with a wink.
All right, Curly, let's go.
Later that evening, the team was seated around a campfire when Walton shushed everyone and held his hand in the air. The shadows flickered across his open palm as he looked toward the hills.
Did everyone hear that?
He asked. Nobody said a word.
There's a wolf pack nearby,
Walton said.
We need to be ready.
The men scrambled to their feet and grabbed their weapons. Most men had a rifle with their packs, as well as a handgun on their belts. Walton directed the men to fan out around the cows to intimidate any potential attacks on the herd. After a few minutes, Hawk took up a position behind a boulder as one of the howls signaled that the pack was drawing closer. Then everything fell deathly silent. The crickets stopped chirping. The owls stopped hooting. Hawk froze when he heard a growl. He turned around to find a wolf barreling toward him. As the animal leaped into the air toward Hawk, he fired 2 shots, knocking the wolf down with the first one and killing it with the second. He didn't even flinch by the time it skidded to a stop a few meters away from him. In the distance, subsequent yelps appeared to be heading away from the camp, not toward it. Hawk sank to the ground and leaned against the rock, his heart still pounding. Taylor hustled over to Hawk and looked at him and then at the dead wolf.
That was incredible. I was tracking that wolf, but I didn't realize I had gotten so close to you. You made that shot look easy, and I know better than that. I'm not sure I could have made it.
Hawk shrugged.
The human body is capable of doing extraordinary things when in survival mode.
That wasn't a survival shot. That was the shot of someone who knows what he's doing. Now, what did you say you did again?
I didn't,
Hawk said.
But I do a fair amount of target shooting.
I'm not sure I know anyone who can shoot that well.
I guess you do now.
Let's go tell the others. Maybe we'll be able to get some sleep tonight.
As the 2 men walked back, Hawk wondered if his precise shooting exposed his past. If anything, it created some admiration from Taylor, and that was all Hawk hoped it stirred up in the asset he was directed to extract. Anything more could be dangerous. When they returned to the campfire, Taylor bragged on Hawk, who played it off. Hawk wasn't interested in sticking around to hear Taylor embellish what had just happened, and instead went to bed. Hawk stoked the fire, drawing criticism from one of the men.
I'm cold,
Hawk explained. But that wasn't the truth. If anyone was following them, they'd have to use an infrared scope, which would be rendered useless with a fire roaring nearby. Once Hawk was finished piling another log onto the blaze, he situated his pillow and laid down. He looked up on the ridge and strained to see any movement. There was a man silhouetted against the moon's pale light.
It's gonna be a long night.
Chapter 28. Santa Monica, California. Big Irv shifted in his chair in the surveillance van a block away from the Santa Monica Pier. He and Mia had spent the previous 2 days baiting the Magnum Group mole. The plan was simple in its scope and execution, yet setting the hook was the hard part. Mia pulled down on the sides of her wig and checked for any wisps of brown hair leaking from beneath her bald cap.
How do I look?
She asked Big Irv. He grunted. In relation to what? A toad? Miss America? She put on her sunglasses.
You have a strange way of flirting.
I'm not flirting.
Whatever you say, Big Irv. I know you sent me that text last night.
He drew back and scowled. Text? What are you talking about?
American men think they are so clever.
And German women don't shave their legs. Mia ran her hand down her long legs.
I would let you touch these to refute your statement, but I see right through your ploy.
Big Irv chuckled and dismissively waved at her. You're a trip, Mia. By the way, I happen to have a girlfriend, and we're quite happy together.
Mm-hmm. Does she know what you do?
I'm a security guard at Paramount Studios.
I guess that's believable.
Now, can we get back to prepping for this op? Big Irv asked. I want to put this issue to bed by busting this mole.
Then answer my question,
she said.
How do I look?
Perfect, he said, meaning it in every sense of the word. She smiled and then slid open the van door. After winking at him, she climbed out onto the sidewalk.
Wish me luck.
Good luck, Big Irv said, before she slammed the door and walked off. Big Irv followed her movements through a brooch she had affixed to her navy blue blouse. A pair of tennis shoes scented her knee-length khaki shirt. With a pair of sunglasses parked atop her curly blonde wig, she headed toward the pier and remained in communication with Big Irv through their comms. Tasked with outing the mole, Big Irv came up with a plan to leak some not-so-sensitive information on their server, yet classifying it as such. Mia made it easy to find for anyone searching for secrets. It'd appear as an oversight, a lapse in judgment while uploading intel to the agency's computer servers, but in reality, it was all by design. For the past month, the Magnum Group had been under siege from within, and Big Irv was intent on squashing it. Having a known mole within their ranks made it difficult for the agency to acquire and pass sensitive information. The slow process of eliminating each potential culprit drove him to the edge of sanity, forcing him to work twice as hard as before. Scan the area, Big Irv said.
I still am unclear why I'm not the one sitting in the van right now while you're out here,
she said. I told you already that it's difficult to be a large black man pretty much anywhere in the world without attracting a lot of attention, he said. When I go to a restaurant, everyone wonders if I play football or basketball, and a few brave souls will ask as much.
And the rest?
They just put their heads down and shoot quick glances at me, but deep down everyone is thinking the same thing. Is that person a famous athlete?
You should get a shirt that announces what a nobody you are.
Mia said. "If only it were that easy," he said. "But the truth is, I stand out like a man holding his severed arm."
"That's a gruesome image,"
she said. "But effective. You'll probably never forget that now. You'll close your eyes tonight as you lay your head on the pillow and see Mr. Severed Arm Man escorting you into your dreams."
"Just cut it out,"
she said.
"I need to stay focused."
"Okay, right. According to the text, we're supposed to be looking for a man in a red polo shirt."
"I think I see him,"
she said. Big Irv squinted as he stared at the monitor transmitting back images from her body cam. "Are you sure about that? He looks a little funny."
"He's got his back turned to me, but I'm pretty sure that's him,"
she said.
"He's even got a small leather briefcase, just like he said he would."
"Just approach with caution," Big Irv said. "There's something strange about the way he's sitting." As Mia drew closer, Big Irv watched with great anticipation. Finally seeing the face of the man who'd been stealing secrets from the Magnum Group would give Big Irv a sense of relief as well as confidence with future missions. Knowing that everything they did would be done confidentially gave Big Irv hope that they might actually be able to make some progress with several operations that had been tabled by Morgan. Big Irv drew closer to the monitor as he noticed something a little off about how the man was moving. "Mia, can you see his face?"
"Not yet,"
she said. "Stay right there," he said. "There's something off about that guy."
"Looks fine to me,"
Mia said. "No, he's not," Big Irv said. "Do you have that scanner Dr. Z gave you?"
"Yep."
"Use it now before you take another step." Big Irv watched her pull the device out of her pocket and turn it on. She gasped. "What is it?" he asked.
"It's registering that there are explosives on him."
"Get everybody off the deck," Big Irv said. Mia wasted no time. She scrambled onto the pier railing and started shouting.
"Everyone, clear the area!"
she said.
"Official police business!"
Big Irv saw the man in the collared shirt move his head robotically. "Get out of there, now!" Mia turned back toward the man before its head turned straight toward her.
"It's not human. The whole thing is a bomb."
"Dive into the water!" Big Irv continued to watch the scene unfold. Mia turned and glanced down at the water, the choppy waves interrupted only by the waves rolling ashore. She turned and dove. As she did, a flash of light was followed by a chest-rattling explosion. The feed on her body cam went out. Big Irv knew who the mole was, but that was the least of his concerns. He sprinted toward the pier. "Mia! Mia!" Chapter 29. Open Range, Montana. Hawk woke up before sunrise and used a pair of infrared binoculars to scan the ridge. Waking up every hour to keep the fire going had worn him out, but he needed to remain vigilant just in case danger arose. He noticed some heat signatures near a boulder. One appeared to be that of a man, but Hawk wasn't sure about the other one.
Maybe it's the assassin and his horse.
Either way, he knew they needed to break camp quickly before whoever was up there figured out which one Taylor was and picked him off. After dropping another log on the fire, Hawk rushed over to Taylor and gently shook him.
"We need to go,"
Hawk whispered as he knelt next to him.
Taylor groaned and squinted as he rolled onto his back in his sleeping bag.
What? What's going on?
You need to come with me,
Hawk said.
Your life is in danger.
Taylor bolted upright and glared at Hawk.
You led them to me, didn't you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I always knew they'd come for me. I just never thought someone would lead them to me. Just who are you, anyway?
Hawk sighed.
Look, can we talk about this on the way?
The way to where?
Taylor asked, his voice rising to a normal level. Cam Walton grunted.
What the hell is going on over there? So help me, if I have to get up and smack you two pipsqueaks to get you to stop talking, you're going to wish you never were born.
After Walton stopped his tirade, he turned over. Another man moaned and told everyone to shut up.
If we keep this up, we'll have to explain this madness, and no one here will believe us,
Hawk said.
And both of us, plus the rest of this crew, will all be dead by the evening if we don't make a break for it.
Taylor set his jaw and returned his voice to a whisper, speaking deliberately.
Where do you want to take me? To FBI offices in Seattle,
Hawk said.
You need to talk to some people about what you were involved with. I happen to know that you're a target, as evidenced by what's about to go down.
And what is about to go down?
Taylor said.
You don't have to believe me if you don't want to, but you'll be making a grave mistake.
The last people I trust on this planet work in the government, so if you want me to talk with some feds, I'd rather stay here and take my chances.
Hawk sighed.
If you're with me, you have a chance, and so will these people. You may or may not survive, but you'll be signing death warrants for everyone here, and based on what I know about you, I don't think that's the kind of man that you are.
You haven't told me anything new,
Taylor said.
I've known I had a target on my back for quite a while now. Why do you think I'm out here? You think City Slickers really inspired me?
Look, I understand how you feel and where you're coming from, but there's more than just your life at stake here,
Hawk said.
Oh, really?
Hawk nodded.
You're tied to a plot, and we're still trying to sort it out, but some of the best and the brightest in federal agencies are dying, and you're connected to it all.
Listen to yourself,
Taylor said.
If someone told you this out of the blue after you were being hunted, would you believe them?
I'd at least give them a chance to explain.
And then what?
Taylor asked.
You'd just follow them blindly? I'll save the trouble of answering. No, you wouldn't go anywhere with them. Now, if you are that scared that some boogeyman up in the hills over there is going to pick off everyone on this cattle drive, please leave. But I'm going to grab a few more minutes of sleep before the sun crests that ridge and those cows are raring to go.
Taylor laid down, pulled the sleeping bag taut, and turned his back to Hawk. Then there was a click that made Taylor turn over as he asked,
Really? You're going to shoot?
He stopped and looked at the barrel trained on his forehead.
Get your ass out of here, Walton said. I heard the whole conversation, and I'll be damned if I'm going to die because you're some modern-day Jonah trying to run away from your problems. Consider this me throwing your ass out of the boat.
Taylor shook his head and grunted. He locked eyes with Walton before snatching the weapon from his hand. After emptying all the bullets, Taylor handed the gun back to Walton.
If you were serious about killing me, you should have pulled the trigger,
Taylor said.
I won't hesitate,
said another man as he cocked his gun. Taylor cursed as he rose to his feet, placing his hands in the air in a gesture of surrender.
That's right,
Walton said, trying to save face after Taylor had just embarrassed the cattle drive leader.
You got 1 minute to grab your stuff and get out of here. I'll mail you your check."
Hawk told Taylor to collect his things and saddle up.
"And where are we going?"
Taylor asked.
"You going to put me on a horse and make me target practice for some dead-eye up there?"
Hawk nodded at the man with the gun trained on Taylor.
"It's kind of an odds proposition for you. There's Deadeye from 1,000 meters away, or Wyatt Earp here from 10 feet away. I think I know what I'd choose."
"This is wrong, and you know it,"
Taylor said.
"I'll get you to safety in one piece,"
Hawk said.
"That much I can promise you. In terms of difficulty, this isn't even in my top 20. Besides, I've got a way out."
Taylor sneered as he slung his pack over his saddle and climbed on top of his horse.
"Lead the way."
Hawk instructed Taylor that they needed to run the horses for a couple of minutes before reaching a hillside that would provide protection from where the likely assassin was. As they approached a bend in the path, Hawk felt a chill on his face. The wind had picked up, turning the odds in their favor. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he heard a bullet ping off a nearby boulder.
"Pick up the pace,"
Hawk said. Taylor didn't need to be told twice, digging his heels into his horse and pleading with the animal to run faster. Chapter 30. Los Angeles. Big Irv raced into the water near the Santa Monica Pier in search of Mia. He'd abandoned all his tech gear, leaving it all in the van when she didn't answer. He heard people shouting from the shore as he swam out to get her. However, she wasn't the only one in the water. Big Irv came across a young boy with blood on his face, paddling fiercely to stay afloat.
"Mia!"
Big Irv shouted.
"Are you out here?"
He saw a hand raised about 50 yards away near the pier.
"I'm good,"
she shouted.
"Just a little wet."
Mia was clinging to a piece of the wood from the boardwalk.
"Meet me at the van,"
Big Irv said as he swam toward the boy. The boy was clad in a Los Angeles Lakers jersey 4 sizes too big and seemed weighed down by it.
"Come here, little man,"
Big Irv said, scooping the kid up. After inspecting his face, Big Irv washed off the blood and determined the wound wasn't life-threatening.
"If you get on my back, can you hold on?"
Big Irv asked. The boy nodded before Big Irv situated him and started swimming for shore. Paramedics rushed toward the shore to help those exiting the water with injuries. Big Irv got the boy to a paramedic before swimming back out to retrieve an elderly woman struggling against the tide. He delivered her to medical personnel before scanning the water for Mia. Big Irv found her strolling out of the water. She refused medical attention and walked in the direction of the van. He scanned the area to see if anyone was watching her, but didn't see anyone right away. The attack's perpetrator was likely gone, if he was even ever there. Once Big Irv and Mia reunited at the van, neither said a word as he peeled out of his parking spot and headed toward his apartment.
"Are you all right?"
he asked.
"Just a few cuts and nicks from shrapnel,"
she said.
"But no scars to show my kids one day."
Big Irv chuckled as he peeled back his shirt over his right shoulder.
"You mean you didn't get one of those?"
Her eyes widened as she looked at the scar on his arm.
"Where'd that come from?"
"Protecting the president," he said. "Long story. I'll tell you about it sometime. But I want to know if you noticed anything out of the ordinary before the explosion."
She shook her head.
I know I'm not as well trained as you are, and belong in the office, which is where I intend to stay for a long time after what happened today, but nothing struck me as odd, right up until I got close enough to realize that there wasn't really a person sitting on that bench.
I'm glad you reacted so quickly, Big Irv said. You were almost fish food, scattered all over the Pacific.
Thanks to you, I wasn't. If you hadn't said anything—
He put his hand up. Let's not dwell on that. We have more important issues to discuss.
Like who did this?
He nodded. And I know who did it.
How?
Big Irv shrugged. Well, I'm about 95% sure I know who this is.
That's quite a bit of margin of error.
Let's get you cleaned up, and we can discuss this further. We've got a big day tomorrow.
What exactly are we doing?
He smiled wryly. We're going to talk with the mole. The next morning, Big Irv drove across the city in relative silence. Mia was still trying to wake up in the passenger seat, though the cup of coffee he'd picked up in the drive-thru was helping that situation.
So how exactly are we going to question Tony?
She asked, breaking the quiet after a few minutes. Tony Vella was a data analyst for the Magnum Group who'd been around since the organization started. Due to the way Big Irv leaked the intel, he embedded a way to search for where the information had become stored. Vella had long been on Big Irv's radar as a potential mole, but now there was little doubt that the analyst had attempted to sell information in the past as well. You take the front door, and I'll take the back, Big Irv said. I absolutely despise the fools who try to run.
You think he'll try to run? I thought the plan was to just ask him some questions,
she said. Yeah, but when we show up at his house, he'll figure something is up.
So I ask him a couple of uncomfortable questions, and that'll make him run out the back door in your arms? Is that the plan?
Big Irv nodded. It'll be fun. I'll get to slam him to the ground with a flying tackle. I haven't done that since my linebacker days in college.
What makes you think he won't run past me and try to go out the front?
She asked, raising her eyebrows. Probably the gun you're going to be wielding if he even considers leaving.
What exactly do you want me to ask him?
Big Irv grunted. Who cares? Ask him about the weather, or how many beers he had last night. Anything to keep him talking and distracted.
And then what?
I'll handle the rest, he said.
What are you going to do?
Just be patient. You'll see soon enough, Big Irv said. Once they neared the front of the house, Big Irv squeezed his truck into a parking spot, and then they walked together toward Tony Vella's house. And in a matter of seconds, they hustled around to their respective positions and waited. There was no answer. Mia remained at the door. Meanwhile, Big Irv, positioned at the back door, could see through the house to the front door. She knocked again. He watched Mia nervously shift her weight from one foot to the other. Still nothing. He gestured for her to try the doorknob. Big Irv tried the one on the back door, but it didn't budge. After casting a few furtive glances toward the street, she opened the door. Almost instantly, she yelped. Big Irv wasn't sure if she was reacting because she was in pain or something else had happened. Are you all right? He asked, peering through the window to see what she saw. Mia pointed at something and then covered her face with her hands. He peered inside to see what was the source. Then she motioned for him to join her inside.
Big Irv hustled around to the front and drew his weapon as he barged inside. As he rounded the corner, he wasn't sure why Mia was waving her arms so wildly. Then he froze, examining the soon-to-be crime scene. Lying on the floor in a puddle of blood was Tony Vella. Big Irv had more questions for Tony, but they'd be left unanswered for the time being. Big Irv would have to put together the pieces of how the whole leak unfolded on his own. "You all right?" Big Irv asked Mia.
"No,"
she said, shaking her head.
"But at least this is all over. Tony's dead."
"It's far from being over," Big Irv said.
"What do you mean?"
Big Irv stooped over the body and studied it for a moment. "Tony didn't kill himself. This was staged." Chapter 31. After Hawk and Taylor darted around the bend and evaded the shooter's line of sight, Hawk slowed down. He guided Taylor down into a ravine, coming to a halt near a truck with a horse trailer attached. They loaded the horses and drove out. Taylor slammed his fist on the dashboard and let out a string of expletives.
"Nobody knew where I was before you came along."
"I found you. It was only a matter of time before that man up there did."
"You led him straight to me."
Hawk shrugged.
"Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. That doesn't really matter all that much now. Sooner or later, he would have found you. And if you had no warning, you could have gone to sleep by a campfire one night and never woken up."
"You want me to thank you? Is that what you're saying?"
"I understand. You're angry. I really do. But I'm hoping that you'll come to see this interruption in your life as a good thing, not a source of resentment."
Taylor set his jaw and slowly shook his head, staring vacantly at the road ahead of them, but he didn't say anything for a few miles.
"Why exactly are you running?"
Hawk asked. Taylor narrowed his eyes as he turned slowly toward Hawk.
"Is that a serious question? Did you already forget someone was shooting at us? Between Walton and the sniper on the ridge, I didn't have much choice, did I?"
"Don't be obtuse. You know what I mean."
Taylor sighed.
"It's a long story."
"We've got a long drive,"
Hawk said.
"Or we could just listen to my extensive collection of 1970s classic rock."
"I'm still not sure I trust you."
"Well, I am among 3 people you've interacted with today. 2 of them tried to kill you. I wasn't one of them. As far as your trust goes, I should be high up on your list."
"If I tell you why someone is trying to kill me, you'll probably finish the job for them."
Hawk reached a paved road and turned left. They traveled a few more miles in silence before Hawk eased into a gas station. He unhitched the trailer near another truck before handing the man some money.
"Who was that?"
Taylor asked.
"A ranch hand for the man who owns all the cattle you were just driving?"
Hawk said.
"Now, I want to hear your story."
"It's not as exciting as you might think it is."
"Try me."
"My time with Special Forces was eye-opening, to say the least,"
Taylor said.
"In what way?"
Taylor rubbed his bottom lip with his thumb and looked out the window.
"You know the thing we're supposed to be fighting for? Well, we're not always fighting for that. Sometimes we're settling some general's petty score with a foreign dignitary, or we're being used to put pressure on another country, and sometimes they sacrifice you to form a pretext for war."
"And?"
"What do you mean?
And? Taylor asked. That's awful. Our military is comprised of a bunch of monsters, and there's not a damn thing either one of us can do about it.
We can stand up to them.
Taylor cocked his head to one side and turned slowly toward Hawk.
Do you remember in Jurassic Park when the guy gets eaten by the dinosaur? The guy's legs are hanging out of the T-Rex's mouth as he screams.
It's a funny scene, almost as funny as the guy reading a magazine on an outhouse toilet when the dinosaur exposes him.
Well, that clip might be funny, but that's the equivalent of what people at the Pentagon will do to us if we get in their way.
That's why you have to learn how to play their game,
Hawk said.
If you're willing to learn, I can teach you.
I want nothing to do with those people.
Hawk sighed and nodded.
I understand, but that can't be why someone is trying to kill you. Someone having their eyes opened to the nefarious actions of bureaucratic bums is hardly an offense.
If that was a sin deserving of corporal punishment, let's just say it wouldn't rank in the top 1,000 things I've done.
So what you're saying is that you don't want to talk about it?
Hawk asked. Taylor nodded.
Okay, then. Let's make this drive to Seattle more fun. Let's talk about your favorite weapon.
Hawk made good time cruising west along I-90 towards Seattle. As they drew nearer to the city, Mount Rainier could be seen through a slight haze to the south, while the Space Needle soared over the city's sprawling landscape. During the drive, he constantly checked behind him to see if any cars were following him, but there weren't. Heading in the opposite direction of rush-hour traffic made the trip into downtown more enjoyable for Hawk.
Look, I know this might sound like an odd request, but can we stop at Pike's Place Market?
Taylor asked.
There's something there I need to see.
I'm not sure that's a good idea,
Hawk said without flinching.
Why not? It won't take long.
Hawk sighed.
What do you need to see?
The fish market.
If you're hungry.
It's nothing like that,
Taylor said.
As I'm sure you already know, I grew up in Seattle. My dad used to take me down to the market and watch the guys toss fish.
So you want to take a walk down memory lane?
Taylor nodded as he turned and looked out the passenger side window.
My dad died 8 years ago today.
Hawk didn't like the idea, nor could he verify the story. He considered standing firm, but decided showing Taylor a bit of empathy might go a long way in him explaining why he was being targeted by an assassin.
Okay, fine,
Hawk said.
We'll swing by the market, but only for a few minutes. The feds have plenty of questions for you, from what I understand.
I'll make it quick,
Taylor said. Hawk took the exit for the market and parked in an underground lot. The two men got out and headed straight toward the fish market. Taylor's eyes lit up as he watched a pair of men toss fish around. The entertainment delighted the crowd that had gathered. It grew with each passing minute. After 5 minutes, Hawk tapped Taylor on his arm.
It's time to go.
Taylor nodded.
I need to use the restroom before we go.
Seriously? You can't wait 5 minutes?
Hawk said, as he glanced at his watch.
I'll be in and out before you know it,
Taylor said.
I might as well go too,
Hawk said. The two men marched to the restroom about 50 meters away. Hawk finished his business first at a urinal, while Taylor sought privacy inside a stall.
I'll be right outside,
Hawk said. Hawk leaned against the wall and pulled out his phone, dialing Alex's number.
You heading home now?
She asked.
Not yet,
he said.
We're in Seattle, just making a pit stop before we go to the office. But I need you to do me a favor."
"Whatever you need."
Hawk asked her to double-check Taylor's files, ensuring that everything he said was true.
"What did he tell you?"
Alex asked. Hawk listed all the details that Taylor had mentioned while they were driving.
"This will take a few minutes to sift through this," she said. "I'll text you as soon as I find everything. Oh, and honey?"
"Yeah?"
"I just got a bulletin that Reaper was seen on the Washington-Oregon border a few days ago."
Hawk furrowed his brow.
"What would he be doing there?"
"Not sure, but facial recognition picked him up on a traffic cam at the toll stop on the Bridge of the Gods."
"Which direction was he going?"
"Not sure. The bulletin didn't say."
Hawk said goodbye and ended the call. He scanned the area again. The endless stream of people strolled past him in both directions, mostly wide-eyed tourists in search of or leaving the fish market. He smiled as he heard the two men shouting back and forth to one another, entertaining their latest crowd. Then Hawk noticed a janitor walking toward him with his hat pulled down low and wearing a pair of sunglasses.
"Sir, I need to service the restroom,"
the man said, gesturing for Hawk to move. Hawk eyed the man closely for a moment. He was about the same build as Reaper, but he couldn't identify him for certain with the combination of sunglasses, facial hair, and baseball cap. Instead of acquiescing to the janitor's demands, Hawk ripped the sunglasses and hat off the man.
"Hey, fella!"
the man protested.
"Who the hell do you think you are?"
"Sorry,"
Hawk said.
"I thought you were someone else."
"Get out of here, or I'm going to call security."
Hawk shuffled away, embarrassed that his paranoia manifested itself like it did. He remained on the other side of the corridor, watching the bathroom door for Taylor to reemerge. After he started to get anxious, he checked his watch. 5 minutes had elapsed.
"Damn it, I should have stayed in the restroom."
Hawk burst into the men's room and called for Taylor.
"Travis, are you in here?"
The only sounds were the flushing of toilets, the running of sink water, and the whir of the paper towel dispenser. Hawk frantically ran through the room until he locked eyes with the janitor.
"Oh, it's you again,"
the man said.
"And now you're assaulting people trying to relieve themselves? I'm calling security, buddy. You stay."
Hawk stopped listening as he felt a stiff breeze across his face. He turned in the direction of the source and noticed an open window.
"Was this open before?"
Hawk asked the janitor, interrupting his lecture.
"Did you see anybody go out of this window?"
The janitor raised his hands in a gesture of surrender.
"I didn't see nothing. Now, would you please stop with your craziness? I've got a job to do."
Hawk ran over to the window and saw Taylor sprinting away from the market. He almost didn't notice another man in pursuit.
"How much did he pay you?"
Hawk asked. The man shook his head and shrugged.
"I don't know what you're talking about, but it's going to cost you a pretty penny for the fine you're about to be hit with."
"You're lying,"
Hawk said.
"And you might have just cost a man his life. Hope it was worth the extra $20 he slipped you, or whatever he gave you."
50,
the man said, raising his chin.
"You're cheap,"
Hawk said, before climbing through the window and joining the pursuit of Taylor on foot. Hawk hit the ground. He broke into a full sprint. After a few seconds, the man sandwiched between him and Taylor glanced over his shoulder. It was Reaper. Chapter 32. Seattle, Washington. Hawk assessed the situation and determined his best course of action. The primary objective of his original mission was to deliver Travis Taylor safely for an interview with the feds to determine who was orchestrating the attacks on undercover DEA agents. If Reaper killed Taylor, that mission would be a failure. And that was the last thing Hawk wanted. As he ran along the street that was parallel to the water, he surveyed the area for something that could give him an opportunity to catch Reaper. After a few seconds, Hawk watched Reaper unholster his weapon and trained it in front of him. Hawk cursed under his breath as he spied a rental scooter a few meters ahead about to be purchased by a tourist. As soon as the man swiped his card, Hawk rushed in and took control of the vehicle. Seconds later, he was speeding toward Reaper. If he took Reaper out, Taylor would escape, but at least he'd be alive. With Hawk navigating along the sidewalk, he slipped up behind Reaper, who was focused on catching Taylor. Hawk bumped into the back of Reaper's legs, sending him tumbling to the ground. Hawk couldn't keep his balance and tumbled to a stop as the motorized scooter skidded out from underneath him. Reaper's weapon slid across the concrete near Hawk. As he reached for it, Reaper tackled him and kicked the gun aside in the process. Reaper pinned Hawk to the ground, grinding his shoulders into the asphalt in an alley between two condos.
"When we were in the Dominican, I warned you that you were making a mistake," Reaper said.
Hawk gritted his teeth and tried to break free from Reaper's grip, but he didn't budge.
"What are you doing here?"
Hawk asked.
"I had the same question for you,"
said Reaper, his face straining to maintain his control on Hawk.
"If this is just an assignment for you, you don't know what you're dealing with here,"
Hawk said.
"Neither do you, or else you wouldn't be here. Trust me."
Hawk twisted and turned. He could feel Reaper's grip loosening.
"You're the last person I'm going to trust."
Hawk drew in a deep breath before exerting all the strength he had left to lunge upward. When he did, Reaper's hand slipped, enabling Hawk to roll out of the hold. He scrambled away as fast as he could, but Reaper grabbed Hawk's leg and yanked him back. In the tussle, he lost his balance, enabling Reaper to roll on top. With Hawk lying on his back, Reaper straddled him and delivered a flurry of punches. But Hawk used his forearms to block the blows, limiting their potential damage. Hawk wasn't sure how much longer he could sustain his position without succumbing. He needed to take a chance in order to turn the tables on Reaper. As Reaper drew back to deliver another punch, Hawk moved his left hand aside, distracting his opponent. Then Hawk used his right to sock Reaper in the throat. Instinctively, he grabbed for his neck as he gasped for air. Hawk hit Reaper in the chest with both hands, forcing him aside. He remained on his knees as he coughed, trying to catch a full breath. Meanwhile, Hawk sprinted for the weapon still lying on the ground about 20 meters away. After getting his hands on it, Hawk turned around and Reaper was gone. Hawk scrambled behind a car parked in the back alley, which had more than a dozen vehicles lining the narrow route behind the market.
"Come on, Doug,"
Hawk said.
"I know you're out there. We need to talk. This thing is bigger than you or me. I'm sure I can get the feds to go easy on you if you agree to cooperate."
No response.
"Doug, this isn't a game. Innocent men are being murdered."
A bullet whizzed past Hawk's head. Judging from the direction of the shot, Hawk figured that Reaper had taken up a position about 30 meters away near a dumpster tucked against the side of a building. There was only one route of escape, which meant he'd be exposed if he attempted to leave.
"Nobody's innocent, Hawk,"
Reaper shouted.
"Not even you."
Hawk fired a shot back.
You're aligning yourself with the wrong people."
"No, that'd be you," Reaper said. "You're taken in so easily."
The two men continued to exchange gunfire as people nearby screamed and fled the scene.
"Leave Travis Taylor alone,"
Hawk said.
"It's foolish to lose your life over trying to end his."
"The only fool here is you, thinking you can stop me."
Another shot ricocheted off the brick wall behind Hawk. In the distance, sirens wailed.
"Hear that?"
Hawk asked.
"They're coming for you. I can promise you that it'll be much easier if you let me bring you in, rather than getting arrested by the cops."
More silence.
"They're just going to hand you straight over to the feds with no context,"
Hawk said.
"What makes you think you can capture me?"
"You're pinned down, almost out of ammo, and this place is about to be crawling with law enforcement. I'd say it's the bottom of the ninth, and you're down to your last strike, and you're trailing by a dozen runs."
"It ain't over till it's over."
As Hawk peered around the corner and prepared to shoot again, he saw a canister spewing thick smoke into the air. He ducked back behind the vehicle and cursed under his breath. After a few seconds, he poked his head around the front fender and strained to see any activity beyond the smoke. He saw what appeared to be Reaper sprinting along the water's edge toward a dock. Hawk stayed low, using parked cars for cover. He eased past the smoke grenade, which was still releasing its contents into the air. Scanning the area, Reaper wasn't anywhere to be found. Then Hawk heard shouting closer to the water. A man was shouting before he suddenly stopped and raised his hands in the air. He walked backward on the dock. Hawk raced toward the commotion as a boat roared into the bay. Hawk identified the nearest boat that was preparing to dock. He rushed up to the man and told him that he needed the boat to pursue a criminal. The man protested until Hawk brandished his weapon. Hawk maneuvered the boat into Elliott Bay and goosed the throttle. Chapter 33. Elliott Bay, Seattle, Washington. Hawk squinted as saltwater spray pelted his face. The well-crafted Portofino he commandeered had seen better days, but Hawk couldn't be picky. He bounced across the choppy waters about 100 meters behind Reaper. Hawk checked the gas gauge, unsure of how protracted the chase might be.
"Completely full. Let's go, Reaper."
Hawk pulled out his phone and texted Alex, filling her in on the current situation. Then he returned his complete attention to his driving. Using the channel markers, Hawk estimated he was narrowing the gap, albeit slowly. 5 minutes had elapsed, and Hawk had trimmed about 20 meters from the initial distance between him and Reaper. While tracking down Taylor didn't answer all of Hawk's questions, it certainly solved one mystery. Travis Taylor wasn't responsible for the deaths of his former military colleagues. Instead, he was also being hunted. Why remained the question that Hawk needed to know. But as far as priorities went, learning more about the Alliance ranked much higher than this mystery. If Hawk could catch Reaper, it might enable the Magnum Group to root out the Alliance once and for all. For the time being, Reaper remained their best link to the nefarious organization, still shrouded in secrecy, especially who was pulling the strings and why. In the distance, Hawk saw 2 Seattle Harbor patrol boats with flashing lights speeding toward them in the middle of the bay. Apparently, Reaper noticed it too as he banked west toward Bainbridge Island. Hawk used the opportunity to shorten more distance by plotting a course that would intercept Reaper before he reached shore. Hawk checked over his shoulder and noticed that Harbor Patrol had also adjusted their navigation. Then he saw another patrol boat launch from Eagle Harbor on Bainbridge Island. The extra pursuit vessel forced Reaper to zig northward. Hawk followed suit. For the next 10 minutes they traveled toward Whidbey Island, due north of their position. But when another harbor patrol boat emerged heading directly south toward the growing caravan, Reaper seemed to be out of options. He spun his boat around and aimed it straight toward Hawk. Setting his jaw and narrowing his eyes, Hawk maintained his course. Less than 30 seconds away, Reaper gave no indication of changing direction. Hawk didn't flinch, even as his heart rate increased. He wanted to shred Reaper's boat in half, which he wouldn't have thought about twice before Alex and John Daniel entered his life. But the survival rate for this game of chicken wasn't in his favor. If Hawk's bow was higher than Reaper's, the odds were in Hawk's favor, but at the speed they were both traveling, the possibility still existed that he could get seriously injured in any sort of collision, and ultimately he needed Reaper alive for this mission to be successful. Hawk's gaze fixed on Reaper as they continued to draw nearer to each other. Reaper, who was in a no-win situation, zeroed in on Hawk's vessel. Hawk calculated he had about 5 seconds to make a decision. He pulled back on the throttle and whipped his boat west, creating an unavoidable broadside for Reaper to hit. Then Hawk dove into the Puget Sound off the front of the bow. As he sank, the water's cold temperatures chilled him to the bone. He spun around to look toward the surface just in time to see Reaper's boat collide with the Wellcraft Portofino. The two vessels splintered on impact, sending debris all across the water. Hawk watched the fallout before swimming back to the top. He scanned the surface, searching for Reaper. Hawk kept his head up as he treaded water, searching for his target. The task wasn't easy, given how much wreckage was floating around him. Then Hawk felt a strong tug on his leg. Before he could react, he was dragged under the surface. Hawk twisted in the water, struggling to get away from Reaper. As Hawk sank deeper, Reaper scrambled to get his hands around Hawk's neck. He tried to break Reaper's grip, ripping at his fingers, but he only squeezed harder, endangering Hawk of blacking out. Hawk rolled in the water, putting him closer to the surface. He noticed a piece of shattered fiberglass floating above him. Hawk grabbed it and jammed it into Reaper's thigh, forcing him to relinquish his grip. Hawk shoved Reaper in the chest and kicked furiously to get away from him. When Hawk turned back around, he saw Reaper sinking as blood oozed from the wound in his leg and another in his shoulder. Reaper's eyes were closed. Hawk dove deeper and dragged his foe to the surface. By this point, they were surrounded by Seattle Harbor Patrol boats.
"This man needs a paramedic,"
Hawk said, as he glanced at the officers with weapons trained on him.
"Please, don't shoot. I'm a federal agent."
The officers pulled Reaper and Hawk aboard. He didn't waste any time checking Reaper's pulse before performing CPR on him. After a few attempts to resuscitate him, he coughed and sputtered, spitting out water. Hawk helped him sit up.
"That's right,"
Hawk said.
"Take a deep breath. You're going to be fine."
Reaper glared at Hawk.
"Why did you?"
Then Reaper grabbed at the wound on his shoulder and grimaced before closing his eyes and collapsing to the deck again. Chapter 34. University Hospital, Seattle, Washington. Hawk leaned back in his chair, trying to get comfortable. Reaper was cuffed to his hospital bed just a few feet away, still asleep from the procedure to remove the bullet from his shoulder. The heart monitor beeped almost in sync with the respirator, creating a hypnotic rhythm. Hawk fought the drowsiness brought on by expending so much energy and more than his fair share of adrenaline. He didn't want to miss Reaper waking up. Hawk's phone buzzed with a call from Alex.
"How are you?"
she asked.
"Alive, thankfully,"
Hawk said, before recounting the events that led to him sitting in a chair in a hospital.
"And Taylor?"
"He's gone," Hawk said.
"You had to choose."
"Yeah, but it was easy. Only one man was actively killing innocent people."
"I would have done the same thing, honey,"
she said. He sighed.
"That doesn't change the fact that we still have plenty of unanswered questions for Taylor." "He never talked?"
"I don't think he ever intended to."
"Yet he knew someone was trying to kill him."
"We did talk about that," Hawk said.
"But he saw his chance to get away and went for it. I would have done the same thing, banking on my escort to pursue the real danger." "Did you have any idea that Reaper was following you?"
Alex asked.
"Not a clue.
I figured we eluded him when we escaped on horseback."
"But he still found you."
Hawk rubbed his face with his hand and stared at the floor.
"Yeah. Somehow, he tracked us down. Maybe it was just an educated guess, or a stroke of luck. Either way, the result was the same." "So, what's the plan now?"
she asked. "Wait for Reaper to wake up, interrogate him, return him to prison. Pretty standard stuff."
"Think he's going to be more helpful this time?"
"Maybe," Hawk said. "Time will tell." Alex wished him luck before Hawk ended the call. Once he did, Reaper stirred and took a few seconds to wake up. He opened his eyes and blinked before attempting to sit up in bed.
"What the?"
he said, as he looked down at the cuffs tethering him to the bed frame.
"Good afternoon, old friend,"
Hawk said. Reaper glowered at Hawk.
"Did you do this to me?"
"The handcuffs or the bullet to the shoulder?"
Hawk asked. Reaper glanced at the wound on his shoulder.
"Guess we're even now."
"You were the better shot,"
Hawk said.
"When you hit me, the bullet went clean through. I didn't even require surgery."
"A thank you would have been nice,"
Reaper said.
"Why didn't you kill me in North Korea, Mitchell?"
Hawk asked.
"You had every opportunity to do so, but clearly didn't want to because you missed, and I know you only miss if you want to."
Reaper bit his lip and glanced down at the IV port on his arm. He studied the scratches on the back of his hand for a moment before responding.
"I told you in the Dominican that this is just a job for me," Reaper said. "I'm getting a paycheck."
"There are other ways to get a paycheck, you know."
"Killing is what I'm good at. Making people disappear is my specialty. I'm not sure how that would translate over into the real world, if you know what I mean."
"Yet I'm still alive. You didn't make me disappear. How come?"
Reaper closed his eyes and leaned back on his pillow.
"Some bonds can't be broken, even if they didn't take years to forge. And contrary to what you might think, I'm not a murderer. I don't go around killing indiscriminately. I get an assignment, then I complete it."
"I get that, but what I really want to know is, who's giving you these assignments?"
"Weren't you listening a few months ago when I told you that I don't know who gives these orders? I just know that it's someone high up in the U.S. military. If truth be told, we're different sides of the same coin."
Hawk shook his head and leaned forward in his chair.
"That's a fantasy of your own making. You're just trying to justify what you've done.
You're riding on your moral high horse still, I see.
We're not that alike, Mitchell. I actually know who my boss is, and there's accountability there. You? It's the Wild West with no regard for the law or due process.
A nurse knocked on the door and entered the room. She grabbed a chart off the foot of the bed and checked Mitchell's vitals before quickly exiting.
There's plenty of accountability for me. If I don't do my job, I get cut loose. And I can promise you that somebody is ticked that I haven't completed my assignment already.
Do you even know who Travis Taylor is?
Hawk asked. Reaper nodded.
The real question is, do you?
He was part of Special Forces in Afghanistan and is now being hunted. And he doesn't know why.
He knows why,
Reaper said.
Why do you think he ran away from you? You're going to start asking questions. Life is going to be very uncomfortable for him.
What do you mean?
Reaper chuckled.
I'm not going to do your job for you, Hawk. You have to figure that out for yourself. But he's not innocent, not by a long stretch. And neither were the other men in that group that I eliminated.
You killed them,
Hawk said.
They had wives. Whatever they'd done, it was in the past. Their lives were moving on. They were building families, legacies.
Just because they've moved on didn't mean that justice should have been foregone.
Hawk stood.
I think this was just about a paycheck for you, not about justice.
Everyone killing has been justified in one way or another.
Eddie Tyson was innocent.
And he's not dead either, at least as far as you know.
Dead or rotting in a prison in North Korea, what's the difference?
Reaper jerked forward, extending his arms to their tethered limit. His heart rate started to rise before he leaned back in his bed.
I'm going to ask you one more time. Who are you working for?
Reaper closed his eyes, squeezing them shut.
I have a contact at the Pentagon. That's all I know.
Does he work for the Alliance?
Reaper opened his eyes.
What part of "that's all I know" did you not understand?
If you're willing to work with me, I can help you out here.
Reaper shook his head.
It doesn't matter. You don't know how powerful these people are. They're going to kill me just for talking to you.
They didn't kill you last time you were captured. What makes this time different?
Because they told me, if it happens again, they'd send someone to clean up my mess.
Hawk sighed and paced around the bed.
They're not going to get you in here.
Reaper looked at Hawk.
I need you to do something for me, okay?
What?
I have a white pickup truck parked on the lower parking deck at Pike's Place Market, Reaper said. There's a box that I want you to deliver to my son.
That sounds like a trap if there ever was one.
No, I wouldn't do that to you, Reaper said. Like you said, if I wanted you dead, you would have been dead a long time ago, and vice versa. But it's not going to matter this time. I'll be lucky to survive the night.
This place is under surveillance, and there are 2 FBI agents outside. Everyone going in or out of here has to be vetted.
They have their ways, Hawk, and the sooner I make peace with that, the sooner I can make sure that you fulfill my last request. Let Charlie know I love him and miss him. There's account information in my wallet, so he has enough for college one day, or whatever he wants to do with it.
Okay, I can do that for you,
Hawk said.
But I still want you to talk with the feds. We can work something out.
Oh, I doubt that. You see, the truth is,
Reaper heaved and gasped for breath. He tried to say something, but no words came out. Hawk ran into the hallway and called for the nurses, who were already rushing toward the room. His pulse was weak, and by the time the medical personnel gathered around him, Reaper had flatlined. A doctor came in and placed paddles on Reaper's chest in an effort to resuscitate him. For the next 3 minutes they worked frantically to revive him, but failed. "Call it," the doctor finally said. The nurse read the time of death aloud, while another nurse recorded it. Hawk cursed as he kicked at the chair in the corner of the room. The mood turned somber, but Hawk rushed up to one of the nurses and asked where the previous nurse was who came into the room.
"What nurse are you talking about?"
she asked.
"I don't know,"
Hawk said.
"The one who came in here 15 minutes ago. Shoulder-length brown hair, green eyes."
"I'm not sure who you were talking about,"
the woman said.
"Denise over there was responsible for the rounds on this half of the hall. Nobody else was scheduled to come in here."
Hawk ran over to Denise.
"Did anyone else fill in for you a few minutes ago when checking on this patient?"
Denise shook her head.
"I wasn't scheduled to come back down here for another 20 minutes.
Hawk cursed under his breath as he walked away.
"How did I miss it?"
Hawk raced down to the security room and banged on the door. The hospital's head of security listened to Hawk as he explained what had happened. They sat down and started to review the footage on that floor for the past hour. Just before the time Reaper coded, the cameras in the area went dark. The security head scrubbed the video ahead 5 minutes before the picture returned to normal. Hawk slammed his fist on the desk and growled in frustration. Chapter 35. Los Angeles. Big Irv leaned back in his chair across from Morgan's desk. He tossed a stress ball in the air, trying to get it as close to the ceiling as possible without touching it. Morgan walked in and dumped a stack of documents on top of her filing cabinet.
"Why do you always do that?"
she asked. "It's all about control," Big Irv said. "It's a good discipline."
"That's not discipline. That's muscle memory."
"Yes, but it's a metaphor. How close can you get to the edge without going over?"
"That sounds like a bad public service announcement for teenagers."
Big Irv chuckled. "Everybody wants to push the envelope, but you eventually get caught. Learning when to lay off is the peak of discipline. You go until you shouldn't go anymore."
"Does this have anything to do with what you wanted to talk about?"
she asked. "As a matter of fact, it does."
"Good, because I'd like to put this whole Tony Vella mess in the rearview mirror."
"Likewise," Big Irv said. "However, not just yet." She sat down and narrowed her gaze.
"What do you mean, not just yet?"
He rubbed his freshly shaven head and winced. "I get you. We had a mole. We thought we flushed him out, but he's still out there, and now I want to keep this whole charade going a little while longer. You want to get back to normal operations around here, I understand.
But,
you see, I think it's important that we know who we're dealing with. There's information we can feed them, maybe even take advantage of what's going on here. It's not really a but for me. It just makes sense." Morgan folded her arms and sighed.
"You see that mess on the top of my filing cabinet over there?"
Big Irv nodded. "Mm-hmm."
"Well, I don't like that,"
she said as she leaned forward.
"I need to get back to the way things were. This is stressing me out, almost more so than simply having a mole run around this office. I don't like having, in essence, two different operational procedures, what we're actually doing, recorded in analog, versus our fake missions saved on our servers.
Well, that makes two of us.
Then I need you to understand that I don't like working twice as hard to do the same thing as what I was doing.
I'm right there with you. However,
you realize that however and but are from the same grammatical family?
Yet people get different feelings when they hear each of those words.
Not me, Morgan said. I find both of them as something somebody says to build a pretext to go against my orders.
Big Irv resumed tossing the stress ball in the air.
Wouldn't you rather leverage this situation than simply rushing to deal with it?
Morgan leaned back in her chair and eyed him closely.
How long have you known me?
4, maybe 5 years.
And during all that time, did I ever strike you as the kind of person who would seek to leverage information over someone rather than just getting the job done as quickly as possible?
Typically, people in charge never think that way.
And here you are, trying to get me to agree to do this. If I'm going to play this game, I need to know if the benefits are going to outweigh the rigmarole I'll have to ask this staff to put up with.
Well, here's what I'm thinking, he said. I have a way we can test out my theory.
I'm listening.
In our next meeting, I'd like for you to announce to the staff that we're sending one of our agents to Africa to meet with one of our informants, Ibrahim Kuti.
Kuti is second in command with Boko Haram, she said. Would anybody believe that the heir apparent in that terrorist organization would be an informant for us?
I've got Mia populating our servers with supposed intel that he's provided for over the past year, leading to strikes on Boko Haram all across Africa. If anyone were to see the evidence she's in the process of creating, it would appear very credible.
Okay, I'm still listening.
We find out through intelligence sources where he's going to be and stage a meeting, only we never send anyone. We convince our mole that Kuti is the problem and that he's planning on handing over plenty of information in order to gain asylum in the United States.
For that kind of betrayal, someone will take him out.
Big Irv grinned.
Exactly. This is what I'm talking about. We let them do the dirty work for us, destroying themselves from within. We'll leverage their demand for unquestioned loyalty as a way to keep our agents out of harm's way while still accomplishing some of the Magnum Group's objectives.
Morgan let out a deep breath and shook her head.
You know what, Big Irv?
What?
You continue to surprise me, she said. For a former Secret Service agent, you think like some of the best CIA operatives I know of.
Well, thank you, ma'am. However,
there's that word again.
He forced a smile.
Well, consequently, there are risks involved with this plan, starting with the fact that the mole could find out that we didn't believe him and that we've been playing him.
And then what? He bombs our facility? He rats us out to the press?
Big Irv shrugged.
All of them, I don't know. We're obviously dealing with someone who has high-level skills and is a plant.
You think you know who it is, though, right?
Think, Big Irv emphasized. And I must add that I thought Tony Vella was a prime candidate, too, but the mole manipulated intel to cast Tony as guilty.
And it was a damn good job, too.
Right. So we have to be careful. But I think if we tread carefully, we can use this to our advantage."
"Agreed," she said. "Let's do it. Set up a full organizational meeting. I want everyone here to understand that Tony Vella was a traitor and that his death is the culmination of a long investigation into a supposed mole here at the Magnum Group."
"I'll make it happen," Big Irv said. He tossed the ball in the air again and watched it come within a hair of tapping the ceiling.
"Whatever you do, don't get caught," Morgan said. "If the mole finds out what we're up to, we might be walking into a trap."
"I'll be practicing peak discipline," Big Irv said. "That much you can count on."
"Have I ever told you how much I hate the word practice?" she said. "It really irks me when I hear people using that, especially in the context of actually doing something."
However, but, and practice, all duly noted, and will be scrubbed from my vocabulary in future conversations, Big Irv said as he stood.
"Add moist to that list," she said. "I hate that word."
He laughed before spinning on his heels and exiting the room. Later that afternoon, Nick Slavitt walked quickly to his car in the Magnum Group parking garage. He took a deep breath and smiled as he pushed the button, igniting his car's engine. The tires on his car squealed as they rounded each turn. He waited until he was on the freeway to place his call.
"It's me,"
he said when the man on the other line answered.
"How'd it go?" "They bought it,"
Slavitt said, adjusting his tie as he glanced in the rearview mirror.
"We had an organization-wide meeting today to announce Tony Vella's death."
"And?"
Director May expressed her condolences, but also explained that he was a mole, actively seeking to undermine the efforts of the organization.
"How'd that go over?"
"Mostly shock and disappointment,"
Slavitt said.
"Most people were stunned that he could do such a thing, but nobody questioned whether it was true or not."
"Excellent," the man said. "We need you there to monitor what they're doing."
"Any other assignments?"
"For now, just lay low. You walked a very fine line and pulled it off, something I'm grateful for personally. I would have hated to see something bad happen to one of my best undercover operatives."
"Of course, sir. I'll be here when you need me."
"Just keep feeding us any information you feel is pertinent to our overall mission. That's all for now." Slavitt slowed to a stop, keeping a safe distance from the car in front of him as L.A. freeway traffic ground to a halt. He studied his face in the mirror. The scars were barely noticeable as he ran his fingers across his face.
"Brady Hawk gets to live another day, but it won't be much longer now. He's going to pay for what he did."
Chapter 36. Seattle, Washington. After discovering that Reaper was likely murdered by an assassin posing as a nurse, Hawk realized there were far more pressing matters than unmasking the killer. For starters, Reaper's phone was still bagged with the rest of his personal effects in his hospital room. He rushed upstairs and found an officer from the Seattle Police Department sifting through them.
"Excuse me,"
Hawk said,
"but would you mind if I take a look at that phone?"
"Who are you?"
the officer asked.
"I'm the federal agent who was pursuing the now deceased criminal when Harbor Patrol pulled us from the water."
"Oh, you're that guy. Nice work."
"Just doing my job, which is why I want to see that phone."
The officer shrugged.
"It's not going to do you much good unless you know the password."
"Are you taking it into evidence?"
The officer nodded.
"We should. That man committed several crimes, and if he was working with anyone, that phone will help us determine who."
"I hate to play the jurisdiction card on you, but—"
"Sure, man."
the officer said, handing the phone to Hawk.
Take it. Since you're a Fed, it'll probably only take you a few days to get access to the decryption technology. It'd take us a month of Sundays.
Hawk held up the device and winked. Who needs decryption technology when the perp's face is still in the building? The officer's eyes widened as Hawk's plan dawned on him.
Why hadn't I thought of that?
That's why you don't ever set your phone up for facial recognition, Hawk said, before darting out of the room. He rushed to the mortuary in the basement and asked to see Reaper's body. The attendant asked to see Hawk's authorization before he flashed his federal agent credentials.
First one on the left,
the man said, as he returned his attention to the clipboard in his hands.
We haven't started processing him, so no touching.
Hawk approached the body covered by a white sheet and lying on a gurney. He pulled back the sheet and looked at Reaper's face again. With the anguish gone, Doug Mitchell looked at peace. While glad the former Navy SEAL would no longer be killing anyone, Hawk couldn't help but feel saddened by the loss of a once good man. Before Mitchell became Reaper, he was a man with noble intentions for joining the military. Now, he was dead, his body ushered into a hospital basement, likely never to be seen again by anybody who'd ever loved him. Hawk didn't expect such a strange cocktail of emotions staring at him.
You can't stand there all day,
the attendant said, as he walked up next to Hawk.
We've got to get to work on that one soon.
Of course, Hawk said. He pulled out Reaper's phone and held up the front-facing camera to his face. The screen flashed, allowing access to the phone. Hawk dialed Alex's number.
How's everything going?
Reaper's dead, Hawk said.
What? How?
Massive heart attack. But I don't have time to get into that right now. I've got his phone unlocked, and I want to download all the data. What's the best way to do that so I can get it over to you? Alex gave him instructions on how to extract everything on Reaper's phone, which he wrote down on a scratch sheet of paper.
Are you all right?
She asked.
I'll be fine,
he said. Still sobering to me to see someone I used to consider a friend dead. It didn't have to be this way.
We'll talk about it soon,
she said.
Send me that data when you get it, and then hurry home. John Daniel really misses you.
Hawk ended the call and thanked the mortuary attendant. After downloading the information and transmitting it to Alex, Hawk hustled back upstairs to find the officer and give him the phone.
Did you get everything you needed off that?
The officer asked. Hawk nodded. And you can keep it. No need for a jurisdiction tussle, though I do need to take a quick peek at his wallet. The officer fished Reaper's wallet out of the plastic bag and handed it to Hawk. He rifled through a stack of credit cards and IDs until he found a piece of paper that had bank account info on it. Hawk palmed it and returned the wallet to the officer. Thanks for the help, Hawk said, patting the man on his shoulder. It was almost dawn by the time Hawk caught a ride back to Pike's Place Market. He hoped that he would find Travis Taylor waiting by his car, but there was no sign of him. Hawk was tired, but decided to go for a walk along the water. He contemplated what life in the military had done to a few people he knew, particularly the ones who'd been jaded. Some even resulted in a break from the commitment to the overall mission. For Hawk, that happened early in his time with the Navy SEALs. It wasn't that anyone in his unit was inherently evil, but they couldn't separate the mission from being reasonable. There were people who died that day who didn't deserve to. Hawk was grateful he'd recognized the disconnect early, which is why he enjoyed targeting the masterminds and evil players involved in the world of terrorism. His work was surgical, removing the disease so that everything else could function the way it was supposed to. Reaper had thought he was doing the same thing, but he was duped, serving under the perpetrators of global violence and oppression. Hawk pulled out the bank account info he'd taken from Reaper's wallet. He stuffed the paper back into his pocket and made a mental note not to forget to set up that account for Charlie. Hawk stared out across the bay and watched shrimp and fishing boats returning from a night at sea. The area along the water awakened, coming alive with a flurry of activity as the sun started rising. Ferries chugged into the harbor, releasing hundreds of commuters hustling to get to work. Joggers huffed past him more frequently along the sidewalk. He eased into a cafe and ordered a cup of coffee, despite his disdain for it. If he had his druthers, the caffeine would have been injected straight into his veins. He'd only caught a few hours of sleep while sitting in the room with Reaper during the night after the chase in the bay. Between that and the long drive from a day that started being shot at while riding horses in the open range, Hawk barely had any energy left to function.
"Want anything to eat, honey?"
The waitress asked Hawk as he gazed blankly out the window.
"Maybe some scrambled eggs and potatoes,"
he said.
"Oh, and my own pot of coffee."
"Rough night, eh?"
she said, as she refilled his mug.
"You don't know the half of it."
"Tell me about it,"
she said.
"I've worked a 12-hour shift yesterday and came home to 2 kids with a stomach bug and a deadbeat husband passed out drunk on the couch."
"Maybe you should sit down and have a pitcher or two of coffee with me."
She chuckled.
"No offense, but I need something much stronger than coffee."
Hawk resumed his vacant stare across the water as the woman shuffled away. However, he snapped back to reality when his phone buzzed with a call from Alex.
"You're up early."
"John Daniel wet the bed about 5 o'clock this morning, so I decided, since I was up, I should get to work,"
she said.
"Might sound odd, but I'm jealous. You definitely got more sleep than I did."
"We'll compare notes later, but we need to talk about what I found."
"Go on,"
he said, as the waitress placed a plate of eggs and breakfast potatoes in front of him.
"I contacted Mallory Kaufman at the NSA, and, fortunately, she was in the office early, too," Alex said. "I sorted through the data and sent her the ones regarding the phone calls. She was able to triangulate within a few hundred yards where the call originated from."
"And?"
"It was right by the address of a home belonging to DEA Director Dan Timmons."
Hawk furrowed his brow.
"Dan Timmons? The one who gave us medals?"
"That's the one. The same man who wanted us to conclude our investigation."
"But what solid connection do we have between the people Reaper was hunting and the Border Patrol agent who ended up dead?"
Hawk asked.
"The only reason we found out about the Special Forces unit from Afghanistan was because these guys were all working with the Border Patrol agent who arrested Diana Laredo."
"That's exactly what I thought. Timmons wasn't in Special Forces, nor was he deployed to Afghanistan during that time."
"Then why would he be calling Reaper?"
Hawk asked.
"Well, I did a little more digging and found out that he was sent on a secret mission to Afghanistan during the time Taylor, Guidry, and Langston were all deployed there. It was hidden from his public files."
"So what happened?"
"Obviously, something happened, and I think it's not a big leap to say that Timmons didn't want anyone else to know about it."
"But Guidry and Langston were living private lives."
Hawk said.
And Taylor was about as private as you could get. Why would Timmons suddenly want them all dead? I don't know, but something is afoot, and I'd be willing to bet Diana Laredo is part of it, too.
Hawk took a long sip of his coffee.
Put together a quick report of what you just told me and send it to Morgan. It's apparent that we just opened a can of worms. What are you going to do? I'm going to head back to Montana, but there's something I need to do first.
Chapter 37. McLean, Virginia. 3 days later, Hawk and Alex pulled up to the gate outside the home of DEA Director Dan Timmons. Hawk pushed the call button and waited for Timmons to answer. As they waited for him to answer, Alex drummed her fingers on the console.
You really think this is going to work?
She asked. Hawk shot her a sideways glance.
You think we'd be here if I didn't? This isn't some wide-eyed bureaucrat feeling his way around Washington, she said. He's a seasoned veteran, obviously capable of navigating the military and the federal government for personal gain. How unfortunate for him that we're on the job,
he said with a wink.
There are other ways we could have done this,
she said.
I don't feel proud about this. Look, the president doesn't want a scandal of this magnitude, and I don't really blame him. The public's trust is at stake, which we already know is very tenuous. But really? This is how we have to do it?
She asked. Hawk nodded.
It's dirty, but it's only leverage. Once he tells the truth, we can move on. I still don't like it, she said, and I want to be on record as saying that.
Your objection has been lodged and noted. The call box beeped, and a screen flickered to life, depicting Timmons's face.
Hello?
Director Timmons, Hawk said, surveying the white colonial home on the sprawling property buttressing the Potomac River. This is Agent Hawk. We need to speak with you regarding a sensitive matter.
You came out to my home?
This isn't the kind of conversation you want to risk having on the phone or in the office, if you know what I mean.
Of course, Timmons said. I appreciate your discretion, whatever this is regarding. I'll buzz you in.
Timmons met Hawk and Alex on the front porch and invited them to sit down in a pair of rocking chairs.
I appreciate the gesture,
Hawk said,
but I'm afraid this isn't the type of conversation we have over lemonade on the porch.
Timmons smoothed down his mustache.
Whatever it is you want to discuss, I'm a big boy. I can handle it.
We're about to find out.
Does this have anything to do with our recent investigation?
He asked.
Not exactly, Alex said. We have a long list of questions for you, and I suggest you think about your answers very carefully before responding. It might be the difference in spending 5 years in prison versus 25.
Timmons drew back and scowled.
Prison? What are you talking about?
I think you know,
Hawk said.
But if you don't want to be forthcoming with us, we'll be happy to put your private actions in the public sphere.
Timmons sighed and stood, putting his hands on his hips. He stared at the woods surrounding his house, hesitant to speak.
I can't think of anything I've done that would reach this level of intervention. I mean, I don't even know who you guys work for exactly.
We handle issues for top government agencies that require discretion,
Alex said.
In other words, you don't want to embarrass anybody.
That's one way of looking at it,
Hawk said.
Now, do you want to tell us what was happening in Columbia, or would you like me to tell you?
Fine.
Timmons growled.
I concocted the whole designer drug story. There were never any designer drugs killing people. I had someone on my staff make up some statistics and send them out to journalists willing to publish a scoop without further investigating.
Hawk cocked his head to one side.
But... I know,
Timmons said, lifting his arms in the air and shaking his head.
It was wrong, I admit it. I should have never done that. But you know how difficult it is to get Congress to approve basic funding for government entities these days? It's a never-ending battle we have to fight just to get above the noise, so they'll notice us and throw us a bone instead of funneling money to their lobbyist pets.
That's quite a mixed metaphor,
Hawk said.
Look, I know it's wrong, but I promise not to do it again,
Timmons said as he sat back down.
We're not here about that,
Alex said. Timmons narrowed his gaze.
What?
Yeah, we didn't know anything about that,
Hawk said.
But thanks for letting us know. We're here about you hiring Doug Mitchell to assassinate 3 guys you served with in Special Forces in Afghanistan.
I never...
Alex held up her hand.
Before you start making grand proclamations, I think it's important that you understand we have everything. Telling lies isn't going to help your cause.
I don't know what you're talking about,
Timmons said.
I don't know anyone named Doug Mitchell, and I've never paid anyone to kill someone else. That's unimaginable.
Is it?
She asked.
Because we have phone records that say something entirely different. Unless you're housing a criminal here that we don't know about.
Whatever you're talking about is news to me, Timmons said. I'm innocent of these scandalous accusations.
Hawk stood and signaled toward the gate. Seconds later, an SUV crashed through the gate and was followed by a small caravan of FBI vehicles. Timmons rushed toward them before seeing that the number was overwhelming.
This is a violation of my privacy. Do you even have a search warrant?
One FBI agent dangled a document in front of him before waving more agents into Timmons's backyard.
You can't do this,
Timmons said. Hawk walked up next to the director.
Oh, yes, we can. And as someone who tries to root out illegal drugs in this country, I think you know exactly how warrants work.
This is ridiculous, and you know it, Timmons said.
I'm sorry, sir. This is the truth. You're a murderer, even if only by proxy, and we need you to come with us.
Hawk put his hands on Timmons's bicep, but he jerked his arm away.
I'm not going anywhere with you.
Found it, one of the agents announced loudly. 2 people rushed over with a gurney.
Load the body now, but be careful as to not contaminate it,
the team leader said.
Body? What do you mean? There's no body in my backyard.
Hawk shook his head.
My eyes are telling me something different. Now, if you'd like to contest this finding, be my guest.
I think I will, Timmons said. I'm calling my lawyer.
Before you do, Alex said, you might want to consider deleting all those photos we found on your computer, but I'm not sure that'll do much good since they're also all uploaded to a cloud account in your name.
Timmons scowled before darting inside. Hawk and Alex hustled behind him. They watched as Timmons frantically opened his laptop. He searched his photos and slammed the screen down in disgust. He narrowed his eyes and pointed his finger at Hawk.
You know I didn't do that, Timmons said.
I just follow the evidence,
Hawk said.
You can't prove anything.
Hawk shrugged.
Does it really matter if I can prove my original claim, as long as I have other dirt on you?
planted evidence, Timmons said.
See it however you like, Hawk said. But the truth is that you're either going to tell us everything, or I'm going to call a journalist, maybe even one of those journalists you so easily duped, and give them one hell of a story about a DEA director and his penchant for—
Enough, Timmons said. Don't say it. I'll talk. What do you want?
We want you to tell us everything,
Alex said.
And then we want you to go away.
Chapter 38. FBI Holding Facility, Undisclosed Location. Morgan May strolled into the detention facility wearing a pair of aviator sunglasses and a red dress. She tossed her briefcase onto the conveyor belt for the X-ray machine and flashed her credentials to the security guard. Robert Besserman, the head of the CIA, was on hand to greet her. "Morgan, dressed to kill as always," he said, offering his hand. She shook his hand.
"If there's a murder, you won't be able to see any bloodstains on this dress."
Besserman cocked his head to one side. "Metaphorically speaking, of course."
"Of course,"
she said with a wink. The guard waved her through and then gestured toward her briefcase. "You're clear to go, ma'am." She thanked him before turning back toward Besserman.
"Lead the way."
Besserman escorted her down a long corridor until they came to a holding room. He stopped outside the door. "Remember the objective here. We need to get him to talk. If you have to incentivize him, the President has authorized you to do whatever it takes short of letting him return to his job. But just keep that in mind."
"You think I need to cheat to win?"
she asked.
"He's going to tell me everything and be crying for his mama before I'm done with him."
"That's what I'm counting on," he said with a smile before opening the door. Morgan entered the room and then kicked the door shut. She tossed her briefcase on the lone table where Dan Timmons was seated and rolled up her sleeves. "As far as interrogations go, I guess it could be worse," he said with a wry grin.
"Would you rather be waterboarded? Because I can arrange that if you want to make more comments like that, you disgusting pig."
"I guess I'm good."
"Thought so,"
Morgan said.
"Now, I expect your full cooperation, unless you want to spend the rest of your adult life staring at 3 brick walls and iron bars."
"I've done nothing deserving of such a punishment."
"Between murder and what we found on your computer, you'll be lucky to survive 1 night on the streets."
Timmons sneered at her.
"You can't prove any of that, and you know it. If you could, I'd be meeting with my lawyer instead of you."
"Why did you order Doug Mitchell to kill all of those men that served with you in that Special Forces platoon in Afghanistan?"
"This again? Really? The agents who came to my house tried this same tactic. It won't work. I don't know what you're talking about."
"You can play dumb as long as you like, but it's only going to cost you more,"
Morgan said.
"You can't extract money out of a turnip."
"But I can get my pound of flesh from a criminal bureaucrat, and if you sit here long enough, you're going to have a front row seat."
"Give it your best shot," Timmons said. "I mean, you might as well. You're only in the position you're in because of your uncle."
"And that ought to scare you, because my Uncle J.D. taught me plenty about people like you who think they live in a place above the law. For you, that ends today."
Timmons laughed.
"What's so funny?"
"I'm hearing lots of talking, but no action."
Morgan clicked open her briefcase and reached inside, producing a manila folder. She sifted through several pages until finding the document she wanted.
"You know this girl?"
she asked. Timmons rolled his eyes. "Of course I do. She's my daughter."
"And from what I understand, she's a good student at Harvard."
"Straight A's," Timmons said proudly.
"Then it'd be a shame if she was expelled for cheating."
"Cheating? Elena would never do that." Morgan shook her head.
"That's not what an anonymous report would say to Harvard's online security department. According to this report, there's a footprint leading right back to the ISP from the computer in her room. She could contest it, but it'd be like trying to convince everyone that the world is flat."
"That's blackmail."
"That's life," Morgan said. "If you won't tell me what I need to know, I'm going to use other means at my disposal until I get what I want."
"What you're doing is criminal," Timmons said. "You leave my daughter out of this."
"Should I leave out the sons of the men you had killed, too? I doubt they wanted to be brought into this deadly game of cover your ass, where you were the only one aware of what you were playing. But here we are."
"This coercion isn't going to work on me."
"Be stubborn. But Elena will be disgraced by this time tomorrow," Morgan said. "I've even got a reporter at the New York Times who'd love to share this story with her readers."
"I'm going to kill you," Timmons said as he pointed at Morgan. "When I get out of here."
"Oh, honey, you think you're getting out of here?"
"If I'm not, why should I help you?" Morgan templed her fingers and pressed them against her lips.
"This is an excellent question. In fact, it's the best one you've asked since I walked in the room. So, if you'll indulge me for a moment, I'll tell you why you should help me. It's because I can help you. I can make what time you have left more enjoyable. I can also shield your loved ones from utter disgrace. It's up to you how you want this to play out."
For the first time during the interrogation, Timmons sat quietly. He remained still in his seat, his thin lips pressed together beneath his mustache.
"Well?"
Morgan asked.
"What do you think?"
Timmons drew in a long breath and exhaled. "I'll tell you what you want to know." Morgan opened her arms wide, gesturing for him to begin.
"The floor is yours."
Timmons leaned back in his chair. "You want the full story or the abbreviated version?"
"Every detail,"
she said. "Okay. Here's what happened," Timmons began. "There was a Special Forces unit in Afghanistan that was sent to flush out some Taliban leader in the hills just beyond Kandahar. He'd been responsible for roadside bombs that killed more than a dozen U.S. troops. So the unit went in and got pinned down during a sandstorm. They requested help, but the top brass in the field told them they had to figure a way out on their own. Ultimately, 3 of the men died trying to escape, basically being hunted and used as target practice by the Taliban. But 3 men escaped: Guidry, Langston, and Taylor."
"And you served with them on a mission?"
Timmons nodded. "It was a secret mission. We had to infiltrate a power plant and disable it, going against every agreement we'd made with the Afghani government. It was the only way to get some of our other men in position to take out a couple of Taliban enclaves."
"What went wrong?"
"Nothing," Timmons said, shaking his head. "In fact, the mission went off without a hitch. But on the way back, that was a different story. We had a vehicle malfunction, and were stranded way outside the city near where Taliban forces were hiding out. Again, the unit requested extraction, but that was denied.
We had to escape under the guise of night. We started taking fire about 3 o'clock in the morning. Guidry got hit in the shoulder. Langston took one in the leg. We fought our way out of there, but that jaded the men, all of us, really. We were seen as expendable, and we made a pact to get revenge on our country.
Well, that seems extreme.
You were never there, so you don't know how awful it was. Our troops were pushed into a war that was never winnable. People needlessly died, all in the noble name of freedom. But every one of us understood that this was a sham, and our country had betrayed us.
So, you decided to betray your country?
Timmins shrugged. I guess that's one way to look at it.
What happened next?
We all came home and returned to our lives. Most of the men were in some sort of private security, all suffering PTSD with varying degrees of severity. But I managed to wrangle a job with the DEA. And when I became deputy director, I hatched a plot, getting all 3 men jobs working as border patrol agents. I'll spare you all the gory details, but what we did was groom Diana Laredo to infiltrate Ambassador Brownfield's inner circle, win his trust, and use her as a plant to provide a cover story.
You never really needed her, did you?
Timmins shook his head. She was collateral damage, a washed-up actress and worthless junkie. Her life was devoid of purpose, so we gave her some while she was being detained.
And the Border Patrol agent who arrested her?
We brought him in on it, too.
Then something happened.
Taylor grew a conscience. He told Guidry that he wanted to expose what we'd done.
And what exactly was that?
That's the kicker. They ushered in Russian spies. Morgan's mouth fell agape as she narrowed her eyes.
They helped spies get into the country?
Timmins nodded. No idea how many. Maybe a dozen or so. They took out several port inspectors, and then worked with hitmen to eliminate some of the more meddlesome files in the ointment, so to speak.
And Taylor was going to tell everyone what you'd done?
That's what he said, Timmins replied.
So instead of waiting for that to play out, or anyone else to betray you, you decided to pick them off one by one.
He nodded. They had all returned to their normal lives, having made plenty of money from the Russians, but I couldn't take the chance that any of them would talk.
Yet, here you are,
Morgan said.
Things never work out the way you want them to, do they?
Timmins kicked at the table, his hands still chained together. You better leave Elena out of this.
She'll graduate on time and never be the wiser,
Morgan said. You're just going to let me walk? He asked. She nodded.
You're free to go. Just need you to fill out a little paperwork on your way out and visit our doctor.
Doctor? What for?
Standard procedure. We need to make sure you're up to date on all your shots.
Timmins narrowed his eyes and glared at her. I don't like the sound of that.
I'm done caring about what a traitor likes or doesn't like. You have a nice rest of your life, Director Timmins.
Morgan stood and snatched her briefcase off the table. She strode toward the door and stopped to bang on it. "Guards!" she shouted. The door opened, and she turned back and looked at Timmins one final time.
You know, the thing about conspiracies is that eventually the truth always comes out.
Chapter 39. Dallas, Texas. 2 days later, Hawk and Alex knocked on the door to Kayla Mitchell's house.
She opened the door and scooted a toy truck out of the way with her foot before she looked her guests in the eye. Her hair was up in a messy bun, and she was wearing a faded Texas Rangers t-shirt.
"Can I help you?"
she asked. Alex went first.
"Yeah, we were hoping we could talk with you for a few minutes." "I'm not interested in listening to any sales pitches," Kayla said. "I'm a single mom, and my life is kind of hectic." "I get it," Alex said, "but we're not here to sell you anything."
John Daniel peeked around from behind Alex's legs.
"We're here to talk with you about Doug,"
Hawk said. Kayla sneered.
"What'd that bastard do now? You're not lawyers trying to serve me, are you?"
"Doug's dead,"
Hawk said. Her anger gave way to sympathy.
"What? How?" "Can we come in and talk with you about it?"
Alex asked.
"We brought our son, John Daniel. Maybe he can play with Charlie while we chat." "Okay," Kayla said as she opened the door all the way. "Watch your step."
She called for Charlie and instructed him to go out back and play with John Daniel. Then the adults sat down in the living room.
"Sorry about the mess," Kayla said. "It's just that—"
"No judgment from me,"
Hawk said.
"I understand," Alex said. "I've been there, though not as an official single mom, but I've been one as the wife of a federal agent who sometimes disappears around the world for days on end."
Kayla nodded.
"So, what happened to Doug?"
"He got caught up with the wrong people,"
Hawk said.
"Story of his life."
"I don't think he ever intended to turn out the way he did,"
Hawk said.
"Based on my conversations with him, I'm convinced he just wanted to do the right thing. He was just misguided."
"You knew Doug?"
Kayla asked. Hawk nodded.
"We were in the SEALs together, but between the time I got out and ran into him again, he'd gone way off the rails."
"Tell me about it. He was never here for us. I had to beg him just to show up for Charlie's birthdays until he started skipping them."
"I can't begin to imagine how hurtful that was,"
Hawk said.
"But I can tell you that he wasn't as evil of a man as you make him out to be. Imperfect? Yes. Flawed? Absolutely. But evil? He was just trying to provide for himself and his family."
"And in that order, too." "Well, you might be surprised to learn that he was thinking about you guys more than you could imagine," Alex said. "What do you mean?" Kayla asked.
"Before he died, he gave me the number to an offshore account he had," Hawk said. "It's got more than enough to pay for Charlie's college. It's set up as a trust fund for him when he turns 18. And trust me, there will be more than enough in there to pay for him wherever he decides to go."
"Great," she said, rolling her eyes. "A ton of money sitting around that doesn't help us when we need it most, and not to mention the end of my alimony payments." "Not exactly," Alex said. "You're the beneficiary of his life insurance, which was worth over $2 million.
Kayla's face brightened.
"Wait, did you say $2 million?
Alex nodded. Kayla started crying and hugged Alex. After the tears stopped, Kayla tried to wipe up the mascara that had streaked down her face.
"I don't want to make Doug into a patron saint, because he was far from it," Hawk said. "But he wasn't the monster you built him up to be. Don't forget that as you remember him."
Kayla stood and hugged them both before Hawk and Alex retrieved John Daniel from the backyard.
"What is it, Mom?"
Charlie asked as he walked in.
"Are you all right?"
She nodded.
Not right now, but we're going to be fine, Charlie. Don't you worry.
Chapter 40. Bridger, Montana. Hawk pulled the knot taut on his rope and stretched out the loop. He twirled it over his head before tossing it toward the wooden rocking horse he'd just finished building for John Daniel. As it landed around the horse's neck, Hawk yanked on it, tightening the loop. John Daniel jumped in the air with a raised fist.
"Now your turn, son,"
Hawk said, as he loosened the rope. He gathered it together and walked over to John Daniel.
"I can't do that, Dad,"
he said.
"Sure you can,"
Hawk said.
"It just takes a little practice. Watch how I do it."
Hawk demonstrated the method again before placing the rope in John Daniel's hands.
"You try it,"
Hawk said, as he adjusted his sunglasses. John Daniel whipped the rope around and hurled it toward the horse. It fell short by a few feet, so Hawk nudged his son closer.
"Do it again."
This time, John Daniel's toss landed around the neck of the horse.
"Way to go, son."
Hawk was in the middle of giving John Daniel another tip when Alex walked up to them. She put her arm around Hawk before he stood upright. Then she kissed him.
"What's that for?"
he asked.
"This is how it's supposed to be,"
she said.
"Me, you, John Daniel. The perfect life on the ranch." "It's only because of what we do with the rest of our time,"
Hawk said.
"Oh, I don't know about that,"
Alex said.
"There are other people who can do what we do."
He looked over the top of his sunglasses at her.
"Are you sure about that?"
She sighed.
"Okay, so maybe they can't do it as well as we do it, but they can get the job done."
"Well, that's not enough," he said. "What we do isn't something you just get done. You know that."
"Sure, but there are days when I'd rather just be here."
"Me too," Hawk said. She handed him his phone.
"I guess I shouldn't try to make that argument before handing you this."
Hawk took it and squinted as he looked at her.
"What do you mean?" "You just got an email. You ought to take a look at it now."
Hawk scrolled through his most recent messages until he found the one Alex was referring to.
"Dear Agent Hawk, I wanted to thank you for your efforts to help me recently. I wanted to apologize for leaving you in Seattle. Ever since Afghanistan, my life has been a mess. I've lost my will to interact with most people in society. Wandering from job to job and place to place has been the only thing that kept me sane. But I know it's not healthy. I need to talk to people about what I've been through, and I appreciate you listening to me, even though I didn't say as much as I should have. However, you restored my faith in people. I'm going to try again, thanks to you. And most of all, thanks for having the government list me as deceased. I'm starting over now with a new name and a new outlook on life. If it weren't for you, I'm not sure how much longer I would have gone living the way I did. I'm not proud of what I did, but I've learned my lesson. I won't waste the second chance you've given me. I know my dad is smiling as he's watching me now. Forever grateful, Travis Taylor." When he finished, Alex looked at him. "I didn't know you had reported him as dead," she said. "He'd suffered enough," Hawk said. "You're a good man," she said. Hawk's phone rang, interrupting the moment.
This is Hawk.
Agent Hawk, this is Mia.
I'm with Alex, he said. I'm putting you on speaker. Go ahead.
I want to let both of you know that we're still researching all these leads with the Alliance, but the more pressing matter at the moment is the Russian spies who've infiltrated our ranks.
Do you have a location on them yet? Hawk asked.
Not yet, but we're working on it,
Mia said.
I think we're close to cracking the code.
Thanks for keeping us posted, Hawk said. We'll be ready to roll whenever you need us.
Roger that,
Mia said.
And Mia,
Alex chimed in,
maybe next time you can join us. I heard you and Big Irv had quite the adventure catching the mole. That's one way to put it,
Mia said.
And not at all how I would describe it.
They both laughed before ending the call. They caught the mole? Hawk asked.
No,
Alex said.
That's just part of the op. There's still a mole out there, but if he doesn't know he isn't being hunted, he may not be so careful.
They both watched John Daniel twirl the rope over his head again before flinging the loop in the direction of the rocking horse. When it fell around the horse's neck, he ran and jumped in the air, screaming with delight. That's how I feel right now, Hawk said.
Me too,
Alex said.
You sure we need to leave the ranch?
Hawk shot her a sideways glance. You sure you can stay?
Not a chance,
she said. This has been The Reaper, Book 2, The Phoenix Chronicles, written by R.J. Patterson, narrated by Dwight Kuhlman. Copyright 2021 by R.J. Patterson. Production copyright 2021 by Green eBooks.